Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to day two of HOBNOB 2021. On behalf of the Vibrant Networking Forum, a very warm welcome to all of you. Thank you for choosing to spend your Sunday with us. It's a joy to have you here. We hope you enjoyed what we had in store for you yesterday. We promise there's lots more just like it, even better, in store for you today. Today, we have a day-long session which begins right now at 10:30 with a keynote address by Mr. Tamal Bandhopadhyay. And we have sessions scheduled for all day, and we finish at 5:30 p.m. To remind all of you, there is a special speed networking with the speakers of HOBNOB 2021 for members of Vibrant Networking Forum. The link has been circulated to all of you. I urge you to please register as quickly as possible so we can make this an experience that you will never forget. Without further ado, I would like to now introduce our first speaker for the day, who's going to be delivering the special keynote address titled Pandemonium, Pandemic, and the Future of Indian Banking. Our first speaker is Mr. Tamal Bandhopadhyay. He's a best-selling author and an award-winning columnist. His weekly column, Bankers Trust, is widely read for its incisive analysis and informed opinion. He is currently the consulting editor with Business Standard and senior advisor to Jana Small Finance Bank Limited. His latest book, Pandemonium, The Great Indian Banking Tragedy, is a non-fiction bestseller. Mr. Tamal Bandhopadhyay is one of the contributors to the Oxford Handbook on Indian Economy and Making of New India, Transformation under the Modi government. He won the Ramnath Goenka Award for Excellence in Journalism in 2017. Global Professional Network, LinkedIn, nominated him as one of the most influential voices in India in 2019, 2018, and 2017. It is a great privilege for me to introduce you, sir. Thank you so much for being with us. I now hand the stage over to you.
Thank you, Ritu, for this opportunity to talk. Pandemonium, Pandemic, and the Future of Indian Banking. So I presume the title has been is made keeping in mind the first part is a little bit about my book, that's Pandemonium. And then, of course, we are witnessing pandemic and its impact on Indian banking and the way forward. A lot of people ask me that a book on banking, suddenly, why did I pick the title as Pandemonium? I'm a student of English literature, influenced by that probably. John Milton first coined the word pandemonium. That's in his poem Paradise Lost. It was the capital of hell in his epic poem. Now, the Greek prefix pan means all and every, and Latin demonians means little spirit, little angel, or the Christian interpreted it a demon. So roughly translates into all demons and all demon place. This is something a little exaggerated way what we had witnessed in Indian banking till recently. I'm not telling the bankers are the demon. I'm talking about some of the borrowers. Now, in Hindu mythology, when the Asuras defeated the Devas in a battle and took over the universe, what followed was churning the ocean or the Samudra Manthan to get the nectar of immortality. And that released the lethal poison known as halahala or vish. Now, Shiva consumed that poison to protect the world. In the process, he got a blue hue in his throat. It's called, that's how he was called Nikantha. Now, the Indian banking system has been through this manthan, and RBI did this churning, not the Asuras. In this case, the regulator did this churning through something called is unique in India and in the globe asset quality review. I'll come to that later. Releasing the poison in the form of bad loans. Now the question is, who will play the Shiva and consume the poison and become the Ninkantha? Can the government continue to play the Shiva and pump in capital in the banks to keep them alive? You have seen what happened in the budget. Finance minister announced privatization of two banks. So we can guess what will be the role of Shiva and who will be the Shiva going forward for the Indian banking system. Now let's talk about a little bit of pandemonium before we go to pandemic and the way forward. Now, how did the Indian banking system? It's the third largest in Asia. We are, and we want to be a 5 trillion economy, and banking is the backbone of any economy, as you all know. How did we get into this mess? There are many interpretations of this. My book has dealt with that. One reason could be the death of DFIs, development financial institutions, and we embraced universal banking in late 90s. But our bankers have never learned the art of project financing. They're very good at working capital loans. And government always wanted them to finance project, particularly infrastructure. Second could be the corporate bond market, which is not the weak corporate bond market. If you see globally in developed markets, the load of financing projects is not on banks. It's equally divided between banks and the corporate bond market. Unfortunately, despite repeated attempts, we have not been able to create a vibrant corporate bond market. Third, many say the golden period of Indian economy between 2006 and 2008, when our economy grew at 9% plus, and we are all talking about double-digit growth, which never happened. And the banking sector's credit growth happened more than 3 times the economy, which is 30% odd kind of stuff. Many say that the seeds were sown at that time, seeds of future non-performing assets. Yet another reason could be the ultra loose monetary policy post the Lehman crisis in 2008. It was too loose, and RBI took time to unwind it. And meanwhile, banks were merrily giving money left, right, and center who were asking it. It's indiscriminate lending, and what I call in my book, the bankers are suffering from the Complan boy syndrome. In the 70s and 80s, the advertisement, one boy says, I'm a Complan boy, a girl says, I'm a Complan girl, and then the Complan mommy comes. So here the Complan boy is all about growth in this case, and not about the strength and stamina and resilience. So all the banks wanted to grow their balance sheet as much as possible, but not the resilience, not the strength of the balance sheet. And which is why we found that all the projects, State Bank of India and a few other large banks, they have the capability and they have the risk management system and they have the scale. They would go and others would follow, whether irrespective of what they're capable or not. You can call it also a brotherhood banking kind of thing. And a McKinsey study says that corporate lending as a part of overall bank books were far higher in the smaller banks, relatively smaller banks, than the larger banks. Indiscriminate lending. As I said, you call it hope banking. The things will get better in due course. You call it brotherhood banking. You call it compliant boy syndrome, whatever you may, but that's not happening. And the other part is the other side of it. If the bankers were under pressure from the government to lend to infrastructure, they are not exactly capable, and there are many other issues around it. The other part is the corporate houses are taking banking system for granted. In fact, Dr. Raghuram Rajan, and the former RBI governor, had said that the corporates were, for any project, you need to put in your money as equity, and then you look for debt from the banks. And what would be the ratio of equity and debt depends on the particular project, the nature of the project, which field you are. But the bankers were cleverly using, the corporates were cleverly using banks' money both for debt and equity. Simply put, they did not have skin in the game, enough skin in the game. When I said they, I don't mean the entire corporate world, many of the corporates. So that's how we got into a mess, and Reserve Bank of India sensed something was wrong, and bankers were hiding. They're not coming out in the open. What exactly? They were just camouflaging thing. And what again, I quote Rajan because it's a quotable quote, that you can put a lipstick on a pig, but the pig cannot become beautiful. So bankers were putting lipstick on pig. They were window dressed. They were dressing up the balance sheets. So Reserve Bank of India first did that in 2014. They asked the bank, well, you need to tell us for any initially it started with any 50 crore exposure. What is the state of affairs? Are you getting money on time? It's called CRILIC database that was created, and there they found that no, everything is not as good as has been projected. There were some banks, one particular borrower's account can be can be identified as bad on a bank's account and good in another bank. So this is something wrong. So which is why RBI got into act. It was a sort of you call it. It was a bit of sensational way of doing it. We don't have the time to get into this. My book has described all this stuff. No, far away from the public glare, far away from the main Reserve Bank of India central office on Mint Road. There is in another office in Kapparedi in South Mumbai. There they are operating on a real-time basis to figure out what's happening in the banking system. And they found that the system is rotten, bankers are camouflaging, they are not telling the truth, and the actual bad assets is far, far higher than what it should have been. So they had discussions with the banks, bankers are not ready to admit, and there are lobbying, counter lobbying, pressure, etc., etc. And then the RBI top brass flew down to Delhi, met then Finance Minister Arun Jaitley, and convinced them that, look, this is the time to clean up. And Jaitley announced that there's a 2 trillion plus recapitalization. Because once you clean up, you need you need the oxygen, which is recap, because you will be you will be in the ICU, kind of, at least some of the banks. So you need to have the infrastructure in place. The government announced 2 trillion plus recapitalization bond, recap fund, and then the banks were given 6 quarters between 2015, December 2015 and March 2017 to come up clean. And at the same time, banks were also told that, look, if there is a difference between what you had projected, what your auditor has said, and what our inspectors, because AQR followed after an intensive inspection by the Bank of India on each bank's books. Something unprecedented never happened. So if there's any difference, if you have under-provided for bad loans, you need to expose yourself to the world. You need to tell the regulator, say me because you are a listed entity, etc. So then we found that bank after bank started telling that, look, we have interpreted this way, we have unprovided, and had this provision been right, actually some of the banks would have ended up making losses. So if you look at the numbers of bad loans in percentage term in the banks, in most banks, what they were in 2015 and what they happened after AQR is horrible. Some of the banks like IOB, like UCO, etc., more than one, or IDBI, 1/4 of their assets were actually bad. And overall, the banking system's non-performing assets, which was varying around 2 or 3%, reached the double digit. And then the cleanup started. They need to provide for. Banks recap happened. Government started giving money, and we put IBC, which is the insolvency court, to take care of the bad loans in record time. So then, by bankers go to the other extreme for giving discriminate loans discriminately. They started become overcautious. They started closing the tap. They started more circumspect. They started putting in place the right kind of infrastructure, the risk management system, etc., etc. And which is why you will see that past few years the loan growth is pretty low. Now, one way of looking at it, the banks have become risk averse, which Reserve Bank of India is saying, the government is saying, and many commentators saying. But if you ask any bankers, they said, look, once upon a time we used to give loan whoever was asking for. Now we are become very discriminate. We are going through a microscope, and we are not finding everybody is worth giving loans. And you are calling us risk averse. So you want to make get into again another mess. So that's a separate story. As we speak now, had I been talking, addressing you 1 year before, say sometime in February, a little more than 1 year before, February 2020, I would say that loot banking system is out of the wood, because they have already exposed themselves, they have recognized their bad assets, they have provided for. There's a so-called provision coverage ratio has gone up. For some of the banks is 90-95%. Average is far higher. So worst is behind, and IBC also using it. There have been hiccups because IBC was put up on record time in 2016. There have been hiccups. The corporates are pretty smart. They always want to game the system. They are going to bypassing the IBC. They are going to High Court and Supreme Court, so on and so forth. But IBC was coming in place, and banks were putting pressure using IBC as a threat, because for the first time, Indian companies were, scared of losing their shot, losing their empire. So all things were coming in place. We all thought that the first phase, that is the NPA recognition, is over. Now this is the time to recovery, and the banks will be in great health over a period of time. That was the time. So now comes the pandemic and future of banking. The second part of my speech. 15 minutes I have spoken about the pandemonium. Let's talk about rest half of it, about what happened in the COVID scenario and what's the way forward. Now, as I said, by February, we are all talking about, last February, we were talking about banks are getting better, we'll see lower NPA, and everything is fine. And then came the COVID. All of a sudden, we were hit. We had a very proactive regulator, and I would say government. Many were not exactly happy with the government, because the fiscal stimulus which other governments in the other parts of the world were giving, our government was a little stingy, but they were always coming in phases, and probably rightly so. They did not want to use all the ammunition at one go. So what Reserve Bank of India did first is 6 months moratorium between March and August. Borrowers did not need to pay anything. And then the system was flooded with money through various windows, LTRO, TLTRO. They're all technical part, but I just want to say that RBI created a situation where there is enough money. And the policy rate it brought at historic low. On 2 occasions, the MPC, the Monetary Policy Committee meeting, was advanced, and Reserve Bank cut the rate. And the rate came to a historic low, lower than what we had done previously in 2008 post-Lehman crisis. That was an economic crisis. This is something crisis, not economic, but spilled over to economy, and the impact is much more fierce than what we had seen during this Lehman crisis. What did the government do? Government came out with the Atmanirbhar package in phases, and one of the key components of the Atmanirbhar package, which helped the banks, is a 3 trillion government guaranteed loans for the MSMEs and SMEs, and it has been continuously extended. The scope also. And as of I think as right now as we speak, about 2.5 trillion worth of such loans have already been sanctioned, and about 2 trillion is disbursed. So that's what happened. And then RBI Financial Stability Report, which is a 6-monthly health check of banking system, in January said that, look, NPAs are going to go up from 7.5%. It can go up as much as to 7.5% in the last September, that is September 2019. It can go up to 13.5% in the best case scenario by September 2021. In the worst case scenario, it can go for 14.8%. We also saw, there is a lack of time, I'm just making it short. Supreme Court came into the picture, and there was a lot of controversy on interest payment. Supreme Court waived everything, and Supreme Court also waived towards the end of March, the status quo. Now it's a normal business as usual for the banks. So they have to now prepare their balance sheet and come up and tell the world what has happened. And trust you me, things are not as bad as of March 31st because of multiple reasons. RBI's generosity, or I say quick thinking, and the way RBI regulator helped, the government helped, and also beside all this moratorium and the things, there also, and the money, there's also restructuring that RBI allowed under Kamath Committee. 26 sectors were allowed where the loans can have gone bad and can be restructured. So as we speak, we have seen at least two banks have announced results, which is ICICI and HDFC Bank. Both of them have done pretty fine, particularly on the bad loan fronts. We have not seen any kind of negative surprise. And overall banking system, even in the public sector banks, by March 31st, the results would not be pretty bad, because banks where even though because there's a freeze by the Supreme Court post moratorium, they are not declaring NPAs, but they were following something called pro forma NPA. And right now, what they are doing, we see it's pretty close to pro forma NPA, what they're estimating, and the real NPA. So my understanding, by March 31st, the banking system's bad loans will go up by probably 2 percentage points, from 7.5% to 9%. Probably 2 trillion NPA will add. Of course, some loans will be restructured, and half of the NPAs will be corporate loans, and half of the NPA will be retail and MSMEs, etc., etc. So that was the scenario. So how the scenario unfolded last February, I said things were pretty good. This February, things were not as bad as we had thought. Banks have stuck to, as I said, 2 percentage point higher NPAs by end March. But now, as we speak, things are not as good as we had thought, because the second wave of COVID is much more fiercer. There is no lockdown, so there is no absolutely standstill. What happened in the last year? Initially, the government reacted, and that's the right way of doing it. That's why we contained the first phase. This time there is no national lockdown, but there have been restriction on economic activities, business activities, and rightly so, to save human lives in different parts of the country. So the most affected at this point of time is the informal sector, the SMEs and SMEs, and the retail loans. Their cash flows are down. The bread sellers, the city sellers, the fish sellers, the rickshaw pullers, the small traders, the tailors. We can talk about all of them. They're closed. Their shops are closed. There is no cash flow, so they can't service the loans, and banks also cannot collect. So it's a both way. There is a problem. Big corporates can manage what is going to this kind of, because all of us feel that even though third phase in the second phase is very virulent, much fiercer than the first phase, it will be contained over a period of time, probably by June, probably by July. We might see even a third phase, and hopefully we'll be better prepared by that time. Because from the RBI's point of view, as a monetary authority, it had done most of the stuff it could have been done. From the government point of view, as a fiscal authority, it had done most of the things it could have been. Now it's a fight on the medical ground, how fast we get the vaccination and oxygen, etc., etc. But for the time being, the impact of MSMEs and SMEs pretty bad. By March, April, banks cannot collect. They are also not getting and there is no cash flow. So as I said, things are unfolding very fast. And the third phase we are talking about, it's much worse than we would have thought. So probably Reserve Bank of India would need to do something. Probably, I don't know, moratorium for certain segments, not for all. Probably extension of restructuring of the window which actually closed by 31st March. Not for the large corporations, but for the MSMEs and SMEs, an informal sector, which is the bulwark of Indian economy and which actually generates jobs. So that's the COVID-related pandemic scenario. But what's the future of banking? Let's talk quickly the last 5-7 minutes that we have. Well, things have been quickly, there are a few things have happened. There's one structural changes happened over the past, during this period for the past 2 or 3 years. Government first decided for consolidation, so we don't need more banks. We need banks with scale, which can do business in a much more efficient way. So we have seen, which is started with Bank of Baroda being the lead bank on the consolidation the drive that started, and then subsequently we saw there's a bunch of other banks also came into this consolidation, led by Punjab National Bank, led by Indian Bank, led by Union Bank of India, etc. So one is the consolidation part that's happened. The number of public sector banks have come down dramatically. Second is, of course, it's the strongest statement any budget has made: privatization. So we are actually reversing what did we do in 1969 nationalization bank. At least two banks will be privatized. Now we don't know, I don't want to speculate who are the candidates and what will be there, but it's a big leap of faith, and probably rightly so. Yes, we need public sector banks for certain purposes, for as an insurance against any market failure, to do certain work which other banks do not do. But rest of them, let be either work as a business enterprise, not as a government department. And one way of doing this is privatization. So it's starting. And the third part is, yes, if the consolidation, reducing the number of banks, privatization is changing the profile and the ownership of banks and the way they do. And one part I must say that even if we had not gone privatization in this formal way, there have been creeping privatization over a period of time. Typically, if you ask what's the market share of public sector banks, people will say 70%, 65%. Yes, 65% or 62%, 63%. That's the kind of market share. But that's the market share of the stock. Incrementally, the market share of public sector banks are in teens. If you see 2019 or 2020, even the deposits, for every 100 rupee new deposits come to the banking system, only 12 or 13 rupees or 15 rupees going to the public sector banks, despite being government owned and the sovereign country, rest all giving to the private bank. So if this flow continues, even if we don't formally privatize public sector banks, share will come down dramatically over the next 5 years. But we have gone for direct privatization. A part of it, why these new banks or the private banks are attracting, is the technology savvy, the digitalization. That's also changing the way banking is being done. That's a separate story altogether. We have started digitalization, post monetization in some way, but the wave actually did not carry on for long. And then, but this post-COVID digitalization has got a big boost. And what Mr. Nandan Nilekani has said, former Aadhaar boss, is this: what would have been done in years, now it's happening in weeks. And then at the same time, we are ready to get new banks. So we are seeing consolidation, lesser number of banks. We are seeing privatization, and we are also seeing new banks. Reserve Bank of India just recently announced there are 8 banks which have applied for 4 each for universal banks and 4 for the smaller banks. And there's a committee has been already set up to look into who would get the RBI nod. So related to this, the debate is still on, and there is no answer yet that should we allow corporations to get into banking. So traditionally, Reserve Bank of India has reservations whether Indian corporates should be allowed to get into banking. There's a committee which released his report, which is essentially, even though it was not a unanimous decision, but then the committee recommended that corporate should be allowed, and it's open for discussion. We do not know whether they will be allowed or not. But meanwhile, we are going for more bank. So consolidation, privatizations, and newer banks, both universal banks and small finance banks. And we wait whether the corporate would enter or not. Now, also at the same time, there's a feeling that we don't need only the new banks, we need also the different kind of banks. And one of them we experimented with is the payments bank. But for some reason, it has not taken off the way RBI would have thought it should have. 2015, there were 11 licenses were given. Um, I think three of them did not take the license. Eight of them actually started, and then two of them got merged into one, so it became seven, and that merged entity surrendered the license. So out of 11, actually six of them are working at the moment as a payments bank, but still they're in the search of right kind of business model, because on the one hand you have the universal bank and the small finance banks. Universal bank can do everything. Small finance bank also can do almost everything which universal banks can do, but in a smaller way. That's the one part. On the other part, you have the pure play payments player which are not regulated at all. And in between, the payments banks are sandwiched. They are hugely regulated, as regulated as the universal banks and the small finance bank, but their ability to do things are very different. So their bulk of the work, the three-fourth of the work, is only about whatever you call it, transferring money in a very loose way, transactions, and it's a very high margin. It's a very high volume, low margin business, and it demands a lot of investment, continuous investment in technology. So that's a challenge. More or less, it's forgiven that payment bank is not the experiment, has not been greatly successful, and which is why Reserve Bank of India said that some of the payment banks which want to become small finance bank, they can become also, they can apply for it, and in due course, I think they can become small finance banks. But the one thing is for sure, that in the Indian economy, where the vast major population is still, despite all this financial inclusion drive, despite the great success of Jan Dhan Yojana, still the market is huge, and there are many, many more banks can come, which is why the banking license is now on tap. Anybody can go and apply for a banking license, and the right kind of person, right kind of entity will get the banking license, might get time or not. So in sum, we are going through a turbulent time. Things were pretty good after the AQR, after the pandemonium, but the pandemic has derailed the smooth transition or migration of Indian banking from a very bad state, from hell, not to heaven, but at least to somewhere it was going. But now, as I said, the first wave they could withstand with their resilience, and the balance sheets pretty well. Second wave is a big threat, but we need to watch out for. We need to see what government does and what Reserve Bank of India does to handhold the banking system and to handhold our informal sector to withstand the problem. The future is digitalization. The future is more banks. The future is, we do not know whether corporate should be allowed to enter into banking or not. But we have a vigilant regulator, we have a responsive government, and we have a pretty responsible banking system as at this point of time. So I would say that pandemonium is over. Pandemic is still playing havoc, may not be the right word, having its impact on the system. But on the future, we are looking for many structural changes to strengthen the system. Financial sector stability has been kept intact. There is no threat at all. And let's be not euphoric, but cautiously optimistic on the future of Indian banking. With that note, I end. Thank you for listening. Thank you. Stay safe.
Thank you so much, sir, for that absolutely informative discussion, or rather lecture that you gave us on the banking situation in India. I think it's something that all of us wanted to know about, but never knew which questions to ask. So thank you for answering all our questions without us having to ask them. That's been a great start to day 2 of HOBNOB 2021. Our next session is called Innovation is the Magical Key. We have Samar Singla, Amit Narang, Kunal Nanwani in conversation with Vikas Bansal. Samar Singla is among the leading entrepreneurs in the country, and his expertise in data and analytics has spearheaded the growth of several major companies. He is the founder of Jugnu and Jungleworks, which offers SaaS-based platforms and has helped transform the on-demand industry. He's an avid traveler and an amateur photographer who likes to document the mundane and everyday world. He has worked for the University of Maryland, CERN, and IBM, dealing with large amounts of data and analytics. He is an alumnus of IIT Delhi and IIT Mumbai. Joining him, we have Mr. Amit Narang, founder and CEO of Paymart India Private Limited. Paymart has launched India's first virtual ATM, www.vatm.in, in association with ICICI Bank. Founder of FX Mart Private Limited, which was acquired by Flipkart 4 years back and has now rebranded as PhonePe. 30 years of experience in the financial sector, including foreign exchange, remittances, and prepaid instruments and e-wallets. He is also engaged in the business of sports and running the company in the name of Playmart India Private Limited. Our third panelist, Kunal Nanwani, is a serial entrepreneur who serves as the co-founder and CEO of Utrade, Hashcove, and Cove Identity. He has also co-founded startup investing network called Chandigarh Angels Network. Kunal is co-author at socially sustainable focused platform called Earther Foundation. Prior to starting his own ventures, Kunal has worked with Lehman Brothers, Nomura, and BNP Paribas in London. He holds a bachelor's degree in computer science from PEC, an MBA from ESSEC Paris. He's written and published books on blockchain called Squaring the Blockchain Circle and on social impact startups called Sociopreneur 0 to 1. Moderating the session, we have Vikas Bansal, who has worked across sales and distribution, product management, CLM, financial and strategic planning, customer experience, and analytics in his 20 years of corporate experience. Now, he's a productivity coach and a speaker who works in the area of entrepreneurship, communication, and sales performance. One of his videos has been featured in Josh Talks. His book, Be Your Boss, has been an Amazon #1 bestseller in India and US. He is also a guest faculty at IMT Ghaziabad and MBI Gurgaon. He's a graduate engineer from NIT Kurukshetra and an MBA from IIM Indore. Ladies and gentlemen, our first session for the day, Innovation is the Magical Key. Over to you, Mr. Bansal.
Hi. Hi, Samar, Amit, and Kunal. Great to have you on this session.
Hey guys.
So I have people, I would say, who are pretty experienced, people like Amit, who have more than 20 years of experience, and then we have youthful experience. I call it youthful experience. So Samar belongs to the other cadre. I'm the youngest of the lot. And Kunal, I have a special place for you because of the college you graduated from. My father happens to be an engineer from PEC Chandigarh. And that was way back in 1967. So I have some special memories of PEC Chandigarh to that extent. Great. Perfect. So we have a fair mix of people. So Amit has really worked across so many years, and he happens to be a graduate from KU, MBA from KU, Samar from IIT Delhi, Kunal from PEG. And the reason we're talking today is not because of the qualification, but for what they've done in the industry over the last so many years. And our topic today happens to be innovation is the magical key. And as the landscape becomes more competitive, we really would like to understand from these three gentlemen as to what they've done, what they understand about innovation, what are their views on the same. So I would request all of you. So let's say starting from the most experienced person, Amit, starting from you, then over to Kunal and Sabar. I would really like all of you to tell the audience about who you are, what prompted you to get into this venture, the venture you're currently in, and something about yourself to the audience. So starting off with you, Amit.
Yes, sure. Thank you. I have more than 30 years of experience in financial sector. Out of these 30 years, I have spent 23 years doing a job with 2 or 3 multinationals. I have spent most of my doing job for remittance and foreign exchange sector. Whatever network, Western Union or MoneyGram you find in entire country, that has happened under my supervision until 2013. In 2013, I left the job and started my own venture in the name of FX Smart, which was acquired by Flipkart in 2016. The PhonePe is that company. In 2016, again, I started 2 companies, one in the field of sports, business of sports, and we have 11 stores right now, which are most of them closed right now because of COVID, and one marketplace in the name of playmart.in, where you can buy the sports goods online. And one more company I started in the name of Paymart India Private Limited. Paymart is into the process of launching virtual ATM, India's first virtual ATM. In fact, we are the 5th company in the world to launch this. India is the biggest, largest cash economy of the world. And similarly, India is the largest ATM deficient country in the globe. We live in very good cities where we don't find any problem in finding ATMs, but 80% of the population, Indian population, has to travel 15 to 20 kilometers to withdraw cash. India has a 27 trillion rupees economy. India has 27 lakh crore रुपया circulation में है. Out of these 27 lakh crore rupees, 3 lakh crore rupees is withdrawn from ATMs every month, and around 7 lakh crore rupees is withdrawn from the banks by issuing checks. So in totality, 10 lakh crore rupees are withdrawn on monthly basis, either from ATM or bank branches, spent with merchants, and merchants deposit that money back into banks, and from banks that money goes to ATMs or banks branches. So that is how the circulation takes place. The 27 lakh crore rupees figure has the government has infused 6 lakh crore rupees in recent 8 to 10 months. Earlier, in pre-COVID levels, the figure was 21 lakh crore rupees. Now the government is saying that अभी गरीबों के अकाउंट में पैसा डाला है, SMEs को लोन दिया है, तो government is deficient of that money. So government printed that 6 lakh crore rupees and infused in the economy during last 8 to 10 months. So right now we have 27 lakh crore rupees in circulation, and as I said, 10 lakh crore rupees are withdrawn on monthly basis from ATMs or banks branches. That amount is going to touch to around 13 to 14 lakh crore rupees in next 4 to 5 or 6 months or by end of this year. So monthly transactions for cash withdrawal are 325 crore transactions happens on monthly basis, and it is expected that this transactions will touch around 450 crore transactions, monthly transaction by end of this year. So we are ATM deficient country. Branches are very less, only 1,80,000 bank branches for a population of 1 lakh 135 crore population. So I, in association with ICICI Bank, has launched a virtual ATM whereby next door shop will be converted into virtual ATM. The merchant will not require any kind of hardware. Merchant's smartphone will be his or her virtual ATM. And similarly, bank's customer need not to have any ATM card or any kind of card to withdraw cash. Bank's customers' smartphone will act as his or her virtual card. So it will be a totally cardless transaction where no ATM, no POS machine, no Aadhaar enabled payment system is required, and next door shop will be converted into virtual ATM and customer will be able to withdraw cash. So we have launched it on 31st January, only 2-3 months back, and have done around 1,000 transactions in the last 2.5 months. And a launch is expected to be announced in the end of May, most probably last week of May by the ICICI Bank. The launch will be announced during that period. So that is it about my project.
I am very sorry. I kind of had a bad internet connection. I had to switch over. Sorry for this. I was on my mobile listening to you. Thanks, Amit. Over to you, Kunal.
I forgot the question.
Kunal,
you just want us to okay.
Just was one introduction. So we had your introduction. Anything that you would like to tell about your venture? Anything to start off, right?
Okay. I'm just a tech entrepreneur, building bunch of tech, working with people, and trying to learn and grow in different spaces. And I guess just enjoy the journey as we go along. There's no end goal in mind. The goal is just to keep enjoying the process and learning and growing in whatever we can while we are in the search of some higher purpose, which hopefully drives us and defines more the meaning of life. That's briefly me, but otherwise qualification, academics, and otherwise I've done everything they tell you in 3 Idiots not to do. Don't be an engineer because everyone in India is one. Don't do MBA then because it's a waste, and then don't work in a bank. I did that as well. And don't follow the I guess the hypes that everyone does. So I did the startups too. So done quite a bit of things. I have 40 years of experience in life of living. Hopefully trying to now learn what it was all about, and next 40 I hope I'll make it count. That's me briefly.
Wonderful. Thank you. Yeah. Samar, anything from your side?
Hey guys, I'm Samar. I run 2 companies, Jugnu, JungleWorks. Essentially, they're both SaaS companies. We're trying to build an on-demand platform for companies that want to go on demand, but don't have millions of dollars to spend on tech. So yeah, briefly, that's pretty much it. And yeah, we are also I hope the COVID situation gets sorted soon in the country. It's very, so we are all remote work right now, across the country, and just staying put at home. And on the, very excited to be here talking about innovation. But yeah, I guess there's no formula for innovation.
We'll start off with you. So that now that you mentioned about 3 companies, 3 successful ventures, right? Jugnu, JungleWorks. So my first question, somewhere in fact, goes to you. So how do you really approach innovation? What really is innovation in your mind?
Yeah, so I mean, there is this. I think there are 2 things that I would like to say on this. The one thing is that for me, at least, personally, I think we don't I at least don't try to define innovation. It's more like, you do a bunch of experiments. A lot of them sound very stupid in the hindsight. Some of them sound very obvious in the hindsight, and the ones that sound obvious are the ones which are innovations. The other ones are just like stupid ideas, right? So I think that's how I approach it. And the good thing is that I just love doing it. All my experiments, whether it is making a failed jam in kitchen with my daughter, or running a startup. I mean, I do it not because, I want to succeed at it, because, my daughter tells me that, Papa, you fail most of the times, right? at everything. So I think that's the thing, it doesn't matter as long as you enjoy it. So I think that's the definition of innovation for me. But I think as you grow later, I mean, when companies start to get slightly larger, right, you have to change the innovation definition for the company, right? So you have to like really put in a structure of making people more comfortable with experimentation. I think, there's no, like, I don't think that the innovation competitions that companies, or, if you go to, let's say, a Unilever or Infosys, like what they'll do is they'll run a hackathon, right? I mean, these
Right.
days that's the
Sure.
craze, like run a hackathon and that will get you innovation.
Right.
I think that doesn't really work per se, because, you know, innovation is always happening with experimentation and within individuals. So I think all you want to do is put a framework in the company in terms of showing success to people who experimented and did well with that. So, that's pretty much it. So there's an institutional, innovation, and then there is innovation at personal level.
Perfect, perfect. So I have a great answer from somewhere. As per him, it's very simple. It's actually a bunch of stupid ideas. You execute a bunch of stupid ideas, and one of them clicks, and that's actually innovation. So brilliant. I'm sure, Sama, you're right. You really can't put a framework around innovation. Thank you. Thanks for your comments. So Kunal, anything about? So how do you approach innovation? Is it the same as what Sama said, or you feel there's a different approach?
Possibly somewhat similar, but my views on innovation are, I think it's a most overrated and overused and overabused term in all the startup pitches and all the corporate presentations.
Right.
Anybody who comes and tells me they're innovative, they are just faking it, or they don't really understand how the world works. Let me dumb it down for everyone. In my view, again, that's my opinion. Innovators never make money. Imitators do. Tell me one innovative company that was the only one doing it, and it was the first one at it, and it did well. Google was not the first search engine. Google was not the first search engine. Facebook was not the first social network. It is all about execution.
Right.
So just so we're clear, innovation is not needed in order to make a great business or a great or be the most successful company. All you need to do is follow the tide. Make sure you are not missing out when the shifts are happening. Means you don't need to be the first one. It's okay to be second, fifth, or 10th. That's okay, as long as you're able to execute better than everyone. Look at the biggest companies around. Jio is not the first telecom company, but they are just following the shifts and patterns better than others. They are moving faster, way ahead. And if they don't, then they become like Kodak and they shut down. They are not moving from print photos to the digital photos, for example. For them, for large corporates like Kodak, as an example, now that it's come to mind, they will run innovation challenges. They were the first one to build a digital camera with Apple, but none of them actually migrated towards that pattern, and both lost out. And Kodak definitely lost out big time, right? So innovation, I think innovators do not make money, imitators do. It is all about execution. But equally, the job of the leaders, all the entrepreneurs, and anyone who's interested in this, the job is to make sure you know when the patterns are shifting. If in COVID you're not prepared for work from home, you're not thinking mobility, you're not thinking digital, you're gonna miss out. Clearly, it's gonna be more an online world than it was before. It is gonna be less an offline world than it was before. So there are obvious patterns that happen. Just follow them for sure. If you can lead some of them, great, but you need not be the first one. And being first one actually is the most expensive thing, because you are the one who's experimenting, losing out, while others learn and execute it better than you. That's one on innovation, execution, and the money that follows, or the businesses that succeed. Secondly, of course, imagine the world, think again what you want to do, but do it with for the right reasons. Many people try to innovate in order to make money. That should not be the goal. The goal should be, like, for example, you want to learn, you want to challenge yourself, you want to experiment, you are willing to fail but still learn and grow, etc. There are many other reasons for which you may want to do innovation, but success in business is not one of them. It may overlap if you're lucky. Otherwise, it's okay to just follow the pattern. If you're just talking business, innovation should not be considered a big deal. It should be maybe thought about, follow the patterns, the big shifts, but do not be too innovative or do not talk innovation too much. Otherwise, there are jobs that people have in the big corporates and banks as well, chief innovation officer, and probably the most waste jobs I would imagine. I don't know what they're meant to do besides doing the usual stuff. So that's my 2 cents on innovation.
Perfect, perfect. So we have a pretty different perspective, I would say. So as per Kunal, what he said, it's innovation is all about understanding the shifts, the tectonic shifts in the market space. So a brilliant perspective. I mean, he says innovation is not really being the first one, but being able to understand the shifts and being able to adjust according to those shifts. So we have a brilliant perspective, definitely. So Amit, so now that two so-called youngsters, relatively youngsters, in
No,
this
they are
space.
well experienced. They are well experienced, although youngsters, but they are well experienced, well wise.
Perfect. So Amit, as per you, so you have more than I believe, as you said, about 3 decades of experience. So as per you, how do you approach innovation? You've had some brilliant product launches in your career. So
I
how would
think
you?
yes, very, very traditional answer. Whenever you want to address some kind of problem, you want to solve some problem, the innovation happens. Whether you are first mover or you are like Kunal said, 15th company, when you try to solve the problem, the innovation happens. चाहे वो जल्दी स्टार्ट हो चाहे वो 15 साल लें लेकिन innovation happens when you try to solve the problem. This is what I consider.
Perfect. So looking out for a solution to a problem is where innovation steps in. So that was a brilliant answer. Thanks, Amit. So Kunal, now I'm kind of tempted to come back to you because for the reason that you mentioned about innovative companies not making too much money, or I would take your other perspective when you said that it's not really important to be innovative to be making great money. So I mean, two different perspectives what you spoke about. Now I have one question for you. Is it really difficult to innovate? Because you said you need not be the first one, but is it in your mind, is it really difficult to innovate?
Innovation needs, I think, a lot of unlearning of the world we see around us. We are used to seeing the world in a certain way. We are used to imagining the world in a certain way. And many times, because of our presumptions, assumptions, and learning, more learning we get, less innovative we become because we are just taking things for granted. I'll give you an example, and this is less to do with companies, but just something I learned recently, which I found very interesting. Space and time are two things which all the scientists for the last 300 plus years have been taking for granted, that there is space, there is time. Now, within that, how does physics work? How does universe work? How does consciousness work? Various things they've tried to address. And one thing they never were able to address was consciousness. That what is consciousness? How does it come? How do you address it? And turns out there is one of the scientists, Donald Hoffman, who's come up with an idea that the space-time assumption we've taken all along for every single theory so far, that is the problem. Because we take it as an assumption that space and time around us exists. And that causes us to now look within the space and time for all the answers, whereas the consciousness's answer lies outside the space and time. He said, take that assumption out. And he's put out a great thing and proving that we are in a simulation and many other things if you believe in it. But the idea is that because we are so deeply involved in the world and we assume it as is, it's not easy always to think big and think from a fresh, childish perspective, let's say. That's what's needed to innovate, right? If you really want innovation, I mean, don't tell me that, you were doing something, we were doing this session in a conference, now we are doing it on a laptop with internet. It's innovation. Sure, it is an incremental improvement, borderline innovation, but it's not the end of the world. It's just slow process and, incremental and all. But to think big innovations, I think many times we have to unlearn a lot. And that's what most people are not used to. They would not like to be challenged on their assumptions. They would not like to undo the years to decades of learnings that they have. So that becomes a problem. As long as you can do that, you can be open to learning anything, be open to unlearning everything. You can imagine the world in a new way. But remember, we are all way more connected than we understand or comprehend well or appreciate well. We have our brain, some action, some neurons, some things I'm speaking, some things others are going to speak. We're going to learn and bounce off ideas off each other. It's way more connected than we actually appreciate. And through that, I think eventually new stuff does come out as long as people are not living on with the base assumptions and willing to unlearn. I think that's a challenge which most people face. Hence, they will always end up with a little bit of incremental improvement only, which they will call as innovation. But any big ones, you have to unlearn all the assumptions, reimagine the whole world. It is challenging. It's not easy.
Perfect. As you spoke, you mentioned about the scientist. I kind of remembered a book I read by Deepak Chopra many, many years back. I believe in my I am days, ageless body, timeless mind. I believe going forward, a lot of this spiritual talk and quantum physics are going to merge, and we're going to have some new
Correct.
meanings coming along.
Correct.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Samar, I will put the same question to you now that you're working in the SaaS space and as with the ventures you spoke about, the cutting edge of technology that you're working with. So is it really difficult to innovate in your industry or the work that you do?
So see, I disagree and agree with Kunal because I think the definition of innovation he puts out is such a tall order. It's tough to meet, right? So what in my personal view, I think that the incremental innovations are really what take people forward. And in his word, I think we are on the same page that people who make money, people who make a difference are actually incremental innovators or incremental improvers, right? Like I'm sure like somebody invented the wheel, and then the guy who put it on a bullock cart or something made more money, right? And the wheel maker was thinking, I mean, I was kind of like nobody would know me. I think that's kind of the sad part about it. But that's life. I mean, what can you do? Yeah, I mean, so what we think is fair enough, keep trying to innovate, or don't worry too much about innovation, the word per se. But as long, so for example, in my opinion, right, what I do is whenever I'm feeling, let's say, low, or I'm feeling clueless, I just talk to like 10 random customers, 20 random customers, right? Mostly on or like do this ask me anything kind of with customers and stuff. And I always get like 10 ideas, right, which are like my customers are giving to me. So they're not like rocket science ideas, right? But they're more like small little things that I can do. Some of them are a bit novel, somebody else is not doing it, or most of them are fairly like obvious. So I think we try to prioritize according to what what our customers would like and stuff, and some of our knowledge and on trends, right? And trends are super critical, right? So I think and then there is some collective innovation that happens, right? If you see, you know, all the metrics, all the things, like Amazon is the most innovative company in the world today because they announced most patents, they announced most updates and stuff. It is true also to a certain extent, because if you start measuring these incremental changes, the large changes, or if you see AWS, that's clearly in a large innovation, right? I mean, a company comes out of nowhere selling books, or like an e-commerce giant builds the first large cloud network or company in the world. That's very odd, right? So of course this is the unlearning which took them there, but it also is fueled by the fact that they were actually measuring or focused on these incremental changes. So I think what you can control is these incremental steps. Innovation is always easy to see in the hindsight, and like some people will get lucky with these steps going in the right direction. But I think you shouldn't think too much about it. That's my thesis. Like the idea is, don't think too much about like whether you are innovating or not. You should think about whether you are like striving for new experiments or these incremental steps or not. And if we make, I come from physics, right, background. Like I was a nuclear physicist. You typically get beam time once every 5 years for like 2 hours, right? And out of that 2 hours, it was pretty sure that for 1 hour, you won't, like, something or else would go wrong, some sensor would burn out and stuff like that. And it's like just impossible to do kind of nuclear physics, because there's just so much patience involved, right? And so getting that Nobel Prize or something. In fact, my guide who almost got the Nobel Prize in physics, and his biggest problem in life is that he didn't get the Nobel Prize. He only has like 100 patents from IBM. And he told me that physics is more about marketing and and sales than about innovation. Like this is like one of the Stuart Parkin, he invented hard disk, right? So this is that guy speaking, right? So I think Kunal is absolutely right, and it's an unfair world. Marketeers make money, innovators don't. But the reality is, if you are having fun in innovation and you're doing it, and you have a team of people who are actually commercializing it, is that's when you should do it. So yeah, I mean, just keep taking the small steps. And to be honest, I don't think I've had any big steps so far. So I think, but I would still keep taking those small steps, and you should do. So keep doing that, and something will figure out or not. That's the idea, I think.
Perfect, perfect. So just adding on to what Kunal said, so as per Samar, the incremental steps are equally important. I mean, as he says, gone are the days when we'll have another, let's say, Hyperloop coming in. So Hyperloop is already there, right? So we'll have incremental changes. So if one Hyperloop takes you to Mumbai in about 2 hours, we'll have another Hyperloop taking you to Mumbai in 1 hour. So a lot of these incremental changes which will happen. And so it's like offering more respect to the word innovation. So some big bang changes will possibly happen once in a decade, but we really need to be looking out for those incremental changes or innovations. So Amit, so from you, so how would you really approach innovation? You've had a long, illustrious career. How would you approach innovation? And is it really difficult? Is it really difficult in your mind?
It's a difficult task, and throughout my 30 years, I have spent a lot of time in traveling across the country, and I try to address the problem being faced by the masses. Like in financial sector, being in financial sector, I as on date I find 80%, more than 80% of the population doesn't have proper access to banking system. So I try to find solution for masses who are deprived of this financial transactions. There is no bank, no ATM, the internet is weak. So I try to find solution for masses. And when you try to find solution for masses, a lot of money is spent on those things. So money is spent, like Kunal said, it generally goes waste. And whenever you want to innovate, the credit doesn't go to you. So that things happen, but ऐसी जिंदगी है, that happens with everyone. Credit always doesn't go to the innovators. Generally, the followers, whoever takes the speed, who catches the speed, are able to win. That is how the life goes.
So, Amit, carrying on with this thought now, see, most of us, so let's say, have worked with some large organizations as well. Samar obviously has created his own large organization ever since he graduated. But so Kunal has worked with some of the large organizations. Amit, you worked with some large organizations. I also had the fortune of working with, let's say, Bharti Airtel or the Tatas or HCL. Now, when we were working in some of these large organizations, we had, Kunal, we had more flexibility to fail, if I would to use that word. Now you're entrepreneurs. I also handle my own organization. I believe somewhere in our mind that flexibility kind of gets reduced because of the bandwidth that we're operating in. So let's say Kunal, Amit, let's say having worked in some of those large organizations wherein you had those budgets, you could really experiment, to now running your own enterprises, right? Somewhere to now running your own enterprises, wherein you may not want to put too much at stake. So I had this question to you, starting off with you, Amit. So do you really think the entrepreneur's mindset really makes a difference to the kind of innovative approach that his or her company may adopt? So having come from, let's say, a corporate background wherein you had more flexibility to fail, would that really rub off on your mind versus someone who's really not worked with some large corporates and is starting off on his own? Would that risk-taking ability or would that ability to innovate be different between both these kinds of entrepreneurs?
Yes,
what do you think?
Yes, money backup must be there. If you have a money backup, you are flexible enough. If you don't have that money backup, the flexibility you have to manage according to the situation. So whenever you have an innovation, a new idea in your mind, that is how when you leave the job. Out of frustration, if you leave the job, that thing doesn't happen. that goes into waste. I am of the view that flexibility happens when money backup is there. When you have good idea, money comes thereafter, but you have to spend a good amount of money, good amount of time to get the things matured. So innovation is of, like Kunal said, innovation goes waste if that backup is not there. So after leaving that corporate culture, that corporate style of working, you have to mold yourself according to the business needs, according to the requirements of the new business, and the financial resources you have. You have to mold yourself according to that.
Okay, so as per Amit, yes, that flexibility, as per him, it does come down once you step out from a big corporate because of
Yes.
the availability of the funds. That flexibility to innovate may just come down. Kunal,
Yeah.
would you agree with Amit? Because again, you've worked with some of the large organizations. So,
Yeah, so I'm not sure if I agree with that, but again, different perspective. We will be probably talking past each other, but I'll just try to comment on the point you're trying to make here. My perspective is the biggest killer of innovation in large companies is the fixed salary people are getting.
okay,
The backup that is meant to be a positive for them is actually the reason why innovation never comes from large companies. Let me explain. Assume you work for General Electric. This, and I'm making this example I'm giving is almost a real one. Okay, I'm just naming some different people and different companies, but it's a real one. General
okay,
Electric set up a unit in Hyderabad or Bangalore with 4,000 people trying to build a better, faster, cheaper electric bulb. Some bulb, okay? They achieved in 5 years' time with 4,000 people, they achieved like 70% more energy saving, bit more life, bit more cheaper, blah, 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 some stuff. Then there were a bunch of 8 people who got out from the General Electric or some other company and set up their own startup, and they had no money. And they wanted to address the same problem. They didn't know what they will achieve. Will they achieve 70% efficiency or 90 or none? They achieved 99% efficiency. They built the bulb, which was 10 times cheaper. They built it in the time which was 5 times less compared with General Electric, and they built it with the number of people 8 versus 4,000. The difference was that for these startup guys, this was it. If it works, their families eat. If it doesn't work, their families go hungry. They had everything to lose. That's why startups actually make the difference, not the big companies. For the big company, how would a big company work? I'm, let's say, VP R&D. I'll go and I'll say, okay, I'm doing this. Then I'll say that, oh, you pulled my resources, or I didn't have enough people, or COVID happened, or something else happened. I'll have a million excuses. And, I know that I'll get paid monthly, so I'm not bothered. Beyond a point, I'm not bothered. It's my job. It's 9 to 5, 9 a.m. to 5 a.m., 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. But for the startup entrepreneur, it's 9 a.m. to 5 a.m. or whatever it takes. So actually, it's like, in circus, if you see that they put the safety net beneath when you're, doing the ropes and jumping around, the moment you put the safety nets, people start falling. This is a corporate job for you trying to do innovation. You take the safety nets out, put the startup entrepreneurs up there, nobody falls. That's the difference. This monthly salary is the biggest killer of entrepreneurship and startups and innovation. Okay, the moment you give it, nothing will be achieved. That's the simple reason why startups achieve so much, large companies don't.
perfect. So Kunal is pretty vociferous. He says, "पूंछ में आग लगी हो तो सब कुछ हो जाता है, monthly salary मिलती है." See, to an extent, but Kunal, now in my 2 decades of corporate experience, so I worked with an organization wherein for a year I was handling so-called, I wouldn't call any fancy surname, but I was handling their innovation portfolio. Now, if I were not to be on a monthly salary, I didn't know what. So I had 10 different projects running at the same time. I didn't know which one would succeed. But you're right. Had I been more on a variable pay, I mean, I would have strived all the more to make at least one of those projects a success. I somehow get what you're trying to say to that extent. पूंछ में आग लगी हो तो काम जल्दी हो जाता है. बिल्कुल, बिल्कुल.
Yeah, it's just like Summer said as well. You try 10 things and you prioritize the resources. You do one thing and drop the others. So that's the prioritization you do in a startup, and then one works. Otherwise, you shut it down. Or if it works great, then you put all the resources and make it the big business. That's how Summer has evolved. Many of us have evolved. That's exactly it. And for large companies, none of those 10 projects would ever become a real business. That's the problem. they'll always have you and others replacing others, and that's just a continued cycle, but no innovation there.
Perfect. Samar, now you don't carry the baggage of having worked with so-called a very large company. I mean, we're happy that you created three large companies and you not having to work for a large company. But now that you don't carry that baggage, which the three of us did carry to an extent, right? So, do you really feel the innovative ability or the flexibility gets hampered in a smaller organization because of the availability of funds, as Amit was pointing out? Or do you really feel it's the other way around?
So first of all, I actually did work for IBM for 2 months.
So I said not a very long time. Yes, that's
Exactly. No, I'm not correcting you. What
I thought you were saying not a large company. Okay.
No, no. So see, I'll tell you what, when I actually went there, what I loved was that IBM, I mean, at least in the past, it used to be a research organization, right? Like all the fancy offices, and the research was completely different from commercial. So I was working in IBM Almaden. It was like in middle of a jungle, like literally a jungle, rattlesnakes, deer, what you have, like, every single thing was running around. People would cycle and stuff like that. It was like almost a scientist paradise, right? I mean, live in a beautiful jungle and, just work on science. And then they had this like commercial piece, which is like completely different. Like, like I never went there. I never knew what it was. And it worked beautifully, right? So because my thesis was that I eventually want to, let's say, 50 years down the line, want to build an IBM in India. That was my dream, right? I'm still like working towards it, and I think I'm still far away, but we'll get there, right? To whatever
sure.
extent we can. So the idea is, I think, large company, small company, it's about the commitment, right? Some companies are committed to innovation, right? You look at Google, you look at Amazon, you look at IBM, and the moment they stop getting that commitment, like, Intel, like it was doing great, it was innovating, it was always on the forefront. The moment that, that commitment from top level kind of was not there, they started to stumble, right? Same thing, Samsung, like starting with the selling fish, and now like literally the largest electronics company in the world in, some matrix and stuff. So what I would say is, it's about commitment. It's not about being small company versus small companies have advantages in terms of, being able to have the top bandwidth. Like, in my company, I am the innovator, right? I mean, let's say I fail, people succeed. That's what we say. If it's success, then it's my employee's success, but if it's a failure, it's my failure, right? So I have the luxury to do that. In a large company, we don't have that, but we do have slightly more budgets. As Kunal said, the moment you start getting a salary, you don't want to innovate, right? That's true. But so there are pros and cons, but there have been examples where, people who were salaried, they became intrapreneurs rather than entrepreneurs, right? They would go to their people, companies, and say, okay, let's spin this off. Like some of these, Heroku, such great companies have come out as spin-offs. So that model is also, now corporates have started to realize what Kunal is saying, and
Right.
saying that, okay, let's build intrapreneurs and, spin those companies off into small companies. So get advantage of the capital of a large company, and the nimbleness of the small company. So, like all these MBAs or all these like analysts somewhere, they're like analyzing all the world and like picking the good things from all the models. So, but again, like somebody is going to come out of nowhere, like a Mark Zuckerberg, and build something great, right? So I think to answer your question, I think small companies actually work better at innovation because they have more commitment to it. But yes, they need backing in terms of money. So I'm taking like the best of both worlds from Kunal's and answer, and kind of saying that, you give bunch of money to a small company or a founder, and let them be, right? If the ownership is, let's say, being owned by a large company, that's okay. I mean, or a VC fund, that's okay. But they might burn a lot of money, but and I might hate it because as a competitor, I'll say, what is going on? This is like complete nuts. But that's the reality. I mean, they are innovating at some point, right? If you see like the kind of innovation all these large burn-driven or entrepreneurial companies or even intrapreneurial companies have done, in 10 years' time, I think the impact is positive. Is there a lot of disruption in between? Yes, but you can't help it.
Perfect. Perfect. So we have a pretty balanced view, and some of the reason you mentioned about this term on entrepreneurs, right? So incidentally, I run a signature program on entrepreneurship for a couple of organizations. So that's what I intend to inculcate in some of these large organizations. Yeah. So it's been a very
To it now. So I think it's you are on the point here. What you're doing is working really.
no, so again, with my 2 decades of experience, I just try to bring in those points which I, as an employee who was not thinking or what I should have thought about. So I can bring in that experience when I kind of design some of these programs. So it's been wonderful talking to you. So as just to summarize, I mean, we've had some great perspectives. So innovation is all about problem solving. Innovation is all about some incremental efforts as well, right? It's not really a big bang theory. And a small company or large company ultimately boils down to the commitment that you have. But yes, to keep innovating, you should not be innovating just to make money. As Kunal pointed out, the imitators make a lot more money than what the innovators do. But it's really important to stay relevant, to see those tectonic shifts, to be there in that space, in that crucial space when the time demands of you. So it's been a great discussion with all three of you. So Kunal, Samar, and Amit, thanks a lot for being in this session. We'll be back to Anshuman. Thank you. See you.
Catching up. And
Thank you. See you.
Thank you. Thanks, guys. Bye.
Thank you so much. That was a wonderful, wonderful session. So much to learn about not just innovation, but how to approach life and a business in general. Just remember to never stop learning. Speaking of learning, our next session is one that I'm sure will have a lot more for you to take away. It's called Balanced Leadership in a Crisis. In this session, we have Mrs. Charu Bali, Mr. Pratap Agarwal, Dr. Sanjay Tyagi in conversation with Kashish Mittal. Mrs. Charu Bali is an IPS officer who's presently the additional DGP of Haryana. She is a 1995 batch IPS officer who has remained posted in various important positions, including Commissioner of Police, Panchkula. She is an alumnus of Punjab University and holds a master's degree in Women's Studies, Gender and Discrimination. Our second panelist is Pratap K. Agarwal, co-founder and present managing director of IDS Infotech Limited. He is a seasoned entrepreneur and experienced technology executive with a track record of success. He's a pioneer of the IT industry in the region and enjoys great respect from the large fraternity. He has proven himself to be an innovator and trendsetter by spearheading numerous initiatives to improve the overall posture of the IT industry and related education. Joining them is Dr. Sanjay Tyagi, one of the founding members of Software Technology Parks of India. He joined STPI in 1994. Presently, he holds the post of Director in Software Technology Parks of India, Chennai jurisdiction, under the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology. Dr. Tyagi has spearheaded STPI in reaching out to Tier 2 and 3 cities, spreading out the STPI footprint to these locations since 1998. Dr. Tyagi has also contributed to India's digital push in terms of supporting startup ecosystems and established the Center of Excellence in FinTech at Chennai in a collaborative environment. He has also been appointed as the CEO of FinBlue. Moderating this very esteemed panel is Kashish Mittal, a gifted and accomplished Hindustani classical vocalist representing the Agra Gharana style of music. He is recognized as an A-grade artist by the All India Radio and Doordarshan and an established artist by the Indian Council for Cultural Relations, Government of India. Kashish is considered as one of the very promising young artists of Agra Gharana and has carved a special place for himself in the Indian classical music scenario. He is also a former IAS officer and a computer science graduate from IIT Delhi. Ladies and gentlemen, balanced leadership in a crisis. Over to you, Mr. Mittal.
Thank you so much, Ritu, and I'd like to thank the Vibrant Networking Forum for giving us this opportunity to speak to our audiences on this very crucial topic that is grappling, I think, our entire country and the world at large. So I also welcome all our esteemed fellow panelists for this discussion. And having gone through a round of introduction, maybe we can jump directly to the discussion at hand, and which is essentially balanced leadership in a crisis, right? I think we all know that organizations, both in the industry, private sector, public sector, and so on, often go through phases of crisis from time to time, and it is a strong and balanced leadership that is crucial to sort of steer the organizations through those phases. And given the present times also that our country and the world at large is facing because of the pandemic situation at large, so I think this discussion becomes even more important for organizations at large. So I'll start with the discussion in the sense, and the first question that we could probably talk about is, what are the factors, right, that essentially contribute to a successful and balanced leadership, especially in a crisis? And I'll request the panelists also to probably talk from their experiences in leading various organizations from time to time, and how I think a successful leader could steer the organizations through crisis situations. So I'll request Charu ma'am to probably give us her views to start with.
Good morning, Kashish. Good morning, everybody. It's such a pleasure to see, well, even if virtually, so many people. It's a very important topic, like you said, Kashish. And I guess all of us are seeing this in our everyday lives now. Even if we are leading our households also, we are seeing this. And of course, I start this discussion with a very heavy heart, in the sense that there's so much of crisis right now. I'm in Gurgaon right now, and like the rest of the country, I'm sure the NCR region is also seeing its daily toll of people passing away, of the tragedies that are visiting everybody, the stress that doctors and other administrators are under. And I just got a message that one of my seniors succumbed to COVID in the morning. And so this is a tough time. This is a tough time for all of us who are trying to grapple with this. And I just wish everybody good health. I wish that we, as a human race, get through this with dignity and grace and strength and some learnings. And I hope this discussion too will, help us see the way forward, help us get some encouragement, some support in things that all of us are doing, not just all of the four of us whom I can see on the screen, but also everybody else in this world. So with that, I would just say, like you're very right, leadership crisis is something, which really shows the way forward, I guess. Also throws up leaders and tells us what the quality of leaders is. And the whole idea of crisis is probably that there is no blueprint for a solution. There is no ready-made blueprint for a solution, and the existing systems also get into a chaos. And therefore, there are certain things, which are very, very important during a crisis. I was just thinking about it, and I just thought the things which are really important is primarily to build and maintain legitimacy.
Right.
And a very important tool of that is transparency. So I guess within the organizations, whether it's government or outside, like if I talk about the police department, and within the department and outside the department, for people who are your end users or your customers or the public that you serve, as well as the department within, or the government
Right.
within. So I guess transparency is very important. We need a full sense of engagement, during a crisis. We need clear communication. So I guess the idea is to seek credible information, to give out credible information, to use clear, appropriate channels of communication, and and continuously keep finding the issues on which information may be required by people. Which basically comes back to engagement, that we need to also have a feedback system, a very
Right.
strong feedback. And I guess if you regularly engage and you have set communication systems and channels, you will get feedback faster. And what they talk about, in the corporate world and organizational behavior, there's some very nice jargons which have been thrown up, which are very useful, right? So you have these 3 R's, review, repeat, reinforce. So these,
Right.
I think that's the primary thing. Transparency to ensure legitimacy is the primary thing which I can think of. It's important to be visible. It is important to be present. And I think another very important aspect is that the human aspect of the
Yes.
crisis, the idea that how is it going to impact human beings. So while we need, like in neurology, they say it's very important to learn something or to have good neural pathways. You need to have a diffuse mode and a focused mode, and alternate between that. And so I guess the idea is, while we follow numbers, we follow majorities, we also understand that every fraction of a percentage is actually a person, a
Yes.
human being who's actually getting impacted by this psychologically, physically, whatever the idea may be. In business, people may lose money or something like that, may not see what their futures are. So that's one important thing. Then the second thing, flowing from this is, which I see in my organization, as an important feature to take care of is that, so when we talk about the human impact, do we also factor in the human beings who are working within our organizations, right?
Yes.
So it comes to 2 things. First, I think it's very important for leaders to understand, have an overall view of how each and every human being in their organization functions. For example, if I would say, one very early learning for me used to be, it's a very simple thing, but I thought it made me handle my jobs better, was, like, suppose there's an office in the building. So the idea was to go through every part of the building so that I know, from where every person comes, whether it is somebody who's serving water, whether it is the public who are coming in, whereas it is the different clerks, who are going to sit in different cabins, and how do they come in, how do they go out, where do they drink water, So
Right.
I guess that is one. It's important to know how overall your physical spaces and your companies or your organizations work, and what is the job of every person, so that you know how it impacts. Suppose
Right.
there is a barricade, one shouldn't lose sight of the fact that the clerk coming into your office, or the person who's coming to clean your office, will also have some issues with that barricading. So I mean, it's
Right.
a simple thing, but I think it goes a long way in us understanding, or responding well. Then I think, although I'm saying it later, but a very important thing is recognizing the crisis, right?
Yes.
One has to recognize that this is a crisis situation, because what recognizes does is, and in government, of course, there are very fixed structures, and I guess they have to be with the kind of in many public institutions, because of the kind of engagement we have, with so many people right now. But recognizing a crisis leads us to another thing, which is very important, is to just let go of those rigidities, and to use them only when they serve your higher purpose, right? And so many times, our, as leaders, sometimes we see our jobs and they become also as, ensuring that systems are followed for their own sake. And sometimes it is useful, because let's say, if I would say about the police, certain systems of, let us say, arrest, how do we talk to the people, the complainants, those things are set, right? And they need to be set. But in a crisis, it is very important to understand that many of our known structures may or may not work. And therefore, it's important to shift the focus from just processes to the larger goal which is to be achieved, and then be ruthless and strong in breaking down whatever is required to be broken down at that point of time. A very good idea is to create networks of teams instead of just a hierarchy. Make sure
Yes.
those teams are speaking between themselves. Make sure that they are speaking outside the organizations. And another very important thing, I think, for leaders to ensure in a crisis is to give psychologically safe spaces to discuss issues. So that people can come up with their ideas, people can express their fears, because people within your teams and your organizations, if they express their fears, you get some idea of how other people would be feeling as well, amongst other things. Very important time to be open to questions, which as leaders sometimes we are not very fond of.
Yes.
Also, completely decrease punishments. So because mistakes will be made in a crisis, there will be mistakes, especially the people who may respond very quickly, who may be the first ones to respond. For example, if in this COVID crisis, I would say, initially the WHO had said very initially in the pandemic that there was no need to wear masks, right? And as an anecdote, when WHO said that, we were wearing them, and the moment it was decided that we have to wear masks, I think a lot of us decided not to. So mistakes will be made, and therefore it's very important to just put away the punitive part for the time being. Because what is really important at this point of time is character, maybe even more important than skill. And that is how do you make sure that character is rewarded, that character is built up, that the best parts of our characters come up, is probably the job of the leadership to show. Very important thing again, I think, prioritize. So when we say speak to people humanely, express yourself humanely, right? Don't punish this, that. Very important to know what is the priority. So I guess that is the main, if you know that this is a crisis, this is the overall objective of your organization, and then it becomes very easy to prioritize. Do we prioritize the form? Do we prioritize the fact that everybody must attend the meeting? Or so-and-so did not say, salute me very smartly? Or something else is the priority, is the priority at that point of time. And some things I can probably quickly say is some of the things we should not do as leaders. Some of the things leadership should not do is, isolate and trap themselves in a sliver, that little sliver at the top, saying, putting yourself in responsibility alone. I am responsible for only this, right?
Yes.
You cannot do that. For example, you cannot use things like no sweat off my back at this point of time, right? It has to, you have to own everything, right? And I think another thing is seeing power as the privilege to influence decisions, influence behaviors, influence motivations to achieve the goal, rather than go just for a power-based thing.
Sure.
I'm at the top of the hierarchy kind of thing. I think another thing which helps is not to isolate or dehumanize themselves. I think leaders should try not to sort of, isolate themselves or project themselves as something separate and different from the rest of the world. That, I guess, really helps. And, in the end, I'll just wrap it up by saying that ultimately it is the principles which you live by as an organization,
Yes.
as what you value. So the principles of, let us say, integrity. So all of this has to be visited by integrity, right?
Yes.
So the values of integrity, courage, the integrity of accepting your mistake and moving on. I guess these are the principles on which any crisis, any leadership will be successful. But I guess what is also then that leads us to the fact also that what they say is the more you sweat in peace, the less you bleed in war.
Absolutely.
I think it's very, very important for leaders to ensure that their organizations visit these values regularly, that these values are regularly nurtured in our systems, so that, when the time really comes for any crisis, and even normally, it is these principles which run our organizations, and not, I mean, those should be the primary movers of our organizations, right? So I guess
Wonderful, Ram. That's a great set of factors and principles that you listed out, from communication to legitimization, the human aspect, and of course the age-old mantra of prevention is better than cure, as they say. So I'll let Mr. Pratap Agarwal share some of his experiences on leadership in a crisis, building on to what Charu ma'am said. You're on mute, sir, if you'd like to.
They say this is the most like spoken dialogue you are on mute.
Yes, in the last year at least, yes.
And I think, but thank you, Kashish. Charuji has, I think, covered fairly large spectrum of this, and thank you so much for that. And I have Dr. Sanjay Tyagi, who's who's a foundation and who's in one of the reasons I'm here today in this call, probably because when I was building my company, really at the first levels, I was interacting a lot from him, from the government and the government side, and all the support I got at that time, really what we are today.
Great.
But I think Charuji covered almost the whole spectrum in both East, West, and North, South, and it's very good. But I think one or two things I'll add to that, but from my own company, and I can share you, and I'm not making it up. Today morning, I lost 2 family members in NCR region to COVID. Today, out of the 9 people who report to me, 3 are infected and they are not coming to the office. Out of the, I don't know how many of them, at what different levels they are in. We have all kinds of work. It's the first time this is happening in the IT industry. All our clients are asking us to do more than what they ever asked us to do. I'm sure some people in the IT industry can vouch for it. So we have close to 130 vacancies today. We have never seen that kind of situation today. So look at this. This is the morning on Sunday morning, and I got up and I have these 3 things in front of me as a very important thing. And of course, all the news which you read last night, except for a good cricket match, which you see, but otherwise, all the information is kind of on the head. And then obviously several other kinds of crises. Probably some of you know I've gone through in the recent times in the company. But back to your point, I think one or two things which I thought you touched on them, and I think I'll repeat maybe on a coffee. One is look at the crisis into the eyes. As a leader, I think no way. Many of us in the business, of course, you come from much more structured sides in the businesses. We come from whatever our families and whatever we could build from. कहते हैं ना रोज के धक्के खा के जो सीखा है वही रहता है. So the point comes in that one कि many times we tend to say, why it's happening to me? The first reaction always comes here, why is happening to me? Why I'm the only one who get always into this situation? But I think that is first thing we need to avoid. We need to look at the crisis into the eyes and say, look, it's my problem. I need to deal with it. Whether it's my company's problem, it's my family problem. And we tend to delegate it. My problem is the biggest thing which I can share with others. Don't delegate the crisis. Don't delegate. Right. Don't tell me, look, this is somebody else. And it's very easy. I can always call somebody else. And I know this is going to be very unpleasant. So I'm sitting in a pleasant room and let somebody else do the unpleasant thing. Don't do that. You need to deal with that unpleasant part of it yourself. And whether it's all kind of unpleasantness you need to deal with related. That is one thing I thought I'll bring up right up front. That helps. The second thing which I want to talk about in this situation is, I think, the strength of your family. You talk about, in a crisis time, many times you tend to, as you use the word the sliver, you tend to go into that zone. I think there should be humility. There should be enough humility to seek help from others, and also get some strength from your family members. Do no harm. Go and say, look, I'm in trouble. I need to talk. I need to talk to you. Or I need you to talk to me. And I'm like, I can repeat. I've done it with my daughter. I've done it with my wife. I've done it with my friends. And you just got to say, look, I'm in a situation which this is a situation I'm in. Let's talk. They may not be able to help, but just talking and not being alone and thinking, hey, look, I'm doing this. I think strength of your family and a strong belief in yourself, I would say, in your own self, helps you stay calm at that time. That helps you stay very calm and say, look, I'm talking to somebody. So and the third thing which I like to, I mean, you already talked about um, transparency in a big way. It was big note on me, but I think Charuji has covered transparency and sense of purpose in a good way. I won't repeat, but I think I'll use a line plan B. As a company leaders, we always should have a plan B. I think many times we tend to, when a crisis is up, of course we have to deal with it, but start building a plan B. Plan B needs to be in the place. Many of us talk about it, but don't execute the plan B. Plan B has to emerge into as a leader's mind. Maybe others may not be knowing, others may not be aware, but you start building a plan B. And think about all our old stories. Think about all old stories. There is somebody who had a plan B, so he could come out with that subsequently. And I think that is another third thing I would say a recommendation: have a plan B available to you while you're dealing with other aspects of the crisis. So I'll leave it at this point, and then we'll come back as we go in circle, I guess. Kashish, I'll leave it at
some very valuable insights also, and I must say that though governments are often come from structured hierarchies and setups, but I think what learnings one has in the private sector and building an industry are also really valuable, and I'm sure very useful for our audiences also today. I'll come to Dr. Tyagi to talk about some of his experiences of handling crisis situations and what are the factors that contribute to the leadership in that context.
Thank you, Kashish, for taking me in. Good morning to Charu ma'am, Pratap ji. Very nice to see you again.
Same, very nice.
It was wonderful working with you so many years before. And I really cherish my memories of spending my time since 1998 to 2008 in Mohali as the director STPI there. And it was a great job that we have done. That time also we have faced so many challenges. And the leadership quality has come to the fore, and the people and the team matters, as you know very well. There are a few people who came and joined, and they have changed the entire scenario. They understood the whole issue. They understood the problem. They accepted the hard realities, and they tried to change. They have started from there. So probably in the present circumstances also, this is very true. And as Madam started saying, that we should accept the reality. We should come out from the denial. As soon as you will come out from the denial and accept the reality, probably it will give you a lot of calmness, and it will give you a different perspective to handle the whole situation. So the present situation is one of the worst situation we have ever handled. I only remember the one situation which we have handled, which was 9/11. Which was a very, very localized event which happened in US, and we took 4 years to come out from that, from that event. The economic recession came. It took 4 years to come out from there. So this is the only catastrophic event which we have seen, and after that, probably it is one of the biggest tsunami of the events which is happening right now. And my heart goes to all those who have lost their nears and dears. And Pratapji told me about these 3 relatives. My heartfelt condolences for that, sir. Yes, leadership. I mean, this is the time when we all have to show the leadership. Me and Charu ma'am are in the government sector. Probably we have to show different type of leadership. And Pratapji is an entrepreneur. He don't have a fixed salary. He has to, wake up early and work for all 1,000 people who are working under him. And probably Kashish is also in the same category, who all have to show the different type of leadership. So probably this is the time when a leader has to, have to make a lot of sacrifice, and that sacrifice is not have to be symbolic. It has to be substantive. We have to make a lot of sacrifice. We have to listen, stated and unstated voice of the people around us. We have to listen to them. We have to calm them down, and we have to tell them that we are always with you, and we will be understanding all your issues, probably in a more empathetic way. And as I said, that honesty, a leader has to be very, very honest right now. I mean, if he say that I do not know this, he should accept as fast as possible that I do not know, and I'm looking for a leadership outside from my domain, outside my company. And that's come the concept of the distributed leadership, where we have the mentors outside who are looking towards us to give us the advice. And probably we should learn it more in the government. we are actually shying to go for the outside help, and we try to handle the situation as per the resources in hand. But probably this is the time when we should, whatever we know, we should go out and look for the mentorship, talk to the experts, and try to handle the situation. That is a different type of the different aspect of the leadership we should we should adopt to. As far as the entrepreneurship is concerned, it's a different ball game. Corporate sector is a different ball game, and this time, this specific time, have shown us that we should stop loving to whatever the innovation we have done in the pre-COVID era. The post-COVID era requires something else from us. We have to be innovative now in a different way, as per the new requirement, as per the new situation which are in hand, and probably those innovation which we have done pre-COVID era may not be relevant. So there should not be any fascination about them. We should be very quickly accept that we would be we have to do something else, and we have to go back to the drawing room and our table and discuss with everybody that what we have to do in future to take care of this. The last but not the least is this, that as I said, it is a tsunami. There are many people who are making the walls to handle this tsunami, and there are many people who are making the windmills to take advantage of this situation, so that they can find out that there is also an opportunity. And as Pratapji said, that IT industry have immense opportunity right now. As you said in my introduction, that I'm also handling the FinBlue, a center of excellence in fintech. As per my feedback, the fintech adoption rate, digital adoption rate, has gone 5 times in last 1 year. We have leapfrogged 5 years in 1 year, and all the people who are fence sitting for the adoption of the digital platform, they have actually come onto that. So this is an opportunity also, and we have to identify those sectors where these opportunities are, and leadership is job to reach out to the many people and understand their problems and try to solve their issues with their resources. I would like to stop it here. And
absolutely, thanks so much, Dr. Tyagi. I think honesty, as you said, in one's leadership approach, and constant innovation to sort of leapfrog from one crisis to another is very essential to stay afloat for any organization, be it in the public or private sector. I also remember from my experiences, I think in the field, mostly in the in the IAS, and there used to be many law and order situations from time to time, and we used to be guided by our seniors. I remember very clearly that you need, as a leader, you need to have a very, very cool temperament, right, to be able to deal with any crisis or law and order problem. And I think empathy is again a very, very crucial aspect. Like ma'am said, right, those figures are not just figures, and just like that, we used to be told that the files that we often deal with in government, they are often looked at as routine pieces of paper, but there are actual human beings behind them. So that empathy and human aspect has to be really important. And lastly, I think leading from the front, right, for any leader, either in a small or in a large organization, as long as the leader is able to lead from the front and display those qualities himself or herself, I think that is how the others in the organization then follow suit and make sure that the entire organization rallies behind that common goal of steering clear from that crisis. So I think great points shared by the entire panel. So my next question is, please.
Sorry. I wanted to interrupt, but I think you talked about empathy a lot, and I think HRG started very well on that part. I think one aspect I also realized, like a lot of people are working from home. Then under different conditions, they have different. Like when we're sharing, I'm sure other people are also having their own crises in their own families, their own ways of working. I think one of the roles of the leadership in this aspect of empathy is not to just say it or just pass it to the next layers. Or please call others. You need to collapse all the hierarchy. And do it yourself. So it's like rather than having like one and then a structure going down, it is one to all. You need to be connecting with your last man. Your last man has to be connected with you in some way. Whether you take 5 seconds and say, look, man, I hope you're doing good. You got your salaries on time. You are getting, I hope you're still getting, your home is okay, or something like anything in the empathy part from one to all has to be established. You cannot say as a leader, now I've given it to my group heads and my group head has given it to the team leaders and team leaders are doing the empathy. That doesn't work at this point in time. So crisis collapse all the hierarchy as well as the word empathy comes in. I just thought I'll add that to the line.
Well, thank you so much. Very, very valid point, Mr. Agarwal. So my next question is more on an individual level, right? We've talked about the leadership skills and handling crisis in organizations at large, right? But leaders are also individuals first, and they have to make sure that they retain that sanity, right, themselves, and maintain that calm and composure, especially in such crisis situations. So I'll request all the panelists one by one to share their mantras of retaining that calm and composure themselves, and how do you control either anger or fear or worry or a phase of uncertainty that goes in the mind, especially in crisis situations. Ma'am.
So you're very right. Like I said, we have to extend that empathy to ourselves also.
Yes.
And that helps, the people that you are leading, is because if you see yourself as a human being and you share your own, issues and fears, that helps put everybody at ease, And I think you're very right. It takes an individual toll, especially when you have to lead and you have to, despite even sometimes knowing that there's disaster ahead, you have to, like, the World War II slogan, keep calm and carry on.
Yeah.
Right.
Yes.
So I think grace and dignity is very important. But what really keeps, for example, for me, grounded is the fact that I remember every day, and I'm grateful for it every day, that, and I'm sure this is true of all organizations, this is true also of families. Leadership is not just of your communities. There's so many people have come up suddenly with, these very cheap, healthy, homemade meals which they're serving to COVID patients. So what helps me is that I remember that I am part of a fantastic team of people. People, see, we are all people. We have our own, human frailties, all of us. Whether it's ambition, greed, this, that, may be good in some time, may not be. But the fact that what helps me grounded is the fact that there are such wonderful people, not only in the police department, but in the society itself. It gives me so much of joy and so much of pride to know how so many people are going out of their, so-called prescribed jobs to alleviate any pain that they can. So that is one thing which really, really keeps me going. The other thing is that I know, and I'm sure Pratap ji and Dr. Sanjay will also have that resonance, and Kashish, you too, because you've also been a leader, and I've seen you work, is that, if you facilitate letting the best people do their job, right?
Exactly.
With the fact that, all right, if anything goes wrong, I'm here. Apart from leading from front, you also lead from behind, and you probably do these things together. So while you lead by example, you show the way, you guide, you mentor, you also let people do their job. With that, safety net that I'm here, don't worry. If something happens, let me know, we'll figure it out, right?
Yes.
And being at the top of any organization also, I think, gives you a lot of courage and lot of positivity, because you know that, you can really, really make things easier, more comfortable to do, if you are, if you're cottoned on to the, let us say, the goal, the principles of your organization. But of course, I think the thing which also keeps all of us sane is what Pratap ji said about family and friends, right?
Yes.
And I guess if we can, and many times, and this happens to me especially, I'm sure it happens to all of us, there's this instinct of protecting your children and your families and your everything from there. So this is a new learning for me, and these are things I've learned in recent times, to reach out and say, I'm in trouble, I'm sad, I'm unhappy, I'm overwhelmed, I'm so sad. I literally have There's so many times I have tears in my eyes. And initially I used to hide them. Now I don't care. Now I think it's part of my being a human being. So I think reaching out to everybody and including people in your organization. When everybody comes and say, and you're like, okay, what should we do here? I'm feeling so bad for what's happening. Let's do this. Right?
Yes.
So I guess that really is the crux, when you allow yourself to be a human being. You are in charge and you're doing all the right things, but you also nurture yourself as a human being, and connect with family and friends, and maybe an occasional music and a funny movie or something like that, I guess.
Absolutely. I think I'll second that. And given my years of background in music, I would say especially classical music, it does often help you retain your calmness and composure. And some other tips I give myself are to make sure I follow a routine, right? And all the standard mantras of devoting some time for yourself, right? Either to meditate or to work out, or like I said, devote time to your own personal interests. I think that is also very important to retain that sanity and composure, especially in challenging situations. So over to Mr. Agarwal. We have, I think, around 5 minutes, so probably in 2-3 minutes each we could, yeah.
I'll just quickly add to that. I think you covered all. And the good takeaways that allow yourself to be a human being, which is a very good. Thank you, Charlie, for that. That was fantastic. That was very nice. But just to add to that, I think while working the company and the crisis comes in and we say look to calm. Obviously, our rub off is very important. But if we are sad, if we are over, everybody will get concerned. So I think one of the things which we have noticed, straightway start hanging to and I've done it many times. I suddenly conduct a workshop that day with my team. I say, hey, look, we have a workshop on our vision, mission, values. And the guy says, where's Pratap coming from? Why is happening? They all know, they already heard that crisis. Why this is going on? But that sets a new plan. I set up a new plan. I start saying, hey, look, all of us made a solid action plan for next 90 days. All of you now spend next 3 days coming out with all that. So suddenly I'm not deflecting them, but trust me, when there is a sense of purpose, there's a huge sense of which is genuine, which is correct, which I also believe in. And sense of purpose comes in, sense of direction comes in, a collective goal comes in. All of us start working towards something, and the crisis become very small. That side sits on the side. So we have kind of diminished it. We kept it on the side. Hey, look, this needs to be dealt with separately. We'll deal with this separately, but let's have a plan. Let's take forward. And I think that is where I think emotions or something remain calm. Obviously, all you have said additional things, Kashish, Shauji, all will help. I mean, reading books, reading some of the very, very good books during that time, listening to some of the music. And I said, as you said, allow yourself to be that human being.
And very rightly.
People around you. Let all your emotions flow in that. With that core group, that close-knit group, close family group, then it's fine. But I thought these are things that I have to that.
Sure. I think a sense of purpose is extremely important, right? Not just as leaders, but as individuals, and translating that across the organization so that everybody retains that sanity in such situations. So over to you, Dr. Tyagi.
Yeah, so sanity comes in my mind when I tell to myself that, what can I control and influence? If that clarity comes into my mind, my mind goes into the calmness, and I only attempt to do what I can do, and rest of the things I share with my colleagues. And yes, we have this 1 year is definitely a transformational in so many ways, professionally and personally, both ways. And probably I am talking more to my family, more to my parents, more to my friends. I'm more going back to them and talking to them, and probably I have discussed with them problems in a different way altogether, and keeping myself calm. Kashish, I'm also a fan of the Hindustani classical music, so I am
wonderful.
I was thinking for the last 50 years to learn it, but in this 1 year I started learning it now.
Oh, amazing.
I come back and sing a song in the evening, and that whole tension goes away from my mind. And that is something which is happening. I hope we all should continue and look back and what are your hobbies, and those things will definitely calm you down, and will definitely prepare you for the next day with a lot of energy. And my takeaway always have been that to whomever you interact, you should learn from them. You should look out for the help. You should look out for the leadership. In last 10 months, I've interacted with so many IT leaders and through these wonderful platforms. And I kept on asking them that, how to take forward our organization and what the best we can do for you. And their feedbacks actually inspire us and give us the direction. So that is how we are keeping us calm and close to the family, definitely.
Great. Thank you so much, Dr. Tagi. I think adding to what you said, these crisis situations, be it the pandemic or even lockdowns for individuals across the country and the world, I think it also gives us an opportunity to take a step back and reanalyze, right? To have a relook at what we are doing, where we are headed, and probably devote more time to ourselves, what we really want to do, our passions, and also sort of utilize this time to grow as an individual, as a human being, and then as a leader as well. So I think some great points from across the panel here, from their varied years of experiences in across organizations. So I'd like to thank all the panelists and also the vibrant networking forum, especially Mr. Vivek Katre sir for having us all here. And I'll request the audiences, if there are any questions, we can take them. Otherwise, we can hand it back to the organizer.
Thank you. Thank you all so much for taking the time out to be with us. That was a rather enlightening discussion on how you handle leadership in these times of crisis. I think one sentiment that has been echoing since yesterday and all through today so far is that we have to remember to be good people before absolutely doing anything else in life. It is the ethos of being a good person that is the foundation stone for a successful life. On that note, we move to a more corporate sort of setup, but along the same lines. Our next session is called Steering the Corporate Ship. We have Ravi Garpatti and Neeraj Sharan in conversation with Mandeep Kaur. Ravi Garpatti is a seasoned technology leader and an entrepreneur with over 30 years of experience leading and building scalable business both in India and the Silicon Valley. He recently founded Davinta, a fintech startup focused on financial inclusion at the bottom of the pyramid. As CTO at Flipkart, the largest e-commerce platform in India, he led a very talented team spanning all of product management, engineering, data science, and IT infrastructure. He also incubated ad tech and fintech businesses within Flipkart with profit loss ownership to create two significant revenue pools. Prior to Flipkart, he was president and chief technology officer at 247.ai, a Silicon Valley AI enterprise company. The second person on our panel today is Mr. Neeraj Sharan, who served as a member of the technical committee in the Government of India under Department of Science and Technology from June 2009 to 2014, my apologies. He also was an advisory board member and Horasis ambassador, which is a Swiss-based global visions community. He was a special invitee to the US Endowment Board on US-India Joint Commission on Science and Technology. He was also the chairman of the International Jury Panel for Area at Enterprise Asia, Malaysia. He also served as part of the advisory board for Savera Foundation, which is a non-profit working in wellness, environment, skill development, and women upliftment. Moderating the panel today, we have Mandeep Kaur, a corporate professional, vice president of one of the multinational telecom service providers in India, who also manages service experience and customer management operations for 4 diverse markets. In her long customer service career, she has conceptualized and implemented several customer management models in her domain, winning several accolades for her work on the professional front. She has also been effectively chairing the ICC committee of her cluster. She writes poetry, runs her blogs, and has also published her work under the title Living to Winning. Handing it over to you, Mandeep ma'am. for steering the corporate ship.
Thank you, Ritu, for such an impressive and ornate introduction of all of us. Well, it certainly makes me feel elated and humbled. Thank you, Vibrant Forum, too, for having us on this platform for this discussion. Well, I'm Mandeep, and I come from the telecom industry, which is the backbone of this digital revolution that we are undergoing throughout the world. And today, I would be hobnobbing with these two big celebrated honchos, Neeraj Sharan and Ravi G, as we dearly call him, who are the names of acclaim in the entrepreneurship and e-commerce industry. And you really heard the introduction, the detailed one. Before we dive into the conversation, I urge our viewers to grab their afternoon coffee and join us as we are warming up to this fireside conversation on the subject steering the corporate ship. Steering the corporate ship sounded very simple when Vibrant, Forum told me that this is what we have to have our discussion around. But when I started preparing for this last night, putting my thoughts around it, I realized how eclectic is the scope it encompasses. The world has changed on such a fast pace in this last decade. Many of the millennials don't even know that we had technologies like TDMA, 1G, and we had it for 1 year before the 2G was launched in 1991. And 2G really lasted happily in isolation for all the voice and text experience for 10 years before 3G came in, and they both coexisted like a married couple for another decade. And while it took so long for the 2Gs and 3Gs to come, 4G came soon after, even when we hadn't even realized the 3G investments. And now we're already getting ready for 5G. So that is how technology is changing. Taking one more example of the nearby, sector, pardon me for my only, similar examples of telecom and related fields. In Android's cupcake became eclair, and soon enough gingerbread was eaten by Oreo and pie. And now they are followed by the Droid 10, which is the final one. Well, Droid 10 really looks like Droid has hit upon a draught of puddings and pies. And, that was on a lighter note, but the point that I'm trying to make, gentlemen and ladies, here is that, at the space that the technology is changing in all space, in all areas, it is making the old one redundant so soon. Are the organizations and the industries and the big business houses, they are also making that shift, the much needed shift, keeping pace with this breakneck speed and keeping themselves abreast and future ready. So I'm sure a lot is happening on that ground, but certainly the current situation at hand has multiplied the complexity manyfold. And there must be a dire need for many organizations to reorganize, restructure, and reorchestrate their ways of working. So there is no better time than this, when the whole world has paused and we are all poised to reflect and reboot ab initio. So, well, to make this complex subject, now that as we realize it's not so simple, I am trying to make the opening slightly simpler by using this old tried and tested method that we use in all our imagine and ideation workshops in the corporates. Following that, so I would like to first ask Neeraj, what are those things that we need to stop doing? Because as Indians, typically we tend to hold on to our traditions, old traditions that have really paid us and brought us laurels in the past, and we don't want to let go. But maybe they have become redundant. So, as per you, broadly, which can cover and influence 80% of the industry, let's say, if not all, what are the things that we should stop doing and bid adieu to?
Thank you, Mandeep, and thank you, Vibrant Network. It's good to be back here. I was here last year sometime in May, June. I picked up on one word you said, keep it simple. I think let's try and keep this simple. Couldn't have been a better time. I wish we had a crystal ball. Everyone's looking for that crystal ball. So what is it that's going to happen or we should have done or not? But anyway, I'll make three very quick, simple points that may allude to what I think as corporates or leaders, we should stop doing. And one is that comes to my mind first is to stop being in the comfort zone. You know, the law of inertia. Honestly, it's good to say that, but in real life, we all procrastinate and we all like to be in the comfort zone. So first thing I would say is stop being in the comfort zone. The second point I would like to make, I'll make 3 quick points. I'm sure Ravi would have so much more input with his vast experience here. The second is stop being static. We are looking at an anticipation world right now. You have to anticipate what's going to happen. Just like, you know, I know how many of you know, I'm sure you guys know the game of ice hockey in Canada. And you know the ball, which is called the puck. It's always about anticipating where the puck is going to be, no, not where it is at this point. And you have to be there beforehand with preparedness. So stop being static. And you know, there's one little corollary to this is that out on the edge, the approach is out on the edge. People who are on the edge, they are able to look at things much quicker than people who are in the center. The people on the edge look at stuff which have not been done. So try and be in that forum itself also. Third is, which may not sound very good to the corporate world, but stop being a bully. Sometimes we tend to be a bully to even our customers, but more than customers, we are far more at times being bullied to our ecosystem. As an example, we have our supply chain, everybody's got partners. And most often, where I find problem is that the corporate grows, but the suppliers in the supply chain are actually carrying the burden of all that. And long term, it gets very difficult to have a sustainable growth with that. So that's the 3 very quick points, Mandeep.
Thank you so much. I think I would just like to paraphrase again and, you know, reiterate, break inertia. I think that is a very important point that you made. Stop being static and start preempting what's going to come in the future. Be ready for that and stop being bully. I'm taking back these 3 points for myself, and I'm sure viewers are also making their notes. Now I would come to Ravi and I would ask them, what are the things we should start doing?
Sure. Thank you, Mandeep. And it's great to be here on this panel alongside Neeraj and you, Mandeep. And this is the first time I'm being part of this vibrant networking forum. True to its word, it is going to be really vibrant. So look forward to having an engaging conversation over the next 30 minutes or so. So yeah, I think, you know, Neeraj, you nailed it and you kind of laid it out in a very simple and succinct manner. In terms of what we should be doing, I think we could go all over the map and you know, talk about it for hours together. Let me also try being simple in my response. Let's kind of take a stock of landscape, right? And we are looking at a world where the customers are far more demanding, regardless of which vertical and business you are in. The data is exploding every nook and corner, right? And then technology has become mission critical, not just a supporting and enabling function anymore. And the customers want the product and the service life cycles to be crunched. They you know, you're on a treadmill and you're at a continuum of innovation. And that's what the landscape is looking like. And then to sort of make matters a little more complex, we're also dealing with the world of VUCA, and most of us heard this word, acronym VUCA for many years. I think this is more relevant now. For some of you who have not been initiated with this, VUCA stands for, you know, volatility and, you know, uncertainty and complexity and ambiguity that businesses confront and embark from time to time. I think that is more relevant now in these trying times. And if you don't sort of embrace this dynamic and continue to do the things that you've done in the past, the insurgents are there around the edge, like Neeraj had alluded to. They are lurking on the edge, and it's only a matter of time the incumbents will get disrupted or displaced, right? And we've seen many instances where that happened in many verticals, and we can go on and on talking about those scenarios. So what it essentially means is, we are going back and looking at our business and finding ways to sort of, bring digital transformation. This is not a board spiel anymore. This is here and now. Every company that I know of have embraced this agenda, and some are. It's only a question of where they are in the maturity curve. Almost everyone that I know of has embarked on the journey. And again, it goes back to four things doing it right. And first and foremost, you need to really have a clear strategy and transformation agenda that everybody buying into. And you will have many organizations having silos and trying to do things in their own way from a digital transformation standpoint. I think it calls for a tremendous leadership to bring all the stakeholders together and go back to the mission and vision. I think mission and vision wouldn't largely change. It's a strategy that we need to sort of relocate from a digital transformation standpoint, and making sure all the stakeholders see the strategy from the same vantage point. And there's we spoke of data and how disruptive it can be, right? And but then you can only get hold of data with a concerted effort, and having invested some of those investments that you have to make upfront for you to really benefit from a data advantage, right? And now there's all kinds of sayings out there: data is the new electricity, new oil, and new currency. But it doesn't happen overnight. It's not serendipity. So people who have really made data count, they have realized that at least 10 years prior, and they made those structural changes. They made those strategic investments in sort of bringing all these disparate data sources together. And then that's what will help you understand your customer deeply, help you understand your business in terms of what's working, what's not, help you understand your competition better, help you understand the trends better, right? And then so you need to have that in place. And then you need to have a technology to actually disintermediate a lot of layers that you have in a business model, right? Business model is undergoing through a lot of changes. And today we have quite a few overheads, right? And that is making you far removed from the customer, right? And then a lot of stuff gets lost in translation as well. So technology can help you disintermediate that stuff. We are that much closer to the customer. Finally, I would say, when all these are in place, you also have to have a right culture and organizational change capability mandate, right? A lot of people cannot deal with this, though they bought into the big picture, and then when rubber hits the road, there are a lot of conflicts that come to the fore. You almost feel like you're cannibalizing what worked. Especially this is the dynamic with the legacy enterprises who are embarking on that journey. You might feel in the short term you're cannibalizing what's working, right? And there would be channel conflicts, and so that's where the leaders have to stay committed with a strong conviction, and lay the path and bring all these guys together, work on that change management agenda as well. So for me, in summary, technology becomes mission critical. Data is indeed your new oil, but a lot to be done to take advantage of data. A lot of automation will kick in as well, and you will not be looking at mundane things. You'll be focusing more on the innovation, product innovation, service innovation, which means you also look at your process reengineering. And once you have a right reengineered process that is optimized, then focus on automation. Then you have the nonlinear scale to your business. And fourth, of course, your people and transformational change capabilities. So that's what I see we ought to be doing.
Thank you. I think there are a lot of things that you have really brought to the fore, and all of them are really important. Bringing this change management and the transformation in the organizations, I think leadership has a huge role to play. So, is there a need to take a fresh look at the way leadership is defined, the roles are defined right now? So maybe, Neeraj, you can share your views on that, and the way we steer the organizations as of now, and the way we look at the visions now, and the kind of cultures that we have built in the organization. So what would you like to say on that?
Thank you, Mandeep. I think Ravi brought out some great points in his technology adoption processes. As far as the changes that I feel we could adopt to in terms of leadership, I would like to say two things here. One is what is at the macro level, and one is what is more down to the skill set level. At the macro level, I have four very quick points to make. One is we have to fundamentally understand as a leader that you are actually in the business of solving a problem. You're in the business of creating some value for your customer. Definitely. That is the prime goal of business. So a little bit shift away from just looking at numbers and quarters, and you're in the business of solving a problem and creating more and more value to your ecosystem. In that regard, you need to identify the problem. There are many problems that I will talk later, which actually throw itself as an opportunity. You have to identify the problem. You have to innovate about the problem. And then you have to impact by delivering that problem solution. You do this through collaboration. But the fourth point I would want to say, and this is very true for India, and we have a big myth in this country for all of us, that we age very quickly. For most people, they might not say this, but we start to age very quickly in life. And and I want to break that and talk about that a little bit. I still believe that the prime of a person is between 60 and 70. And there are 40 and 50, whatever, because look around the world and all the top, whether they are political leaders, they are Nobel laureates, or whatever innovation professors, there are out there. So I think we need to break this myth of aging quickly, because then it stops us from delivering what our opportunity and potential is. That was at the macro level, these 4 points I said. On the skill sets, I think we could do better in being transparent at the enterprise level, at the leader level. We could be much better. We could be much better in seeing ourselves and others as human beings. We could do much better as a leader, which is up there in terms of age, to become a technology teenager, just like a teenager. You need to be very adaptive and adaptive to things. You need to be a technology teenager. You need to listen, because with age, there is a normal tendency that we become rigid and we become not flexible, and we don't listen. We grab the camera, we grab the mic, and whatever we may have learned, but we come out doing something else. And one of the important points is there is another myth about being a leader. How can he be emotional? How can he be empathetic? Yes, we can be. We are. It's good to be emotional. It's good to be empathetic, because therein lies the answer to understand a whole lot of system around you. So these are the quick points I wanted to make in what I think we should bring about some changes in our thinking process as leaders in the corporate world.
I totally agree with you. I think that is a very wholesome leadership concept that you've spoken about, because often I've seen in Indian context that, most of us get married to the jobs. We don't build any life, or, it's the life is built all around it. There's nothing more than that in our lives. And at times we just tend to do it and overdo it because there is nothing else. And somewhere it is impacting the innovation, somewhere it is impacting the, new thinking, because we are consumed into that sphere and keep working around that same thing again and again. So there is a dire need to break that mold and nurture the leaders which are more wholesome, and those who have goals beyond a specific corporate set of goals. Of course, they have to be committed to them, but they need to have life goals beyond that. And all of that would then really help them bring change, accept more, challenge the status quo, and innovate more. I think very well put by you, Neeraj. Thank you. And now there was one point that Ravi was making about the automation and digitization and data. So I think that's a very critical point at this stage. Anyways, that pandemic has really taught us that a lot of things could be done online, that we were still thinking they were on the slow burner all this while, and we've learned overnight a lot of things. However, at the same time, even in our organization, we coming from a service industry, we had the values like customer first, speed, simplicity, and trust, and all of that. And from the last couple of years, we've made digital first as one of the values. So it is very, very important. But here, I would want to know more about that. Digital being the new currency. I see customers, now becoming very wary of sharing their data. They are constantly worried about that, somewhere they are agreeing to that fine print of terms and conditions and giving access to their personal information. So how the organizations, because it's a very important, big data is the key thing to innovate, how organization can ethically compile the data, customer data, and at the same time, sharpshoot their target segments and chisel the most and design the most suitable offers for them without really intimidating the customers and making them feel that they've given away all their personal information. Something about the data security and privacy, and how would you think the companies should protect?
Sure, that's a great point, and I think India is just embarking on this opportunity, the data-led innovation and disruption opportunity. I think we can learn a lot from what we've seen from Europe and also from the US. I think there are a lot of policy making that is in place, and that's continuously being revised and refined as well to protect consumers' interests. Right, and India itself has come up with data protection policy. It still hasn't been gotten approval from a legislation, but the policy is in place. And up until 2019, we actually followed what is put in by European Union. It's called GDPR, General Data Protection Regulatory Framework. And so I think we complied to that. And before we get into some of those technicalities, let's first spend a minute to understanding why we go after certain data that is of importance in order for us to innovate and provide that value for the customer. I think today, it's criminal to sort of come up with an innovation that is seemingly looking like one size fits all, right? And that may have worked in the past, and now with the proliferation of data, and you should make a concerted effort to know your customer, right? And if not to level of personalizing every individual, you should at least know there exists multiple cohorts, and each cohort has a specific need for the product that you are or the service that you are building. So I think that understanding can only evolve if you are able to collect the data. So I think it's of paramount importance for the corporates upfront to say why they're collecting certain data, right? And what sort of a goodness that will offer to the customer, right? We need to provide that transparency. And then, and we also need to take consent from the customer. And this is the information that we are collecting. And this is the way we're going to put it to use. This is the goodness that will give you if you do share, and the decision is left to you. And if you choose to share, this is what you get, right? And so that consent is important. And even when the consent is obtained, and the organizations have the responsibility in terms of how they collect the data, how they process the data, how they store the data, how they use it. It's one thing to say, I'm using it for this purpose, this is the value I provide. There have been instances where corporates may not necessarily comply to that understanding and the commitment. They've been deviations, right? And that's where the policymakers are putting a lot of frameworks and clamping down any those violations. So it's unethical, to your point, to deviate. So, and then when you do all of this stuff and you comply to all of this, still things could go out of whack. That's where you need to actually protect, right? And you need to make a lot of investments, just like you're making investments to collect data from various data sources, crunching and making sense and doling out all kinds of things. You have to make same effort and have similar intent to protect the data from leaking and reaching the hands of the cybercrime perpetrators. And then you're basically compromising on the interests of the customer. And it'll translate into huge loss for the end customer. Potentially, the trust goes with the business, and business also lose its opportunity in the market, right? That's what it's a responsibility of the corporations as well. And I think even the multinationals who came to India in the beginning, when the policies weren't quite clear, and there have been some cases where the questionable practices were followed, and it was not necessarily taking care of the interests of the customer. In the last 2-3 years, I think the awareness is far more, and we have a right framework. I think we had the hindsight advantage of looking at how European Union did the data protection, how America did, and some things worked, something didn't. I think and then we also seen the adverse effect of having a closed down framework, which is a closed loop framework, which is what China had followed, right? They made it pretty much their own, and other corporations, have no reach to it, and it had its own set of issues in terms of innovation. Customers were deprived of certain services and products that they could have benefited, right? So India sort of took best of both worlds and put together a framework that, in my opinion, is holding a customer interest in good stead.
Yeah, I agree totally. Thank you so much. And now that we've established that we have a way to protect customers' data, and India has a very good model for that. So I'm taking the conversation to the broader canvas, and I'm asking this question from Neeraj, that how can we be more inclusive? Because digitization is the way to reach the farthest of the segments, the rural segments especially. But at the same time, they still are wanting of education, the infrastructure in order to become to come on the digital platforms. So it is like that a chicken and egg story. So do we digitize those last mile and people will automatically start learning about it, or do we go and first spread the awareness, educate them, bring the needed infrastructure, the agrarian, this industry, what they usually are, thriving on? How do we help them build it further with the instruments, the new technology? How to bring the healthcare to them? These days for urban healthcare has also come online. All of us in this pandemic are consulting online, and we are able to reach. But how about that rural sector, especially since you really work with a lot of organizations internationally also in this particular sector? So I would want to have your views on that.
Thank you, Mandeep. I've been advocating a lot of what I call the inverted capitalism approach, the bottom up. We are in transition. We've done a lot of trickle down, top to bottom. We are in transition from a bottom to up. I truly believe that inverted capitalism, the last mile impact, which is in the rural sector, whether it is in healthcare, education, infrastructure, their incomes or whatever, is something like a forgotten economy that we need to do. As an example, and if you look at our 4 or 5 large states, if you were to just take UP and Bihar and West Bengal and Jharkhand and all those, if our target of these 500 million people there was to double, triple their income over the next 10, 20 years, we would have added so much to our economy. But what is the methodology to do that is a bigger question. And I think we need to have a balance. That somewhere I think we tend to always get out of balance. And this pandemic is bringing us back to that balance. Just like we have our constitution, we have our executive division, judiciary division, and legislative division that supposedly at 120 degree do counter check and balances. I think as a business model for India, we have the services sector, we have the manufacturing sector, and we have the agriculture sector. I think going forward, and this pandemic has brought us back to that reminder, we need to definitely relook and deeper into the manufacturer and the agriculture sector. There is a general tendency of everyone to get into the service sector. Everything is respectful, everything is big, but it's like, who wants to dirty their hands and get into the manufacturing? Who wants to dirty their hand and get into agriculture sector? But therein lies the potential to empower India and all of us. So we need to get into that. We have concepts of distributed manufacturing, which has not been adopted by India as yet. But right now, when we saw migrant laborers going back and forth, the first thought every entrepreneur and business leader said, oh, what if I had not one factory, but I had 7 factories? In 7 smaller factory adding to one large, instead of having it in Delhi or Mumbai or Noida or wherever, or Chandigarh for that matter, can I have it in 5 different places? I have captive manufacturing there, captive employment there, and move the goods such that we don't need to do this. So this is what I talk about as the last mile, bottom-up inverted capitalism, touching the rural agro economy. And there's a whole lot of things to be done.
Right. Yeah, thank you. I think I totally agree with you. I think there is a need to, Ravi.
Mandeep, this is a very important point that you brought up, and I think Neeraj has set the stage, and this is something that I'm actively involved in my latest startup, which is a fintech startup, and the tagline is, how do you make a last mile first mile, right? And technology can actually make a real difference there. And just again, I share all the enthusiasm and optimism that Neeraj has articulated, and it's a real reality more so now than ever. If you sort of take a step back and look at what happened in India, right? I know people talk about India stack, JAM, the Jan Dhan accounts, and Aadhaar infrastructure, and then a proliferation of mobile smartphones. 500 people have access to smartphone. You probably know some of this evolution more than anybody on this panel. And then, of course, the internet connectivity is all pervasive now, right? So now this is where we talk about digital first. It's not about applying digital first for the convenience of urban India, right? We have to take that power of digitization, digital first to last mile, right? And India, the 3 evergreen problem states are financial inclusion at the bottom of the pyramid, right? And you talked about healthcare. I think we have a tremendous opportunity to democratize access to quality healthcare with a technology and digital first approach, right? And then, of course, education, I see that being addressed through edtech initiatives as well. And when you do all of this stuff, and then in conjunction with what Neeraj alluded to, you distribute the manufacturing as well, and make a agrarian society more vibrant by providing them just-in-time access to information, connecting them to the demand at the right time, right? And right price discovery, right? There's so many things, that were not possible. There was so much of information asymmetry, right? And the inefficiencies came in because of lack of all of this stuff. Now, all of us entrepreneurs and leaders, can embrace this opportunity and believe this is a reality. And if you make considered effort, India will change. And digital first and technology first is for last mile. That's I strongly believe. Applying it to urban India is like pales in comparison.
True. I think making the last mile the first mile, and that's a great vision to have. And we really compliment you, Ravi, and we really wish you all the best for the success of this venture. And that brings me to the importance of startups. I think there's a huge role startups have to play, while the larger organizations should also go beyond the main urban setup and invest in the rural sectors. But even startups have a role to play. So here also, we do hear a lot of success stories of the startups, and these youngsters who are university pass outs, mostly dropouts. I see, who are really making it big, and we hear a lot of success stories. Even in yesterday's platform, I heard some really young entrepreneurs who have come up with very unique ideas and innovative ideas and have set up their startups. But having a great idea, these are only the few success stories. I'm sure there are a whole lot of them who are trying to make it big, who are really trying to make a difference, and they have such brilliant, unique ideas. But having an idea, but to making it live and seeing it, realized and implemented on ground successfully is another thing. So you having your experience there, I would want you to share your views. What are the things that they need to really get right to make their startup successful? And what are the things they need to really watch out for?
Yeah. That's a discussion for next few hours. I think we can chronicle a big essay around that. But let me try to simplify it. Having been in a startup journey for almost 15 years, I've seen some successes. I've seen some failures as well. I think it starts with I know the time is ripe now for someone to get into entrepreneurial journey. But I would start by saying, don't embark on the journey unless you're absolutely right and passionate about the problem that you're embarking on. Right? It's not a vanity metric. I have a pedigree. I come from a great school and I have a great pedigree, and I see my peers doing it. Let me just do another thing. Right? I think you need to do it at the right time, and you need to be passionate about the problem statement that you're embarking on. And founder needs to have that conviction. This is something that he or she will stay put, right? Through highs and lows, right? Having angel invested, having mentored many startups, I've seen some great founders out there, the great smarts, and but the conviction at times lacks, and a slightest obstacle, they start to second guess: is it the right thing to do? And there's some, come what may, whatever may the obstacles, they are willing to fight it out day in and day out. They're down and out, but they get up and dust themselves out and show up for the next day with the same passion and rigor. Right? I think that comes from the fact that you're so passionate and committed to that idea of disrupting and creating an impact at scale. So you have to look for founders who bring that passion and back them. The second thing is, I know there are all kinds of business models, and I'm not here to critique anything. I've been part of some of those business models myself, and they're all thriving. So I think in India is one such place. If you can focus on need versus want, right, and that would be a humongous justice to the country and nation of India, right? There's so many unmet needs, right? If you can bring technology and disruption to address those unmet needs at scale, right? Not only you're contributing to the nation's growth, but you have a thriving business as well, right? And so I think that would be something that I would say entrepreneurs and founders should get. Having done multiple different things, this is my realization, my true calling now, right? Focus on the need versus the want, right? Of course, the business models built successfully on the wants as well. I'm not discounting anything. And then the third, of course, is you need to be very true to your mission and vision, but be very nimble and flexible and agile when it comes to having the right strategy. That's where you need to have that workout world. The uncertainty is the volatility, and don't be pig-headed and say, this is the way or no way, right? You need to be cognizant of changing dynamics and be agile, and don't bring your ego to the fore, and be humble, and accept if this didn't work, right, something else will work, while you still staying true to the mission and vision, right? And a lot of founders when they're young, I don't think they do it deliberately. It's hindsight is 2020. You when you look back, these are the lessons that you would have learned, right? So that is one thing, and having a real good peer network is important, but equally important is the mentor network. That's where I feel country like India can do a lot of folks like us who've been at the receiving end of a lot of lodges from many successful entrepreneurs in the past, right? I lived in US for 15 years of my career in Silicon Valley. I see how entrepreneurs come to the fore and help other young struggling entrepreneur and founder, right? You call them up and say, XYZ, this is what I'm struggling with. They will drop everything and show up on a Saturday to have a coffee conversation and help you share their experiences, right? And I think we need to build that sort of a giving kind of a mentorship network, right? We have to build that, breed that. And entrepreneur has to be, our founder has to be very amenable and receptive to take help, right, when help is available. And then the another thing is focus equals to reality, right? Don't get too excited. I've seen a lot of startups, when you look at the problem statement, if something is not working, and the impatience kicks in, and you embarking on something else, right? I think you need to yeah, you can make small pivots, right, to get the thing right. But focus on one thing, don't spread yourself too thin. And once you get one, and then they also seen people, as investing into scaling too soon, right? It's important. You need to have what we call as product market fit, right? A product market fit is, you have to have the conviction that this idea that I have conceived is really creating value for the customer, right? And there is a real fit that is addressing a need. Right now, how do we scale it? Right, and that's when you start focusing on right team, and what worked for you from to get to 0 to 1, from 0 to 1 may not work when you're getting ready for scale. Then you start to look at organization differently. You need a different talent. Sometimes we founders think, this is the core group that actually got us here. We owe it to them. Absolutely, we owe it to them. But that doesn't mean you expect them to do the same thing for next wave of skill that you are embarking. So you need to have that openness to bring others who dealt with that, right? And then finally, in summary, I would say that in this day and age, access to capital is not an issue, right? And access to technology is also not an issue. And you need to have good culture and good values, and have right talent that is aligned to your values and culture. And if you have those pieces in place, you're more than likely seeing success. Of course, even after having all of this stuff, it's not a recipe for us success, but at least you are embarking on right things.
Absolutely. No, I totally agree, because yesterday I was hearing this talk only about these young entrepreneurs and the startup champions that we had. So they spoke about it like the normal corporates, they were saying work from 9 to 5 p.m. But, in the initial years, the working hours for all these startup guys is 9 to 5 a.m. It's a sheer hard work, and they need to be really thick skinned. They need to be really, relentless in their way of, with a lot of perseverance, if they have a passion to follow. And I'm sure the things fall in place, at the right time, which is what the startups are all about. And now, taking the conversation slightly, because we are coming towards the end of the session. So I would just want to end with this last question that I thought that I had, where I wanted your views was, you keep hearing the economists, there are these two schools of thought. One set of economists would say that, let's look westwards, because these Western countries, the developed countries, have done really well, and follow their models. And, because that is a ready-made model available that we can simply replicate and have our own success in the country. But there are another set of economists who would say that, India is unique. It's very complex. It has its own challenges. So we can't simply, replicate what is happening or what happened in the West at that time when they were reaching moving from developing to developed countries. So there is this bit of a confusion. What is the right way to do it? So Neeraj, I would want your views on that. What is the India business model that we should really look for? Which has the best practices of the world, but yet indigenous enough that it is relevant to us in our context? What are the India specific strengths that we have and opportunities that we can definitely put to use? What are you? And maybe is it a time to implement circular economy?
Thank you, Mandeep. I think Ravi brought out some very great points about startup and entrepreneurship. I'll make 3 very quick points because I know we're running out of time. First is, I think there are too many people chasing too few ideas. So that's the first flaw that I see. I advocate, it's not a binary question about West and East. It's a question about find your niche problem area, create an innovative solution for it, build that small package solution, deliver, and you can expand into other markets. Don't start with this big statement that sounds very good, that the world is my oyster and I'll play it. The third thing is, I want to clarify that there is a misnomer about the very generic use of the word technology. Technology is not just about cloud computing and big data. It's not about creating an app only on a phone or doing something. Technology truly is science which goes into a real problem. I can list out 10 items right now where we have not done anything. I mean, imagine we have people dying in the sewage systems doing manual scavenging. This requires technology. Do you know the opportunities we have if we come up with a solution there? It's unbelievable. But a lot of youngsters, and this is the thing I tell to youngsters, look into technology in the definition of a problem-solving approach, not just a user interface. There is a lot of opportunities in India. Pick up a niche market, pick up an innovation, create a know-how, or take it from somewhere, carry it to your small little play. If you have a success story in 1, 2, or 3 or 4 locations, people will run after you to scale it up later. Don't start from the world is my oyster. I think I'm out of time, so.
Yeah, I wish we could continue more discussion around it. It's a very vast subject, and we're already learning a lot from both of you. But maybe next time in another session like that. So I look forward to have this conversation going. For now, I think it was very informative, very insightful conversation we had, and I personally really enjoyed, and I've made a lot of notes while you were talking to take back as a takeaway for myself, and I'm sure our viewers have also done the same. So great conversation. Thank you so much for your time. And let's wish the big houses really making that needed change and the young startups really grow and do well for the overall betterment of a country. And we really come out of this tough time unscathed, and we're ready and we are poised to fly high going forward. So thank you so much and have a great Sunday.
Pleasure.
Signing off now.
With pleasure.
Pleasure.
Thank you, Mandeep. Thank you, Neeraj.
Thank you, Ravi. Thank you, Mandeep. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you so much. From the corporate side, we now move over to public sector. Our next session, very quickly, is called Policing with Care and Sensitivity. We have Amardeep Singh Rai in conversation with Jyoti Kamal. A.S. Rai completed his class 10 at a boarding school named St. George's College in Missouri in 1985. He graduated with honors in political science from DAV College, Sector 10, Chandigarh, and this followed a post-graduation in the same subject from Punjab University. In 94, he joined the IPS and was further allocated the Punjab cadre. He remained posted here as police chief of Faridkot, Sangrur, Patiala, and Ludhiana districts, and moved on to do a 5-year deputation stint with the Intelligence Bureau in Delhi. On his return, he joined the State Anti-Corruption Bureau, also known as the Vigilance Bureau, and just before the assembly elections in 2017, he was appointed as head of this department by the Election Commission of India in his capacity as IGP. He is going to be in conversation with Jyoti Kamal, an alumnus of Punjab University and University of Westminster, honing his expertise in the field of TV network as a principal correspondent with the Economic Times, Chief of Bureau with Network 18, Senior Editor with TV 18 Broadcast. He reached the highest peak of his career as the Executive Editor with TV 18 Broadcast Limited and has till date been continuing in this position. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, Policing with Care and Sensitivity. Jyoti sir, over to you.
Thank you so much, Ritu, and always a pleasure to see Raiji, and he's had a stellar career with an amazing experience. He's got amazing in-depth experience into policing in the state of Punjab. He's kind of had various other tenures where he's had in-depth experience of policing. Raiji, without as Ritu was also saying, I would like to ask you to give us an example of some amazing kind of experience that you had, which relates with the topic that we are talking about today. We will go to a few other dimensions also. Policing with care and compassion.
It's a pleasure to see you.
To be able to make a difference. Yes.
It's a pleasure.
So if you can give me an example of an experience that you have had in policing.
Yeah, it's a pleasure to see you, Jyoti, and I'm logging in right now from Kolkata, where I am on election duty, and we have a long association going back to 2003-04. I remember as the anchor was introducing you, we have a long association, and it's always a pleasure to see you.
Likewise.
So kind. Jyoti, the concept, as we were discussing this concept, I see that I was just listening to the discussion before this, and it was about the use of technology and bringing about change in the system. And one of the great takeaway points from the previous discussion was how everything has to be anchored in the fact that all these things are dealing with the human beings, and more so with the respect to police as such. So while we may be caught up in this concept of bringing about change, but one essential thing which has always been with me in the police is that we are here dealing with human beings, and the human beings are not something which is fixed in stone. Human beings are always reactive to the kind of behavior you deal with them. So they are also susceptible, or one should say that they respond to your behavior towards them. And there have been many instances where I have had people confessing to the crimes simply on basis of my behavior with them. If you need to, I think the policing today requires this ability to be on the same page with the other person. How do you connect with the other person? Technology may give you that superficial connection, but the actual connection, the real change, the real paradigm shift or the game changer occurs only if you are able to connect with another human being as a human being, feel his pain or his concerns. And the best example I would recall, again, that is probably the time when we met with each other. You were with the CNN, IBN at that time, I think. This was during my tenure in Patiala, when there was this important killing of a judge in Patiala. He was killed in the close vicinity of CM's residence, and he was quite an important personality of Patiala as such, and his killing did create a lot of scare, and it was even during the terrorism, Punjab had not suffered killing of judicial officers, and here, after the closure of terrorism, there was this judge killed up, and there were various theories which were purported as to who could have done this, why this judge was killed, coming from a good family, and it was there that when we started examining the whole scenario and we got into conversation, here the word would be conversation, I would say. Police terminology generally says that we got into interrogation, we got into questioning. These are not the terms which make me feel comfortable, because these are the terms where you are putting the other person on a lower pedestal and then trying to extract information. So any extraction of information is in a scenario where the other person is feeling slighted, or so that was the time when I got to try out my ideas. And in policing, I think the kind of police setup we have, it is only as a SSP that you get an opportunity to show your real worth, to try out. So when we started a conversation with the people around him, we could clear the puzzle, we could fit in the things, and that was a learning lesson to me. That was beginning of my district tenures, and the similar kind of policy I kept going. And then intelligence bureau was a great learning experience. I think every policeman should do a tenure, at least the IPS officers who are at a senior level, they should do a tenure in intelligence bureau. Our own Vadi DGP Punjab has had a long tenure in intelligence bureau. It suddenly opens up your mind to new things in policing, and the policing culture as such doesn't open up. It doesn't promote this kind of opening up. It's a long-winded answer I have given you, but maybe we can start off from here and then continue with this conversation.
Absolutely. In fact, Raji, this is a very interesting example that you gave, and you also spoke about compassion and how you actually dealt with people in a conversational manner instead of an interrogational manner. But often they say that the police also has a lot of deterrent effect because of the fact that people perceive the police to be a tough organization. People perceive the police to actually have force available to them. People are scared of the police. People know that police can deploy so many things against them. Is that deterrent factor more important in a country like India where there is automatic deterrence? Whereas if you kind of go into care and compassion, would people perceive the police to be a weak force and maybe take it for a ride and try to ride roughshod over various things in terms of protest? How do you balance this care and compassion with the deterrent effect of the police, which should be there in a complex and a large country like India?
Very rightly put, and this is here where the IPS leadership has to kick in. See, the policing problems are varied problems. There may be a problem at the ground level which would require a lot of deterrence and may call for the use of force. It is there that we need people down below us who come from a similar strata. See, at the ground level, when you are dealing with a criminal or a psychopath, you need a person who can think like that person. It is not, if you start treating a psychopath at your own level, you will be in for a major problem. You can end up in a major problem because your thinking may not go down to that level, that low level of thinking which a criminal may have. So here, what I would suggest is that it is not this or that we have to go in for. It is always we have to assess a situation according to the options available to us. What are the options available to us? Is it right if I should kick in, or I should allow the person below me to sort out the problem? And this, again, Jyoti, I think what we require in a police is a change in the style of leadership also. Generally, there is that temptation in the police to kick in at the first go, to be the first one to be the responder. Even at a senior level, I have seen people would like to glow in that limelight which comes in with you kicking in, and suddenly all the arc lights are on you and you are responding to the queries. It is best to make a good leader in the police force would stand in the background. He would allow the people down below, and it has to be a measured kind of a response. You have to see where you need to assert the authority. You have to see where you have to have a conciliation kind of a policy, where you have to have a conversation with the people. So it has to be a mix of various things. And I think one reason there is not much clarity in the public also with respect to which problem requires which level of officer to sort out. And in the police also, this is a problem. People get into problems because they want that hero kind of that Singham kind of a culture which you see in the movies. People also appreciate, and then you get that timely limelight into yourself, and it becomes a sort of an addiction, like you want to play to the gallery then. So I think it is always better to have a proper assessment, a brainstorming about the situation, and see to it which person would be better associated to sort out that problem, and avoid rushing into a Yeah, sorry.
No, I was waiting for you to continue, but several interesting points came out from what you said. You were talking about the fact that it depends a lot on the leadership, and the Indian police service especially has to play a very important role there. But I mean, if one really looks at policing, it's one of the toughest jobs possible, because on the one hand, you're expected to deliver care and compassion, but who are you expected to mostly engage with? You're engaging with criminals, you're engaging with riffraff, you're engaging with gangsters, you're engaging with law and order situations. Police comes into effect where there is something that is negative that is happening. And yet there is a huge expectation of positivity from the police handling that negativity. Do you see that putting a lot of pressure on police in terms of how they handle the negativity with positivity, and the kind of stress and strain that it puts on policing, while the Indian police service, because of their maturity and leadership, will be able to handle it? How does it move down the ranks? How are you able to handle all of this?
Look, very, very interesting question you have raised, and this question has always intrigued me also at a personal level. You see, what all this calls for is a sort of emotional clarity within a person's own self. You should be clear about your own priorities and your own aims and your own self. Where would you kick into a problem? Who would be the best person? My definition of a leader is a person who can make leaders out of others. He is not the person who would like to emerge as a leader of a situation, but he would try and identify the potentialities of people under him. And that is the way I have, when you were asking me about the authority and this thing, that's the manner in which I have operated. I'll give you a more recent example. I was posted as IGP Patiala, and there was this farmers agitation in Patiala, and farmers had given a call for surrounding Patiala and then cutting off supplies to Patiala. So we got into negotiations with them. We had a conversation with them. We succeeded in having them camp outside on the outskirts of Patiala in a mandi area. And I come from a farming community. I come from this place. I understood the concerns they had. I myself went over and saw to it that they were comfortably placed there. I went and met them also. But at the same time, we did not lower our guard. We did not say that, okay, you come into Patiala and create a rampage here. So this is, we are in a changing India. We are not in a imperial or a colonial country. We are a police which is answerable to the people. And when you have a police which is answerable to the people, then the police has to be intelligent police. It cannot be simply that you have a single solution for every problem. And this is where the leadership is required, that the leadership clearly defines out the roles which the person at the ground level has to do, person at the middle level has to do, person at the top management has to do. So this is, I think, where we need to define our roles. That definition of roles has not taken place in police. Therefore, sometimes a small problem which can be sorted out, it becomes aggravated, and or sometimes, generally in Punjab, I have seen that police also, because of its background of terrorism, overreacts to a situation, and that overreaction creates its own problems. So that kind of what we require, I think, is more of a thinking, and also at a certain level, I also feel that, see, there are two kinds of authority. One is your institutional authority, which just by manning a chair, you get that authority. Second is your personality. And since you are dealing with the human beings, your personality is going to make a lot of difference. While the institution gives you an authority, but how you manage that authority. And also when in times like these, when there is a lot of pressure and the institutional authority is slowly giving way. See, these institutions are British legacy, and these institutions, the validity of these institutions is going to be questioned in times to come, because they are not in sync with the democratic principle, and they are not in sync with the mass information culture which has taken place in a country. Like right now, so much is the flow of information that each and every order would be questioned, because the information set on which you are banking your decision is also available in the open spaces. So you have to have that kind of personality difference where people can and people do recognize your authority, not just on the basis of your institutional, but on basis of your personality also.
Again, Raji, you made a very important point. You spoke about the fact that this is no longer an imperial force. This is no longer a colonial force. It is answerable to the people. But how the policing system has been structured in India is that it is under the direct command of the executive. And since it is under the command of the executive, which is again the legislation that is there above them, do you find that there is a certain amount of lack of independence that is brought in because of the fact that there is this whole legislative system which is above the executive, and that causes any kind of hindrance in the police being able to independently deliver on this role of compassionate policing for society where they are directly answerable? Does this loop work, or should it be more direct? How have you kind of seen this all through your tenure?
Very relevant question. Very relevant question. And Jyoti, this question has been agitating my mind also. In 2011, when I was working with the Intelligence Bureau, I went to Cambridge University, and there we were exposed to the international police practices. And most interestingly, now this is something of a which, like, the British have a county system. They have 43 counties, and each county, they have a chief constable. They had a chief constable, but when we went there in 2011, interestingly, what they did was that the post of chief constable was made a electable post. It was a post to which anybody could put in his hat, and then there would be elections in that county, and it need not be somebody who has got into the IPS or who's joined as a constable will become a chief constable. So what has happened there is that democracy has seeped in, and democracy has matured to a level where they are willing to entrust the post of the chief constable, what would be equivalent to a DGP in Punjab, to a elected person. So, but I also believe that maybe here, because our society is different, we are not still ready for this kind of a system. But that does not mean that the police has to work directly under the executive, or police has to go to the executive. What it means is that the executive, if I may use the term executive as a wider term, executive would imply the politicians also. And what it means is that they bring in their own perspective to the situation. They are the people who are actually connected with the grassroots to a level which is more than how we are connected with. We come from a different category. They come from the grassroots level. We come from a different stream. And they do bring in that grassroots perspective, while we come from a formal training in these institutions. We can, so it has to be a happy mix of too, as such. We take in their perspective, they listen to our perspective, and it's always through this exchange of ideas that we can arrive at that golden mean, which may be best for the public as such. But I do see that 2011 visit was quite enlightening for me, and in times to come, I do feel that there would be, with the technology now available, everything being out in open, the kind of open society which is being created. So everything would become more and more visible to the public as such, and public would start questioning these things, and they would start questioning the certain amount of opaque nature which is presently there. They would, and that's how the institutions become accountable also. Like for instance,
very ironical, you were talking about your visit to Cambridge and your exposure to the county system there and how the policing system has evolved in the UK, and ironical that we also kind of have a legacy of the British system. And in fact, the Fraser Commission, when it was appointed long back at the beginning of the last century, again, it had also come out with the findings that there is too much politicization of the police during the British Raj itself, and said that the people are losing faith in the police and we have to kind of bring in some sort of reforms. After that, we have had several rounds of trying to kind of reform the policing system in India, the Shah Commission, various other kind of commissions which have sat and tried to figure out some sort of a reform process that would be there. In fact, my last question to you would be, because I think we running out of time shortly, so I would like to kind of take your inputs on that. What is the way forward? What do you think can be done to kind of further increase the connect of the police with the people? Ultimately, that is where the entire service delivery of the police is focused and geared towards. What are the things that can be done, and what are the challenges that you foresee?
Again, a very interesting question. And see how the history moves, how the time moves, that is independent of what you or I may want. But when I look at the things, the way things are moving, the way media explosion is there, information explosion is there. So in times to come, I expect that policing would become more open to the people. That is for one. Other than that, at institutional level also, Jyoti, interestingly, we are going to go in for major recruitment process in Punjab Police now, and I'm associated with that process. And Awadhi DGP Dinkar Gupta ji, he is a visionary of a sort, having worked in intelligence with also. What he is doing with respect to recruitment is something unique. Again, we are trying to get the right kind of a people for the right kind of a job. So we are, instead of going in for a usual person, we are going to get in people who are attuned with technology, people who are attuned with law, people who are attuned with forensics. So when you change the culture of an institution, that institution also starts opening up. So there would be two things happening simultaneously. While there would be pressure from the society to police to open up and to be more accessible and to be more professional in their job, the police itself is also changing. This recruitment which we are going in for now, in times to come, if you have good people, like who are the people who like to hide behind the authority? People who are not confident of themselves, who do not have the knowledge of a subject, they are the ones who generally like to hide behind a shield and be that faceless kind of a creature. But a person who knows his job, who knows what is required of him, he would be willing to answer back to the people. He would be willing to share with the people that these are the issues, this is how we are trying to sort out. And once that sharing of information between the police and the public starts, naturally a trust would be created. If you are willing to answer queries of a one person, if a word of mouth goes that, okay, here is a well-meaning person. So generally, so both sides, I think in the times to come, there would be greater bridging of this gap, and I am an optimist by temperament, and I see great future for Indian police and Punjab police as such.
Thank you so much, Raji. As you said, that if you know your job, it shows through, and it clearly shows through that you have wide-ranging kind of experience of policing. And we look forward to your coming back from Kolkata, and looking forward to having a cup of coffee with you once you're back to further carry on this conversation.
It will be my pleasure. Have a wonderful day ahead. Have a wonderful day ahead.
Thank you so much, Raji. And back to the master of ceremonies, Ritu.
Bye.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for your time. Ladies and gentlemen, we now have another keynote address coming up. This is going to be by Ambassador Vishnu Prakash, after which we're going to have a 10-minute Q&A session between him and JK sir again. This keynote address is called India in the Emerging World Disorder. The Ambassador Vishnu Prakash is the Ambassador and High Commissioner to South Korea and Canada. He is also a Foreign Office spokesperson, the Consul General to Shanghai. He is a diplomat with over 35 years of experience, a 1981 batch IFS officer. He has been posted in the USA, Russia, China, Japan, Pakistan, and Egypt, and is an Asia specialist. He is also a 1980 batch Customs and Central Excise IRS officer. He is now a columnist, author, and advisor on foreign affairs. He's a TV expert panelist and a speaker at think tanks. Also, fun fact, he knows Russian. Ladies and gentlemen, Ambassador Vishnu Prakash, bringing you the keynote address, India and the Emerging World Disorder.
Well, greetings and thank you very much, Ritu, for the gracious introduction. Am I audible? Hello?
Yes, sir, we can hear you, but a little soft.
A little soft, is it? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Let me just fix it. Give me a second. Okay, if I speak up a bit, is it okay?
Yes, that's much better.
All right. Okay. There is always an issue. Well, greetings and delighted to be here with all of you today. I would, first of all, recognize Mr. Jyoti Kamal, and I'm happy to be sharing the forum with him. Truly delighted to be a participant in HOBNOB 2021, a flagship event of Vibrant Networking Forum. And Vibrant is a brainchild of my good friend Vivek Atre. I see the forum going places, and I am very happy to be associated with it. Over the next 15 minutes or so, 15 to 20 minutes, I intend to share some thoughts on the challenges and opportunities that India will be negotiating in the emerging global order. And if I were to be candid and even provocative, it is going to be more like a global disorder, because the liberal international order, as we know, with all its shortcomings, is under serious assault. Economic headwinds will be seen worldwide, slowing down of growth rates and widening disparity. I'm afraid that there could be more black swan events like the dreaded COVID epidemic and natural disasters. And then there is the challenge, especially for people of my age group and even for the others, the challenge of coping with the technological advances, which is happening at a speed which is very difficult to comprehend, especially the advances in AI, which will be both constructive and disruptive. But here is the good news. It reminds me of a person who was asked after the Second World War as to what is the biggest outcome. He thought for a moment and said, I survived. And that, friends, is the good news. Hopefully, we will all live through the COVID-19 pandemic to tell our grandchildren we survived. Congratulations. It gets trickier moving forward. We all know that change is the order of the nature, but as I said, that the pace of change is intimidating, and we are not witnessing change, but witnessing convulsions now, due to, as I call it, 6 C's, the alphabet ABC, 6 C's. And these 6 C's are China, COVID, conflict and contestation, cyber threats, and climate change. So first, China. Mr. Shiv Shankar Menon, one of the foremost scholar, diplomats, strategists in the country, who was the National Security Advisor and Foreign Secretary, writes in his new book, and I quote, "The next few years may be more difficult than the last 3 decades for India-China relations. The more India rises, the more we must expect the balance to shift from cooperation to competition with China." He has been very soft by using the word competition. I think we will be looking more like at contestation. Well, this is the biggest challenge ever that India's foreign policy has faced, emanating from an expansionist country. India has never faced such a strong adversary. The comprehensive national power gap between India and China is growing. In 1988, when Rajiv Gandhi went to China and we normalized relations, we were roughly at par with each other. And today, they are at least 4 times ahead of us in economic terms and in practically every yardstick. They believe in their own superiority and actually look down upon India. They have a poor opinion of India. I've served in China. They want to embarrass India and cut India down to size. It is time to fundamentally rethink the basis, the foundation of India-China relations. Hitherto, the mantra was the most difficult issue is the boundary issue. Let us put it on the back burner and concentrate on the low-hanging fruit so that we can build on the convergences and over time gradually chip away at a bigger problem of the boundary issue. But instead of chipping away, what has happened is that China has refused to even look at the boundary issue. Talks over 2 decades have yielded nothing. And they are, in fact, turning the heat on the boundary, what we call the line of actual control. Just as we say with Pakistan, that terror and talks cannot go together. Similarly, with China, it's not possible that they keep nibbling away at our territory. And we expect to continue with economic people to people and political talks. Of course, this paradigm has to change. It's also clear that on our own, we can hold off China for some time, but not thwart the ambitions of China, the expansionist ambitions of China, the muscle of China. And by the way, no military, especially Navy, has grown so fast and rapidly as the Chinese military in the last 200 years. So we have no choice but to get into coalitions with like-minded countries, and that is where a Quad comes in, but I'll talk about it momentarily. President Xi Jinping wants the 21st century not to be an Asian century, but China century, Chinese century, and he is tightening control, he is consolidating personal power, and he is wanting to complete the ambition, the agenda of rejuvenation of the great Chinese nation. He is following a muscular policy which is playing very well with the masses, but he has in the process opened up too many fronts and is in conflict with a large number of countries. There is the risk of overreach. Now, the long and short of it is that the world cannot contain China, but can restrain China. There's a very big difference between containing and restraining. The idea of organizations like the Quadrilateral Forum and other forums of like-minded countries is to basically convey a message to Beijing that this kind of an aggression, this disregard for international norms will not be tolerated. And India has decided to be a part of that coalition because, as I said, there is very little other choice. We have to deal with China in 2 ways. One, forging coalitions. Secondly, to build our economy. Now, why Quad? Because, as I said, collective pushback is the only response. Now, once you become a member of Quad, and Quad is evolving, the agenda is evolving. It is not just a security agenda. It's not just a agenda of maritime cooperation. As you would have noticed, we had in last month the first ever summit meeting of Quad, where the leaders decided to join hands to produce 1 million doses, 1 billion doses of COVID vaccine by 2022 for giving it out to developing countries. Similarly, looking at climate change, emerging technologies. So the idea is that Quad has to be a contributor to peace, prosperity, and also be vigilant in ensuring a free, peaceful, open, inclusive, and coercion-free Indian Ocean. But from the Indian perspective, does it mean that any decision taken by Quad will be applicable to all Quad members? Particularly, one big question that looms in my mind is that I think between 3 to 5 years, China is going to wage an armed conflict against Taiwan. And it is going to be quite a messy affair. Will India have to be a part of that? Will we have to send our naval assets to South China Sea? What happens if China continues with the aggression against India? Will Quad assist India? There are lots of moving pieces. I think only time will answer that. But the fact remains that we have very little choice but to become a member of, to be a member of Quad, an active member of Quad. And I may mention here that during the Ladakh standoff, Quad countries, especially the US, had lent tremendous support in terms of real-time intelligence, military equipment, diplomatic and political support, so it helped. But then the experts ask, what about strategic autonomy? What is strategic autonomy? Strategic autonomy that we talk of in India is the policy that we should be able to be masters of our own destiny, that we should take decisions in enlightened national interest, not dictated by alliances. So this posture is meant to enhance India's elbow room, not restrict it. And we have never let it restrict our space of decision making. Frankly, Mrs. Gandhi had signed the Treaty of Peace, Friendship and Cooperation with Soviet Union in 1971. It certainly was not in keeping with the strict definition of strategic autonomy, but we did it. I'm very sure that nothing, given the fact that nothing in life is static, we will, and policies should evolve in keeping with the need of the hour. We will be taking the right decision, and we will become a power which will be a stabilizing factor, a power which provides net security in the region to ourselves and the world, but to ourselves in the region. But 21st century and the emerging global disorder would mean that India will have to make lots of choices. Hitherto, we have very often been neutral, but that luxury is no longer there. And there will be attending costs, there will be mistakes committed. But when you make a choice, it's a judgment call. You get it right, you get it wrong. Since 2000, we have become a part of the US-led global security order, and we have decided to be, as we believe, on the right side of history. However, and our relations with the US have been transformed. This relationship offers the greatest opportunity because US is the preeminent technological power, military power, and still one of the biggest economic powers. But at the same time, we have to appreciate that USA and India are in different geographies, different locations. So while broadly our worldview converges, there are going to be divergences also. And also we are in a different stages of economic development. We will have differences. Even now we are witnessing a difference in that US has preferred to restrict
Ambassador Vishnu Prakash, as always, a delight hearing you, and one could sense a certain amount of angst also in you as you were talking about the fact that India has been compared with India, and perhaps India has done well there, and there are various other parameters where India still has a long way to go. Before I ask you to kind of lead us with a vision into the future, I'll just like to read out a modified quote to you because it's an interesting quote. You'll probably be able to recognize it. These are the best of times. These are the worst of times. This is the age of wisdom. This is the age of fulness. This is the epoch of belief. This is incredulity. This is the season of darkness. This is the spring of hope. This is the winter of despair. So I have just modified a quote from Charles of Two Cities. This is set in London and Paris. He's talking about 1859 when the book was published, but it still seems so relevant today, especially the last line. It was the winter of despair. When we see what's happening around us, there is a feeling that this is the winter of despair. But this is where I would like to utilize your magnificent kind of experience of the past to look into the future. How long do you think it's going to be a season of despair? How do you see the general trajectory of India in the next short to medium term, vis-a-vis the fact that, of course, China is being extremely kind of aggressive on the world affairs stage in terms of political kind of ambitions, in terms of economic ambitions? How do you see India's trajectory over the next 5 to 10 years?
Greetings, Jyoti. I have been very bullish on India and flown the Indian flag with great pride because I think that India can make a difference and we can attain our destiny. But I'm afraid that there is a gap between what we say and what we do. And that uh, shakes my confidence in our ability to attain, because for the last 30 years I've been saying and speaking, and India is on the takeoff stage. India is on the takeoff stage. Now that aircraft has to take off. How long can we be on the runway? But for taking off, we have to give it a major momentum. I mean, what happens before a takeoff? You rev up the engines and say, here I go. But can you continue texting and say, I'll take off? That is my problem. And look at any parameter. As I alluded to, ease of doing business, we have made tremendous progress from 141 to 63. Hats off. But what we also need to understand is 62 countries are ahead of us. Right? If Jyoti Kamal has an investment dollar, there are 62 other hands chasing it. So what is my USP? Just because I speak English? Just because I have a very rich cultural heritage? I have to be able to create a niche and say, this is my value proposition. And, I'm afraid we still have a socialistic mindset. We have to scale up. We have to think big. Since 2010, 11, we have not had a single free trade agreement. We are the only country in the world, big country, small country, rich country, poor country, which is averse to free trade agreements because we are scared. I mean, scared is a very strong word. We are wary. But so we have it in us, but we need to go grab it. This world is not going to wait for us. We have to carve out a space for ourselves. And the window, my dear friend, is shrinking. We have just about 16 to 17% of our GDP coming from manufacturing sector. That will not do. So the task is cut out for us. We have the ability, but we need to have, instead of soul melodies being sung, we need to have an orchestra. That is how I put it.
Vishnu Prakashji, something that you spoke about in your keynote address, you were speaking about the fact that China is aiming to kind of bring back its past legacy. It doesn't want this to be Asia century. It wants it to be China century. We kind of moved back to a more distant past, say 2000 years back. India and China were at par. They were commanding almost half the global GDP. They were the world dominating kind of economic powers. Along the way, various things happened. You have also mentioned in your previous talks about the $45 trillion drain that has happened from India by the UK. Many things happened, but China has managed to bounce back. India is still on the way. You speak about potential. You speak about possibilities. You also spoke about the fact that India is always waiting to happen, waiting to happen. The world is waiting for India to happen. India is not happening. China has managed to kind of get back there. You also speak about the fact that India needs to make sure that there is no civil strife inside and that there is a majoritarian politics in the country to be able to guide it. So what is the way forward? How do you see the way forward? We know that India has been waiting to happen and has not happened. What has happened? Why hasn't India been able to kind of bounce back? What is your take in terms of kind of giving it a direction?
Well, if I had all the answers, I would not be sitting, you and I won't be sitting here, we would be sitting somewhere else. But that said, China has that, I'm not envious of China, but China has that advantage of a centralized command economy where a fiat can be issued. And, they will all, I mean, if you don't like the color of my tie, I disappear. I mean, if you don't like something, so it's a different kind of a paradigm altogether. We are a country where, I'm sorry to say, when 1962 war happened, there were certain political parties supporting China. So that is the kind of United States of India that we are. We are one of the most difficult nations to govern for the simple reason that the sheer diversity, the fact that centuries coexist, that we have to have a political consensus is, I would not say impossible, but very difficult. So that is one of our biggest challenges. And then I'm afraid, having done enough damage as a civil servant to the system for 35 years, I can now sound very logical and intelligent. In fact, on a side, I'll come to that. I'm reminded of a story, small anecdote of a person going to a farm and finding lots of cows and bulls and having a big bull sitting there just eating grass, and said, why is he not doing what he's supposed to do? He said, he's too old, he's a consultant. So I'm now a consultant. And since I cannot do much else, I'm kind of giving advice. So thing is that Indian civil services, Indian bureaucrat, still has the mentality, and I'm not pointing fingers, I'm looking inwards. He still has the mentality of a Bada Sahab, as somebody who dispenses favors. Where does your power come from? Your power comes from saying no. If you say yes, where is your power? So, and somebody was mentioning to me that even today, despite the fact that more than 1,000 laws, anarchic laws have been repealed, a business establishment has to file something like 2,000 returns every year to function. So still we have a maze of rules, regulations, hurdles, taxes. We have to clean up. We have to clean up. Tinkering will not happen. And while small is beautiful, I know the SME sector. I've advocated the SME sector. It is a job creator, etc., etc. But we need also to have large industries to capture the economies of scale and to have the quality and the price. I don't think we have a choice.
Ambassador Vishnu Prakash, you spoke about the fact that in hindsight, you can see with a lot of clarity. As they always say, in hindsight, one has 20 by 20 vision. And when one looks into the future, one becomes myopic in terms of being able to figure things out. You also speak about the fact about the emerging global disorder. The world has turned into a very different place. Countries are aspirational. People are aspirational. You look at India, a country of 1.4 billion, all aspirational. Everybody wants more. Resources are limited in the world. Education levels are going up. It's a connected world. Communication has shown people what is what and where is what and all of that. So in that sense, everybody wants more. Is the planet capable of sustaining it? When you talk about the coming global disorder, when everybody is aspirational, when resources are limited, obviously it's going to lead to stress and strain in the system. What are the governing trends that you are seeing in the world which would kind of be able to kind of guide us as we kind of look at the next 10 years? What are the governing trends that you are seeing in the world leading to this disorder and also indicative of what lies ahead?
Much that I would wish to, I will be dishonest with myself if I were to paint a rosy picture. 7.5 crore people on this planet.
Billion.
We are, sorry, what am I saying? Yes, slip of tongue. I hope it's not 7.5 crore, but 7.5 billion. Yes, thank you. The planet is not meant for so many people to live on. And we are not very good guests of the planet. We have the kind of havoc that human beings have created on the planet always takes me back to what Robert Malthus, a cleric and academician, as a scholar and an economist, said in the 18th century. That if we do not get our act together, and at that time, if I remember right, there were about 1.5 billion people on the planet. And at that time, he had forecast to say that if we do not get our act right, nature will. So there is a lot of technological advancement, and therefore we are maintaining a certain ecosystem. We are still having the food supplies. But one is that I don't think that nature will be too kind to us. And therefore, I did say that we will have black swan events. Could have, I hope we don't, but we could have, likely to have black swan events in terms of natural disasters, epidemics, etc., etc. So that is one fact. Secondly, water. There is going to be an acute, already is, and yet there is going to be an acute shortage of drinking water. And the future contestations are going to be over drinking water or over resources. So, and then the desire of basically a human being is one of the most gentle and one of the most ferocious animals on earth. And the way there is this hidden desire to dominate. We have put we have camouflaged it. We have put a veneer of civility, but scratch it, and our northern neighbor comes to the fore. So with this kind of a contestation, arms race, struggle for resources, struggle for dominance, I am afraid we are not looking at a period of harmony. And when there is this kind of a contestation, economic, technological, military, territorial, it is going to, things are going to get more complicated before they get better. I hope they get better during my lifetime. But since you are younger than me, I can guarantee you that they will become better during yours.
Thank you so much, Ambassador Vishnu Prakash. I don't know why we are always short on time when we have an interesting conversation going, but I'm going to binge watch on all your videos that I had been watching earlier as well. And thank you so much for joining us here, and look forward to having you again.
Thank you very much, and lovely talking to you. God bless.
Thank you. Ritu?
What a great session. Thank you so much, Ambassador Vishnu Prakash, JK sir. Our next session for the day is titled The Making of an Edupreneur. We have in this session Atul Khosla, Gaurav Yadav with Namra Kishore. Professor Atul Khosla is designated as the Pro-Vice Chancellor and co-founder of Shulani University. He has more than 10 years of experience in the education sector. He left his corporate job at Oliver Wyman to pursue his dream of giving back to the community by building a world-class university, Shulani University. The institution is India's leading research-centric, not-for-profit private university. His educational qualifications include a BTech from IIT Kanpur and an MBA from Jamnalal Bajaj Institute of Management Studies. Joining him on today's panel, we have Gaurav Yadav, an international award winner, entrepreneur. Mr. Yadav was most recently selected by the Economic Times Group under his series Leaders of Tomorrow for his demonstrated work in the field of school education, where he is following his passion of quizzing and developing what he popularly calls as the smartness quotient among school students. Mr. Yadav is at present involved in building India's first knowledge network of school leaders titled Indian Principals Network, as present hosting over 6,500 school leaders across India. His EdTech startup was very recently selected as India's top 20 startups out of 300 Indian EdTech startups. Moderating this panel, we have Mr. Namra Kishore, an esteemed entrepreneur and business leader, the founder of Linkcube and Entromile. He is a business and strategy expert with over 23 years of experience in managing large businesses and teams. He has been awarded with the Peak Award in 2009 and the Power Award in 2011. Ladies and gentlemen, the making of an edupreneur.
Well, thank you, Ritu, for this warm and elated introduction of everyone. And when we talk about edupreneurs, okay, we just can't have a better panel, than what we really have today. We are actually in the human age, okay. So this has to be the age for edupreneurs. Last year, somewhere it was quoted that India's education sector is actually almost at, $100 billion. I'm not surprised. And if probably this mark is going to be double in next couple of few years, I think that's not going to be a surprise either. Because in the last 12 to 15 years that I have spent largely on a talent industry, I have witnessed how India's talent has been in demand. Well, interestingly, the entire world today, which is facing, acute talent shortage to really take care of their industry needs, is largely, I can use, if I can use this word, importing talent from India. And today, we have got India's talent in a leadership position with some of the best corporates or the leading corporates worldwide. Okay. But still, I personally feel there's a long way to go, because when we talk about talent on one side, I can say probably we can tag India as the human capital of the world. A lot of businesses are moving back to India because of talent. A lot of Indian talent is moving globally where there are opportunities. But somewhere, not taking the quality of education that today Indian institutes are providing. But still, I don't see India's education industry figures into a global list of best institutes. So there's a long way to in terms of catching up as a country over there. But definitely, we have an opportunity to be tagged as the human capital of the world, and the diversity that we really bring in the capital, human capital, can really be in for really making many more entrepreneurs, because this is a sector which will keep buzzing for next couple of decades in our country. Okay. Before we talk about more, as we have a very vibrant and progressive panelists today. Okay. Let's have a quick round of introduction, though some of you individually do not need an introduction. Each one of us probably know you quite well, but it's nice to really know, why did you start an entrepreneur, and what's the vision you carry to really contribute, seeing India as a human capital of the world, and also contributing towards the talent the world would require tomorrow. So maybe we can start with you, Atul.
Sure. Thank you, Namra. I think, first of all, thank you, audience, for being here. I'd say it's a warm afternoon, and it's time for all of us to normally take a small snooze. But thank you so much for listening to us. I'll just take you through, my background in a second. What makes me so excited today when I sit in this chair? So I grew up in a small town, Namra. I grew up in Solan. I couldn't speak a word of English till I went to IIT Kanpur, where I did my undergrad education. I then went to Jamnalal Bajaj for my MBA, and that really helped me gain what we call those social skills. And I was very lucky to get into McKinsey, where I started my professional career. So my belief has been that I was very lucky. I was very lucky that friends like you put their hand on my head. And I was so-called, in the normal world's definition, professionally successful. I believe the belly of India deserves a similar experience. The tragedy of the country is that, and I joke sometimes, that Indian students go through 15 years of educational abuse. And then they come to universities, and people believe that there'll be a magic wand that, they'll put over them and they'll become super successful. So while, yes, we're a powerhouse for education, yes, we've got the likes of CEOs emanating out of India, but what I call the belly of India, students who go to smaller towns, tier 2 towns, tier 3 towns, and probably score between 60 to 80% marks. Think about it. Well, marks are not a correlation to success, but if you're a student who's a middle class, son of a middle or a daughter of a middle class parent, and studies in a small town, your chances are very limited. What do? You won't get into the mighty IITs, and then the quality of education dips very, very strongly. And that's the passion that I have. And the passion is, how do we transform this belly of India, the masses of India? And how do we give great education to these masses of the country? So my father actually started the Shulani endeavor, and I was very actively involved in it for the first 4 or 5 years. I was still working at Oliver Wyman, which is the third largest consultant in the world. And one day the thought struck me, I cannot make rich people richer anymore. And bingo, I think that's when I said I have to get into education. I have to teach. I have a very different sense of education, Namra, a different perspective of education. I believe if you want to become an entrepreneur in education, or an edupreneur, as you guys call it, you need to have a not-for-profit bent of mind. You shouldn't be doing it for money. You should be doing it for a broader social cause. And for me today, I have very little money left. Whatever I have, I'm very proud to say I've donated it to Shulani. But I've never been happier. Every time a student comes to me and says, "Sir, you've changed my life," I think that's the most exciting, service that I would have given. That's the most exciting thing that I would have done, rather than make big corporate houses richer. I think making the belly of India successful, making students who otherwise wouldn't have got the experience successful, I think that's something which is my passion. So we've been very lucky at Shulani. We always had it in our mission to work with students from the lesser privileged backgrounds, being honest and credible in everything we do, and finally bringing research and innovation into education. So every day we are into new waters, we are experimenting new things. We are challenging what I call the holy cows of higher education, and every day we succeed. And that's what gives me goose pimples on a daily basis. And I'm so happy and so excited. And I can say I'm so proud of myself that I could leave the rat race of the corporate world and get into education. So that's my story, Namra. Over to you.
Thank you, Atul. Very inspiring story, I would really say, and someone who's like, for me, who's stepping into the, the education setup, trying to be an entrepreneur myself. So this is, I think, an excellent story, motivation for us to draw with, and thanks for leading actually with all the passion. Gaurav, to you. From you.
Yeah, sir, I think there is some connectivity issue here and we can't hear Gaurav, sir. Atul, sir, can you hear him? Sir, you're on mute, Atul, sir. Atul, sir, you're muted right now, so we can't hear you.
I can't hear Gaurav, but I can hear you, Anshu.
Okay. So, Gaurav, sir, can you please try joining back again from another device, perhaps? Yeah, thank you. So, till the time we have Gaurav, sir, back here, first of all, sir, thank you so much for taking out the time, Namar, sir, and Atul, sir. It was great to know about your journey of how you started Shulani University and how the journey has been for you. So, Namar, sir, I would give the mic back to you. And please take it forward.
Anshuman, there's been some challenge, I think, with the streaming. Hi, okay. I think we had some technical challenges. I couldn't hear anyone, so I had to log out and log in once again.
No problem. Is it better now?
So, Atul, I have got a, it's far better actually. I can hear now. Okay, thank you so much. So, Atul, I was reading another very interesting, survey, okay, which was done recently by one of the global organization. We've got almost 35-40% of millennials, okay, in the workforce today. And interestingly, close to 84 millennials, okay, stated that they would like to work till the time they are alive. For them, till they don't die, they will keep working. So these millennials don't believe in, a retirement age, okay, that they want to retire by 50, 55, 60. They want to work as long as. And another very interesting, outcome of this survey was that these millennials actually do not want to work for like 30 straight years, 40 straight years. Okay, just like probably our parents did, and some of us are also doing the same thing. So these millennials actually want to, take regular breaks. And interestingly, 24% of them said to take a break for higher education and upskilling them. Lastly, in our country, especially in India, we've always, related education with, straight schooling and then, graduation, post-graduation. So you complete all your schooling by the age of latest by 23, 24, then you get into a corporate life. And then many of us do not look back at education again, ever. What's your take on this, and how does this probably will be a great opportunity for an education sector to really keep, reskilling people as they want to work as late as they want to?
So, great question, Namra. And I think if you remember what I said, I used the word thinking outside the box and breaking the box. And that's exactly, I think, the point I'd like to make over here, that we have to fundamentally change the way we deliver and think about higher education. Who says that Namra or Atul or Gaurav should not be re-educated? Well, the world is changing so rapidly. And I give this example to my students all the time. Let's think about the mobile phone or the Apple or whatever Android you have. Pretty much every year, they come up with a new operating system. So if you do not change the way or re-educate yourself, or reskill yourself, there's no way you can get a job. And I don't think it's about the millennials. As we think about it, 60 in today's world is not old anymore. It's a young man, right? I mean, I'm already 50. I feel like 18. So we need to ensure that we fundamentally rethink and just break the box. So we encourage, for example, at Shulini, people who are veterans to come and study at Shulini. Of course, they're not studying standard things like education, but we have a yoga program, for example, and I have a 75-year-old retired banker who's studying MSc in yoga, for example. And I think these are the type of things that need to happen. I am thinking about starting a university for the veterans. Why should someone who's 45 not be able to go to a university with like-minded people and get educated? I think that's the need of the hour. So you've hit the nail on the head. The only point I'd like to make is, it's not just reskilling, it's about broadening the horizon. So I would say it's re-education, going beyond just skilling. And secondly, it's not just the millennials. It's pretty much everyone who desires to have what I call non-linear careers. So linear careers, what your and my father had, where they started with the government and retired after 40 years. People are now saying, if you want to work for 3 years, take a year off, move and switch our industry, switch our skills, move to something else. I've done that. I've had 6 different jobs. Some people learn on the job. Some people need support. So the future of the world is going to be a new type of university. The last thought I'd like to leave, friends, is that this university doesn't have to be a campus. It could be a virtual university, or it could be hybrid. It could be spending half the time on campus, half the time online. I think all those models are going to come up. And finally, who told us? God did not tell us that a degree has to be 3 years. We've got a 3-year, 4-year degree and we keep on debating about it. We keep on debating about lots and lots of holy cows, but they exist because somewhere along our journey, someone said that a degree needs to be delivered in a particular way. And I think all these questions are being challenged today. And I thank COVID in a positive way, because COVID is not a very positive thing. It's a negative thing that all of us want. But in education, when it comes, it's really accelerated a new wave of thinking as far as education goes. Namra, over to you.
Absolutely. I think I agree with you totally. Yeah, I totally agree with you, Atul, on this, because when you talk about, I won't say veterans, but experienced lot who probably always take a pride that they've got a 20 years of experience behind them, but then they do not realize that they also got educated 20 years back, actually. Atul, I had a privilege of, as I said, working with all these age groups in the last 10, 12 years. Last assignment was heading, talent solutions, which is Times Ascent for Times of India. And I, not just probably COVID times, but much before that, from 2015 or 16, I started seeing a trend where people above the age of 40 were becoming redundant very fast. So my inbox used to be full of resumes, and I realized that world is changing at a very greater pace. Okay, and we probably are not bringing in those changes to really keep the pace with that. So a great thought about starting a university to cater to that. And let me tell you, that is a equally big opportunity as an edupreneur. And the best part about the entrepreneurs is that we all are very passionate about what we're really doing. So we're going to really do a lot of good work to a lot of people, because getting redundant in the early 40s is not a great thing to do. Not a great thing to happen, actually. To
you bet.
Coming back to closely with school fraternity. Okay. In 2011, there was this. So those days, I used to be working for a global organization called Man Group, and we came with an insight talking about. We used to really each year survey on talent shortage and also come with a solution paper. It is so that year's solution paper was manufacturing of talent. Okay, and manufacturing was a very nicely chosen word, because if you look into a manufacturing process cycle, in the value chain of a manufacturing, every process, every person in a value chain adds to the process. You can't build a car if probably you don't bolts, as simple as that. It's a small thing. You just need an engine. You need the nuts and bolts too. Okay. Now, when we talk about manufacturing of a talent, and before the talent goes to, Atul's university, they have to go through a schooling. Okay. And I see that you work very closely with the school principals. Okay. Do you think that probably adoption of a new education policy would probably start helping, manufacturing the talent, or probably the process of manufacturing the talent to be started much earlier for the students who would like to build a great career in their areas of aspirations?
So firstly, am I audible? That's the first thing to begin with. Am I audible now?
You are, Gaurav.
Fantastically. So thank you. So
absolutely.
Namra, thank you for your question, and sorry for the previous sort of a lag. Purely, I didn't test it. I thought I'll be live as Zoom usually is functional on my laptop. But having said this, it tricked me in a way.
Well,
right. But having said this, I will take quick 1 minute to tell you where I come from with the context I am coming, and I will also like to begin with a disclaimer that please understand this entrepreneurship is very individual subject matter to me. I mean, it may be very different to your people who are listening to this, and I'm assuming that if there are any students in this gathering, please take my suggestions or whatever I'm saying with a pinch of salt. What I started something which was 10 years ago may really have no relevance in your current context to begin with. Okay, so I was born and brought up in a small town like Mr. Atul was, which is in Jhansi, and I am in Jhansi right now. Having said this, what I was saying earlier, not knowing that I was not audible, that I'm a huge fan of Atulji's work, fantastic work which he's carrying out. I keep reading a lot of stuff on the internet. And more than
Well,
that,
interestingly, we all are from.
Yeah, go ahead, please. You're saying something? So as I was saying,
interestingly, then we all are from Bundelkhand, three of us then.
Acha. Okay, interesting. Okay, yeah. So as I was sharing with you that
I can't
for me, yeah, am I audible now?
Go ahead. I take a lax today.
You're audible, Gaurav. Please go ahead. You're absolutely fine.
Yeah. So what I was saying was that I'm a huge fan of the body of work which Atulji is doing in the higher ed space. And given I represent the school education, and my work is totally in that domain. And I'm taking the liberty of giving a little perspective which I have seen over the period of 10 odd years with being in this sector. And to be honest with you, NEP is a brilliant document. No two ways about it. Enough has been spoken on that document. But the sad part is that if it's not really implemented the way it is supposed to, or if I may say, if an individual who is running an institution doesn't really adopt in the capacity it is supposed to adopt it, then it's a piece of paper, I would say, right? So having said this, now I was born and brought up in Jhansi, and as I said, in ICSE board school. But the moment I step out of Jhansi, it's a very different world, right? And that's purely of the fact that today, when I see after 2001, when I was in 12th, and when I see today, because of the social media, or I would say internet, that's the only major difference which I see, that there's no shock value remaining for that matter. Everyone today is more or less is having that similar piece of information, because the moment I remember when I went to Delhi for the first time after my 12th, for me, it was a cultural shock, to be honest with you, right? And no matter what amount of preparation I was going out of Jhansi, it was always falling short, right? So having said this, given the context is very specific in our today's discussion, I think entrepreneurship, no two ways about it, should be an orientation point at the school level. I have been working on this at my own personal capacity. We also intend to collaborate with a lot of higher ed educationists as well. We are already doing a lot of stuff, as I say, and this is not the time about me and saying what we are doing, but it is about the core idea that at the end of the day, it becomes way too late in our professional careers. By the time I was out of my 12th, or maybe I was in my graduation, which was in DAVV University in Indore, the very word entrepreneurship, I heard it for the first time, if I may say. And that to me was way too late. And when you are pitted against someone, if I may say, who is being born and brought up in a scenario, who is been fiddling with that idea, there's always something called someone who is beginning it, or I would say a head start is always very advantageous to begin with, right? So with that as my own understanding, I think we will have to, and I think NEP works or talks about it in a very, very, very objective fashion, that entrepreneurship should be one of the aspect, or I would say self-reliance. And there are a lot of jargons floating around. I would not really like to go in that. But I personally feel if people like Atulji, who is working in the higher ed space, people like yourself, example, really take the mantle forward with respect to supporting young ideas, or I would say supporting these prodigies at the school level itself, it then creates an ecosystem, and it's all about ecosystem at the end of the day. I run today one of the, I would say, network of principals, which I personally was not the first network which I'm running. I was in the corporate. I did something similar in the corporate, and I understood the power of working in a network sort of economy. And that was way earlier in 2007-8 window, right? So whenever I today get to interact with the young ones, or even the principals, or I would say leaders like yourself, when we interact, I always see that is there a possibility of doing things together? Because there is too much to be done. We are too big a country, to be honest with you. I mean, there are hundreds of us will still feel short amount of opportunity which we have in our country. So, right. So in my own capacity, if I may say, entrepreneurship and edupreneur, whatever, it's a very individual matter. Sometimes people are enamored by the fact that putting up a name of founder and a CEO is a very glamorous thing to begin with. but sadly it is not, guys. And let me put this as a disclaimer out, that it's a marathon, and if you don't have it in you in terms of taking the what I call the punches, which I always say this, and I don't know where I read this, that the capacity of a boxer is not just by how well he hits the punch, it's actually how many punches he can take, for that matter. So entrepreneurship is about taking the punches. If you can take as many as you can and still on your feet, then you should be an entrepreneur. Otherwise, don't even tread on this path. If I'm scaring anyone, but I want to be realistic, very, very realistic. Yes. Number, over to you.
Well, I agree with you, for you. Absolutely. I agree with you on this. Yes. So, Atul, India has got a massive demographic advantage, but I think we have also been in the top 10 countries globally on a talent shortage list. Okay. And as I said, I got some to work with Tree and Academia in terms of facilitating. We've got such a matured corporate sector today, and we've got so many industries.
Namra, we can barely hear you. You're breaking. Namra, you're coming in and out. We can barely hear you.
For an academia to be part of a workforce talent needs much earlier, as I use this term called manufacturing of talent. Okay. Well, can you hear me now?
Let me rephrase the question. I think you're basically saying, how can academia serve the needs of talent demand for industry? Is that the question?
How can academia strategy?
I am sorry. I don't know whether it's my system or Gaurav, could you hear the question?
No, I think Namra has a problem at his end. It's the network.
Yeah, I think there is some connectivity issue from Namra sir's side. So
I think still, it's a very important question. He's talking about academia. He basically, I think what Namra was trying to say is that while India has got a huge amount of human capital, we still have talent shortage. We still hear about a mismatch between the talent that academia produces and what corporates seek. So what should be the strategy of both corporates and academic institutions to bridge the gap? I think that's really what I captured. So I'm going to answer this. Even if I'm wrong, it's an important question to answer. What should academia do? What should institutions of higher education do? I'd like to break it down into two categories over here, Gaurav. First is skill-based jobs, and the second is higher value-added jobs. I think skills is an overstated word in India. Every university is trying to skill its students, and I have a fundamental disagreement with that. In my opinion, a university or a quality universities, the objective of a quality university is not to skill students. It has to provide a very different set of capabilities to students. And to me, these are leadership capabilities, problem-solving capabilities, and ability to communicate effectively. And I think if these three capabilities are there in students, then you will see students actually becoming and ramping up and learning the skills along the way. The reason I'm against skills is because skills are very rapidly changing, the type of driver skills we speak about. So when it comes to skills, I think what academia needs to do is to start thinking about what I call me skills. Me skills are the ability to learn, the ability to communicate, the ability to lead, and we skills, which is the ability to collaborate with each other. And these are very different from the classical skills that we speak about. Do you know Python? Or, for example, there is a company which is trying to create programmers out of young children. I fundamentally disagree with that. I mean, coding is not going to take you anywhere, but the ability to think, the ability to problem solve is really what's very, very important. And I think somewhere along the way as academic institutions, we might not have been pushing our students in that particular direction. I think our curriculum is probably not very intuitive. Our curriculum is probably 50-year-old. We are not pushing our students to the new frontiers of thinking. We're not pushing our students to think. We're making them a little bit of robots. So neither do they have knowledge, nor do they have the type of skills I spoke about. Having said that, I think also there are some small type of skills that that people who are below the value chain need to have, especially if you're looking at students who have a diploma or a certificate, and that's where very specific industry skills are important. So when I think at students, Gaurav, I think about the fact that if I'm in industry, I want to hire someone who will not say no, who's got a phenomenal attitude, can communicate with people around him or her, and make sure that problems are solved, whatever that problem is. And that's the type of talent I want. And that's the type of talent that I think academia needs to start thinking about producing. And I think that can happen if we are able to bring in research and innovation right at the undergrad level. And that's where we are experimenting at Shulini. So we're trying to say that why can't every student file a patent? Why can't every student write a research paper? And if you've done that, then you've learned how to problem solve. Of course, it needs to be in the relevance of industry. Of course, it needs to be in the relevance of the broader ecosystem. The challenge, again, I think, with students nowadays is that they don't read and write too much. So they're not very aware of the environment today. For example, how many students read the newspaper? That's the question mark. How many people, how many students understand the broader, I would say, industrial environment around them? So I think making them aware of that environment, tying up with industry to excite the students, I think is more important than giving them what I call screwdriver skills. At least that's my perspective. So we are working with lots of industry partners in helping our students come up with these capabilities. Some successes, some failures. Honestly, I don't know the answer, but I think the struggle is on. And I've started a new mission, which I call Mission 130, Gaurav. And Mission 130 is that every student who gets into university should get a job. There's no reason why they shouldn't. But 30% should get high value added jobs. And that's what we're trying to work on at Shulini.
Oh, absolutely. Which is why, and not to say, at the cost of repeating myself, you're doing a phenomenal work. I keep reading all the stuff. I have been following the work of, because there are few interest areas we have around the higher ed space as well. But then the idea of, as you mentioned, the entire skill bit, and I'm speaking to the gathering, and I'm of this assumption that, see, Atulji is in his prime, if I may say. He's lived his prime. He's now giving back to the ecosystem, if I may say. Now, this message is loud and clear for the people who are in their schools, or let's say leaving schools or going into your undergrads. That skill actually is something which you need to start working on at an early stage to begin with. And I'll tell you my own little sort of, if it at all helps you in one bit. I was a very, very poor student academically, very, very ordinary student. But it doesn't mean by any chance that you have to still writing off yourself, which is example you have to what I call it, keep driving your what I call acquiring something on a daily basis, which is maybe learning a new stuff, right? Not thinking that only academic is the prerogative in the ecosystem. And maybe when I look at the schooling today, and I can only speak for schools to begin with, higher ed possibly is Atulji's domain, if I may say. Today, even at the school level, friends, there are a lot of focus around these aspects, which is the based education, you call it, whatever. But the challenge is, and I always keep saying this, that usually the teacher who is teaching the student needs to be a great example of skill himself or herself, to be honest with you. Because you get, as a teacher, you inspire that individual. And if you are not really inspiring that individual, maybe then that student is not respecting you in a way which you are supposed to get respect from that student. So at the school level, I usually say this, and I have to say this because Atulji is also here, is that there has to be a greater collaboration between the school education and the higher education to begin with in India. And we are already working on that at a major level, and I'm sure we will get opportunity to work with you as well. But my point is that if you're an entrepreneur and you're looking this as a space wherein you want to start either your business or you have a product or your solution, let me begin by saying this, that please do not come with an intention that you are chasing a certain amount of stature or a position or a funding in a certain stipulated time, because trust me, that's a very, very ordinary beginning statement for yourself to begin with. You need to really go with an intent that you are here for a long haul. Number one, you will get your best form of funding is through your customers, not through the VCs or not from anyone else for that matter. You should be creating a minimum value product, which is MVP at a level, which is that it has the capacity of giving you revenue from day one. That should be your status quo of work ethic. And if you don't have that, trust me, then there are a lot of statistics to follow, because I am not a fan of reading which is already in public domain, which is 99% of Indian startups do not get funded, and those who get funded do not survive, all that jargon. I am a completely 100% bootstrap startup till today. I have not borrowed a single penny of money from anyone, because I believe when you borrow money, you do not value money. You do not value that money. You value your money when you have earned that money with the hearts, whatever you call it, sweat, sweat, blood, or whatever for that matter. But having said this, please go with a clarity of thought. It's either edupreneur or an entrepreneur. If you want to be one, don't be a wannabe entrepreneur. Be a one who has substance. Meet people like Atulji who give you a realistic compass moral check, if I may say. Have a great mentor to begin with. If you get a mentor, nothing like it, to be very honest with you. Nothing like it. I was in my family, and not even 100 years on their left or right was anyone entrepreneur, by the way. Right? So because today it's a session about this specific theme, and I usually, whenever I like to meet people, I like to give them a reality check. That do not get enamored by 18 months of white hat HR. That's an aberration. That doesn't happen with everyone. Please understand this. And if that is your motivation, sadly, you are taking up a very wrong path to begin with for that. Okay. So maybe I'm.
Yeah. Sorry, Gaurav. Go ahead.
No, maybe I'm sounding too realistic, too blunt, or too crass, if I may say. But guys, this is what I have learned over the past 10 years of my journey. It has to be realistic. It can't be whimsical and fancy. I have seen so many, and I won't really quote. As of now, I'm mentoring around 4 to 5 entrepreneurs who are from brilliant institutions, IIT, BHU, and you call it the fanciest of the education. But the problem with those students as well is that they have already written the statement that I am in the next 8 months going to raise money from this person and that person. Now, good to have aims, but good to have realistic sort of assessment that before going to chase money, I need to have a product in hand who should be validated in the market, etc., etc. You can't, and just my final bit, if I may say, if it takes 9 months for a lady to give birth to a kid, it will take 9 months. You can't do that process in 3 months for that matter, right? So respect the organic process, be realistic. And if you are on those lines, then people like me so would add value. Otherwise, these discussions have a dime a dozen. It doesn't really add value. Yeah. Sorry, Atul, you were saying something.
No, yes. Because the topic was being an entrepreneur. What I like to add over here to the audience is that Gaurav, of course, spoke about opportunities to be an entrepreneur and the challenges also. So yes, India has tremendous amount of opportunities. This is the golden age for India. But you will face challenges, and tenacity will be very important. What I like to add from an entrepreneur perspective is that I remember when I was studying, I always had a not-for-profit motive in mind. I always wanted to join sort of an NGO when I was at IIT, but I somehow couldn't find the right fit. So I think what's really happening in India today is that there is an explosion of opportunities. There's an explosion of education. And if India has to meet its GDP targets, we'll have to grow our education system 3x. So we'll have to produce 3x time talent to increase our GDP 6 times, which we aspire to do in the next 30 years, which basically means that if you have that entrepreneurial spirit in your heart and your stomach, and you have the ability to be an entrepreneur, and you have that not-for-profit mind, and you have that thought of giving back to society, then being an entrepreneur can be edupreneur can be very exciting. It could be starting a school. It could be something that Gaurav is doing, which is hand-holding schools to become better. It could be getting into higher education. It could be starting a skilling institution. It could be online education. So the dimensions of opportunities for an entrepreneur could be huge. It could be from becoming a Byju's, where your objective is, of course, capital and creating capital and having impact, to running a not-for-profit university. Or in the case, for example, there's a beautiful school in Dehradun where the founder just works with completely underprivileged students whose parents don't make more than 3,000 to 4,000 rupees a month. And these 300 students that I've at school called Purukul, actually, and these 50, 60 students that I met, I tell you, they can beat the best in the world. So you can have aspirations from completely charity to creating capital and value for yourself. And I think that's really the exciting part of being an entrepreneur. Whichever part of the value chain you choose, I think you'll be adding value to India. You'll be adding value to the lesser privileged, the underprivileged, the masses of the country. So if you want to be an entrepreneur, I'll strongly encourage all of you to also start looking at education. And if you have many, many more entrepreneurs coming in education, India will definitely be a better country, which is what all of us want India to be. I think Ritu is here. Our time is probably coming to an end, and we'll have Ritu probably give the closing remarks. Ritu, you're muted.
Sorry. I was just going to say that's such a perfect note to end the conversation on. Thank you so much for all the insight, and it makes me very happy to know that education for whoever is coming to learn, whether it's, like you said, Atul sir, kids or people who are veterans who want to continue to learn, that India, and thanks to you, like there's opportunity for everyone who's looking for it. So thank you for making that difference, and thank you for being who you are to the education space in our country. We move now from education to fashion, or rather personal branding that never goes out of fashion. So this session is called Personal Branding, Style Never Goes Out of Fashion. And we have as our panelists, Mr. Vivek Atre, an ex-IAS officer who is also a motivational speaker, author, mentor, advisor, columnist, and visiting professor. He's resigned from the IAS in 2017 and has 8 TEDx talks and 3 highly popular Josh talks to his name. Over 30 lakh people have viewed his videos on YouTube. He's the founder of the Suvichar think tank, visiting professor at Shulani University, member of the CSR Advisory Board of ActionAid. He's also a founder of the Vibrant Networking Forum, Chandigarh Literary Society, and co-convener of Intac Chandigarh. He's also a member of the Governor's Advisory Council for Chandigarh UT. Joining him on the panel is my namesake, Ritu Kochar. With more than 2 decades of experience in the fashion industry, she has explored both the art and science of fashion design. Founding one of the most prestigious fashion institutes in India, INIFT, gave her the opportunity to conceptualize and work on many challenging fashion design projects. While she has thoroughly enjoyed this journey, on the way, she has learned the unique nuances of styling and grooming. Our next panelist is Suparna, who in her own words is a writer by habit, a designer and teacher by passion, a gardener by obsession, and an entrepreneur by decision. A late starter, she started working at the age of 42. Armed with a professional education in mass communication and interior design, she started her career graph as a teacher of design, took upon content writing, dabbled in freelance interior design projects, and finally launched her own firm, Shunya, in 2017. Her passion for plants and green gifting got her to launch her brand Garden Tokri in 2019. Her baseline of thought for this journey has been empathy. She lives by karmic serendipity and has built her life by answering every doubting why with why not. Moderating this esteemed panel is Kanika Rajdev. With over a decade of experience in strategy and business development across management consulting, ITES, construction, and automotive sectors, Kanika has lived many lives. She has led product development and sales teams to scale businesses at PayPal, Google, and CarTrade. She is passionate about driving business growth and believes that the best solution emerge from variegated experiences and teamwork. She thrives in diverse cultures and has worked across India, Romania, Singapore, France, and the UAE. She is the co-founder of a boutique design and architecture firm that aims to bring sustainable, innovative solutions to the market. She's completed her bachelor's in civil engineering from PEC and has an MBA from INSEAD in Singapore. Ladies and gentlemen, personal branding. Style never goes out of fashion. Kanika, over to you.
Seems like Kanika is popping off. Let's just see if she's coming back, and otherwise we can probably start. Yeah, seems like a connection problem. So why don't I welcome you both
Good
on
afternoon,
behalf
everyone.
of Vibrant Forum. Good afternoon, Ritu, and good afternoon, Suparna. I hope Kanika is back soon to ask us some questions. But let's have a good afternoon. Are you able to hear me clearly, Ritu? Is there a problem?
No. You're fine. You're audible.
Okay, I think Kanika is back, but why don't we have preliminary
hear me?
thoughts on the topic until she is connected? So, Ritu, over to you for your preliminary thoughts on personal branding. Style never goes out of fashion.
See, for personal branding, I think you're the best person. You should be talking about personal branding. For me, I'll start off with style. For me, style has always been a very personal thing. Style, I think I was born stylish, that's what I say, because style has nothing to do with fashion, style has nothing to do with education. I think it's a very personal expression. And since I was a kid, I knew what I have to do. If it wasn't for fashion, I think had I got into the banking section, I would still have been would have been the most stylish person in the bank, because this is what I love. This is what I am very, very passionate about. But God's been kind that I am into the right field. Style for me is, like I said, it's personal. It's a very individual way of looking at it. Style for me is something that you don't learn from the books. Style for me was, but like we are what, three sisters, and I come from an army setup, and my mother was always a housewife, so we had a very limited budget. Now we had a same wardrobe that all three sisters used to share. So I used to keep looking at my sisters and tell them that, you can wear this particular piece in a more interesting manner. Why don't you do it? So then I realized that maybe this is what I've been blessed with, because we've been sharing the same clothes, and we've been having the common, we had a common wardrobe ever since. So when I started off with INIFD, I think this is what I told faculty members, that I am not here for money. I'm not here for business. I am following and I'm pursuing my passion. And I think I've done pretty well for past 25, 26 years. Fashion industry has been a part of my life, but styling has been my life ever since.
Yeah, Ritu, I totally agree with you.
Am I audible? Because I don't know. There's some sort of
You're audible. You're audible.
Okay.
Yeah.
A little bit. It kind of breaks in between. Otherwise, it's fine.
So I totally agree with Ritu. I think you've got it absolutely spot on. Basically, you didn't have to make too much effort to become stylish. You were stylish, perhaps you were born stylish, I don't know. But you got into the right field, as you said. But the other thing is that I believe that style is something which is personal and something which is unique. Yeah, it's unique.
Absolutely.
So I think that way I agree with you totally.
I think it's as unique as your fingerprint.
Yeah. And Suparna, your opening thoughts?
When I first read this, personal branding style never goes out of fashion, frankly, I felt that it was more a statement of fact
Because whether we are teaching design or we are learning it or we're observing it, we've always loved, educating students on what's the difference between style and fashion. So style stays and fashion goes away, or style is what, comes across. And I think I'd like to extend that and say that personal branding, more than a concerted effort or more than a list of checkpoints that you need to do to, let me get this right and let me get this right and then my personal branding is right. I think inherently what really, really comes across is your integrity of thought, your integrity of belief, who you are, and how well you manage to, or how well, in fact, or how you're perceived, in fact, by the audience, because eventually it is your entire sphere of personal branding is going to only become about how you are perceived. You could be trying to communicate message A, and perhaps your style or your way of communication or your language, your message, your medium could end up conveying message B. That can happen. So I think I like to think of personal branding as something that flows effortlessly, flawlessly, simply because of who you are. It just has to be there. The more you try and focus on it and build it up with some strategies, I might seem a little, what should I say? I might seem like negating that, but honestly, I've observed that the more off track people go, the more, when they try and build up some list of pointers that they can do, unless, of course, it is a simple social media strategy. But personal branding has to be inherent. It's about your thought process. It's about your belief. It's about the conviction that comes across. I think the greatest examples of personal branding have been able to, achieve that success because they came across as who they were. So that's.
Kanika, while you were away, we started with our opening remarks. So over to you now.
Thank you. Technical challenges last minute. So very welcome to all the panelists, and I'm very happy to be here. And you already started a discussion, but I still want to throw the first question to Rituji here because she's a fashion icon, she's a stylist, founder director of NIFT. So Ritu, what do you think? Why is style so important? Why are we all here today discussing this?
The question for me?
Yes.
Yeah, Ritu, for you. Yeah.
So, you do this for a living. Yes, we can hear you. So my question was, why is style important to us?
Okay. Kanika, in 1995, when we... Yeah, please.
No, please carry on.
Kanika, there's a lag for her, so just wait for her to speak. She's got a lag. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so the question was that repeat because I think there's some technical issue.
Okay, sure.
With my
setup. Sure, not a problem. It's not a problem. So my opening question to you was, why is style so important to us? What is the role of style in our lives?
Should I rejoin? Okay, anyways.
Go ahead, Ritu.
There's some technical. Yes, we can.
Kanika, I really don't know what you asked, but I'll talk about my journey because I can't remember what you're asking me. I don't think we have enough time also. So see, in 1995, when we started off with INI, fashion was okay. So way back in 1995, not too many people knew about fashion. Of course, it was a profession coming up, but still people were to certain professions were like being a doctor or an engineer. So for me to start off with fashion was a big challenge, and I think in these 25 or 26 years we've done it. We have a 3-year.
I think Kanika, Ritu has a really bad connection, so we're going to request Ritu to get that rectified. Maybe you can pose questions to Suparna and me for now.
Sure, makes sense. Makes sense. So, when I was thinking about this topic, I had a lot of different perspectives in my mind. And I wanted to start this off with Ritu because, she comes from that as an industry. But at the same time, I'm from a corporate background largely. And I knew that you were on the panel. So I was curious that, we talk about style as an important brand. So my question to you in this case is, given that you had in your previous life, you were with the administrative services, do you think that style was also relevant to that sort of a job?
Well, and Kanika, it's a good question. Actually, there are different realms of endeavor and fields where people pursue their passions or work, and everywhere there are different requirements. So in the IAS, the requirement primarily is obviously not style. It is delivery and it is work and it is service. But there are people who are pretty stylish, and there are people who are inspiring because they're stylish also. Because their work is not only good, but they're also able to make a mark on people with their personalities. And if people like that are in the government service, then people, visitors or the impression that the common public gets about the service or the government is pretty good. So I think a lot of stylish people have made it to the IAS and IPS and other services, and I think they're good for the service. The drawback could be that some of them are probably a lot of faff and not substance. So that is something that we need to watch out for. But in other fields, I feel having been on the other side of the table as well for a large part of my career, and having seen people in the corporate world as well as in the academic world and as a professional, I think I meet stylish people everywhere and not so stylish people everywhere. But I think it's more important on the whole to be a balanced individual, and that's what makes a real impact on your work and your life. So being balanced in every way is perhaps the key to go forward.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. So we're basically saying that it cannot just be a form or a substance, right? So how we say that don't judge a book by its cover, and I think both are important. But I also feel that at some level, especially with the importance of social media, it's out there, and I think it's relevant for individuals and corporates and freelancers, big or small. I think at some level, it has started counting as something which is more. So it has got more weightage. So we cannot today define and say, hey, I don't care about how I look because I'm very smart at my job, because I need to put myself out there. So I think at some level there has to be a little more than that. What do you think, Suparna?
Yeah, I'm afraid I'm not at all from acquainted with the fashion world, and definitely not very clothes savvy and all. But I think I'd like to say that somehow I've believed always that style that we talk about doesn't really stop at what you're wearing or how your hair is, or I think it's a total persona that you carry, which will always come across. And maybe I will sound repetitive on this simply because I very firmly believe and very stubbornly believe on this. I think your style will come across with with who you are, with the way you are communicating with your audience, with the way you relate to people in work life, whether it is your clients or your co-workers, and in every other sphere of life, everybody else, whichever audience. So somehow, and I admit it's also because maybe I'm not so fashion conscious. I do not have that kind of knowledge. So I wish people would somehow believe more that style that you carry goes beyond your clothes and the glitterati that you want to show, and it has to be about who you really are, and whether you are brave enough to portray yourself as it is. So I love repeating this statement of whether your thoughts and your actions, your beliefs and your actions, how integrated are they? That for me has always been style. So
No, this makes perfect sense. And in fact, I wanted to lead the conversation in that direction. I was, as in, we generally think, the moment we say style, we by default think of it as fashion and clothes and just, your hair and makeup. And this is again something, which I would like Ritu to weigh in. When we talk about style, I'm sure that it goes beyond all of these things, right? So like Suparna rightly said, it goes even to the point of like how you relate to other people, how you speak. So Ritu, what else contributes to, someone being stylish besides how we, the fashion and clothes and makeup? What else contributes to that?
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Style is beyond hair, makeup, and clothes. Definitely, it is very individualistic. Like I said, it's as rare as your fingerprint. That's why we say that, oh, that's a stylish writer. His style of writing is really nice, or that's a stylish spokesperson. So they're not a part of fashion industry, but you remember them for the way that they are projecting themselves to the world. Say, for example, every time we go to the market and we see those round glasses, we say, oh, these are the Mahatma Gandhi style glasses. Or we wear a Nehru jacket and we say, okay, that's a Nehru jacket, but these people have not been style icons, but still you relate them with style. So style is something which is in your DNA. You could be a stylish philosopher, a stylish writer, a stylish artist, a stylish politician. So I think style is something which is very personal. It is timeless. It is like in our fashion industry, you get fashion for 6 months, or nowadays you get fashion for what? You get fashion twice a year or 4 times a year. It will just come in, the trends will flow. You'll see all brands visual, having those same colors and styles and cuts and silhouettes hanging in their racks. Fashion could be given to you for 4 months, 3 months, and suddenly you'll see that it disappears and a new lot is presented onto the visual merchandising windows and all that. So, but style is something which is going to be with you forever. You give some classic styles like a white shirt and blue denims. All 4 of us are in the chat room now. You give a white shirt and blue denims to each one of us, and I think we will style it in our personal way. Everybody has their own personal way of expressing their own styles. It is something to do with emotions. There are days when you want to look, there are days when you want to style up yourself nicely, and then there are days that you will take out the first t-shirt that comes your way, that is visible in your rack, and you just pick that up and pair it with a pair of denims and step out. So style is also to do with emotions. You have happy styles, you have sad styles. There are days when you don't want to dress up. So it's, again, like I said, I will always go towards dressing up, but style beyond dressing. My father was my husband and my father both are from the army setups, and I've always seen them very stylishly dressed. They had nothing to do with fashion. My mom was a housewife. Her friends and my other colleagues, not everybody is from the fashion background. I think they all do a fairly good work with it. Suparna might say that she's not stylish, but the way she clubs her earrings and her little bit of trinklets that she wears with her saris and suits, I think she does an amazing job with it. And with Mr. Vivek Atre, I think he dresses nicely. He comes across as a very professionally sound person, and he's always dressed in his best attire. So I think all of us need or are touched by styling in some way or the other.
Yeah, yeah. I absolutely agree. And you make very pertinent points that it's not about following a fashion trend, it's a personal style, so to speak. And I mean, for me also, I mean, I can actually share, there are days when I'm feeling a little drab and I'm feeling not so excited about work. And I think on those days, I like to put a little extra effort into how I look, and that just perks me up. It just makes me more quirky, and that day maybe that's my vibrant thing for the day. But at some level, going back to you, Vivekji, I want to, we did talk about that, perhaps style was not so important for a certain kind of job. But I think we all at some level do see when we see somebody, dressed up nicely, confidently, it does create an impression. I mean, if you think about it, somebody who's dressed up nicely, I think the first thing it shows is that they look after themselves. They invest into how they're looking. So you by default project a certain image, and then that person sort of commands a certain level of treatment. So without even having to put any extra effort into following a fashion trend, at some level your style does, I think, showcase your competency, your confidence, the kind of treatment that you expect from people. What do you think?
Yeah, Kanika, I totally agree. In fact, all three of you have said it right. It's something very personal and unique, but it's also to do with more than just clothes and clothing. So I wrote a piece once called "Good Looks Matter, but Not Much." So it's the first impression that you get with the way a person is dressed or the way a person looks, the way a person is groomed physically. But after a while, it is how that person speaks, how that person carries himself or herself. And I once got a compliment which went beyond all compliments related to looks or smartness or style. And that was that from an army officer's daughter, actually. The army officer and she were both there. And they said, you have very good carriage and conduct, which is an army kind of way of saying that it's a way you carry yourself. And that is your style, and that's the way you become. But I also feel that it's more than even how you speak or walk or conduct yourself. I think it's also what you are. And as Suparna, I think, mentioned that what you are from within will ultimately come out to the forefront. And you become that person as a composite of the within and the without. So it is how you relate to people, how you think, how you react, how you respond. So your style becomes your personality, and your personality creates an impact. And if for some of us, all of us perhaps are into some kind of spiritual thinking nowadays. So there are also vibrations, and these vibrations can be perceived by others even if they don't know it. And those vibrations actually lead to a person being liked or not liked, or more liked or less liked. So it's a composite of everything that becomes you, and you are your own style, you are your own impression, you are your own persona, you are the impact that you create. So, like in a spiritual manner, if you look at it, the person, the impact, and the person being impacted, they all become one in a way. So the vibrations just go from one person to another seamlessly after that. It's a little deep rooted answer, but I think all of you appreciate it.
Yeah,
Makes
absolutely.
sense.
Makes total sense. You're absolutely right. But this leads me to another point. We've talked about style being more than our clothes and our look. And even though we say, okay, don't judge a book by its cover, but at some level, we all do that. And like as we talked about, we touched upon social media and how that's making us very conscious about, how we're looking. Do you think that at some level there's also a downside to it, like we're overly indulgent in how we look and how we present ourselves? Ritu, what do
You're
you
asking for
uh,
me?
Ritu, I was asking Ritu.
Ritu, ma'am. Ritu.
See, Kanika, human beings react more to non-verbal communication. The moment you put a nice picture on social media, suddenly you will have people liking your pictures and commenting. But even if you put a good text, I think people would just scroll it up and nobody would be interested in reading. So as of now, yes, social media is completely connected to nice, beautiful pictures. And a lot of people have been putting pictures of all the been having. So, yes, as of now, the influence is there, but fortunately, because all that's happening around us, all the influencers are doing a commendable job. They have been putting pictures of various oxygen beds and food deliveries being provided to COVID patients. I think fashion industry has stepped up and come forward in whatever little possible way that they can. So social has its positives and negatives as well.
Makes sense. So again, I want to maybe extend this to, going beyond looks and all. So Suparna, you're an author. Do you have social media handles where you consciously and at frequent times post out certain images because you want to convey something about yourself or your work?
Yes, we do. I'm a content writer, so I guess managing my own social media handles is a part of my job, first of all, to begin with. But if I can be very candid on that, in fact, that is exactly what taught me how perception really changes. So there was this time that I thought that I was supposed to portray myself as an interior designer, or I was supposed to portray myself as somebody coming up with good words and a writer and all. And somewhere in the middle of that, just for the heck of sharing with people, I started putting my garden pictures. I started putting flowers, and I started putting a whole lot of other stuff. And slowly what I've realized is that what I got more known for was the fact that I seem to be an obsessive plant lover. And suddenly, I realized that my style, so to say, was something that had happened, like I said, really effortlessly, maybe just beyond my, without my knowing. So eventually, that's what made a difference, and that's what made me believe that a whole lot of it comes from, even on social media. Even on social media, yes, it's true. You were right when you said that the downside is that, yes, people perceive, so good looks will make a difference. But, I've come to realize, Kanika, that that's not something that you can run away from. We are talking of human minds. We are talking of society. We are talking of human perception, which always will get more impressed by, the way something is presented. So वो नहीं आप escape कर सकते हो. So one might as well learn to strike a balance between. But yeah, Ritu is right that a lot of influencers, I think a lot of them, in fact, if you check out Instagram, the ones that have the highest following are actually the ones that are exposing their personal life as it is. And maybe that itself is what is catching on.
Yeah. You're absolutely right. And, this is another important point. This reminds me of another important point, I would say. Our attention span is becoming smaller and smaller. So earlier people were more active on Facebook, and now they're more active on Instagram. Why? Because Instagram is even shorter, right? You just post a picture and that's it. And how they say a picture speaks 1,000 words. So with that one picture, you can immediately convey what you want to convey. So if this is going to be this talk today, we prepare a poster with pictures of all the panelists and the moderator with just a few words, and that's it. Because that's the attention span. So, it does. So it's all connected, that when you talk about personal branding is so important, why is it so relevant for all of us, whether as an individual or as a brand, as a corporate, as a freelancer. And so how we look or how we present ourselves, I think it all sort of comes together, that people also have, less time to actually read. So they just focus on what immediately, like in 10 seconds, you create that impression with a good picture of yourself. And yeah, you become an influencer. And today you see all these brands going after influencers to promote their products. So which clearly speaks of the fact that, TV ads are one thing and they'll probably always live. But if you want to target the millennials, then you have to move towards Instagram or even Snapchat for that matter. So yeah, I think it all sort of comes together. Vivekji, going back to you, how do you incorporate style in your life today?
So I don't think I do it consciously. I just kind
Does
of
he even want to try? He doesn't want to try.
want to try. So you just you don't try. You don't do it consciously. You just be yourself, and you become someone. I think being stylish is actually being comfortable with who you are. There are people who are uncomfortable with who they are because Instagram has people who look perfect, who look perfect, who have the perfect lifestyle. They're sitting by the swimming pool all day long and drinking champagne, and they've got these gorgeous lifestyles, if I may put it that way. So the point is that we can't all be like that, and we don't want to be. So if we are comfortable in our own skins, if we're comfortable with who we are, I also think that it's not the stage of life at which you are, it is the way you think. Some people grow old very early, even if they're in their 20s. Their mindsets are such that they have already started thinking old, or thinking that, now I'm kind of getting on in the years. They may be like that. And there are people in their 70s or 80s who are impeccably turned out. We're all from Chandigarh in a way, and if you look at the Chandigarh party, which we haven't been to for 2 years or 1.5 years, I mean, if you look at a Chandigarh party with the red turbaned Sardarji and the impeccably dressed sari-clad wife or suit-clad wife who turns up, both of them, at one of these dinners or even Gurdwara bhogs or even anywhere else. I mean, they are amazing. And Chandigarh is probably a very stylish place to learn from for the rest of India, how to just be yourself and be stylish in a way. But I'd also like to add that, building a brand, which you mentioned, is also subtle. And of course, Instagram means that you keep posting and you keep doing a deliberate promotion. But some people, like I think Ritu and I fall in that category. At least I know of Ritu. We keep posting our pictures just because we feel like, and I don't think we make an effort uh, to to be known or admired or become a brand. But in the process, we do become better known brands. And I think it's just a part of life nowadays to be yourself. And I think one shouldn't go overboard. I personally don't post personal family pictures much on public platforms, but I do post my talks and my thoughts and my writings. So I think it just goes with my brand building, and it happens in a subtle way. So social media also has to be used in a stylish, subtle way without being too much overboard. Yeah.
That's so wonderful. Basically, he actually said that I don't put any effort to be stylish. I'm naturally stylish.
No, I'm not that stylish, but I'm getting there.
You're getting there. This is actually a very good point and I'm very happy that you're saying this. So, and I see this difference between men and women. Ritu, do you think it's more important for one or the other gender today? Do you think women are more under pressure versus men?
Ritu, that was for you.
Am I audible?
Yeah.
Kanika.
Yeah, so I mean, I was just curious that do you think that, women are more under pressure to be looking perfect and looking good and dressed for the occasion versus men? I always tell my father, that I was like, it's so simple for you. It's so simple for you guys. Sorry.
I think she got it.
She got it? Okay. So is there a bad connection again?
Maybe Suparna can answer that, and then I can also answer it, and then Ritu can answer.
Once again,
Yeah,
because
Suparna.
it's might have a bad connection today, unfortunately.
Yes. Ritu, carry on.
Okay. Because I can't hear you, but I try and keep my Instagram very, very real. I post what I feel like posting. I don't want to put a fake. I don't want to show people that I'm actually, I don't want to show what I am not. I try and put pictures which are real. And especially during this lockdown in the past 1 year, I'm really enjoying doing a lot of DIYs. So I am trying and picking up things from my own wardrobe, trying and do interesting things with them and sharing it with my students who are basically my followers, because I can't have a one-to-one interaction with all of them. Instagram, I think, has to be very, very real, because I don't know how many people you are reaching out to, who's watching your Instagram, and what message are they getting from your Instagram. So we, responsible citizens, should keep it very real. And of course, you have to have, you can't, have your private life out there, but a little bit within. We cannot pretend to be somebody else. We need to be original. We can't copy somebody else, and try and portray a nice, simple, and an honest message to people who follow you, who look up to you.
That's wonderful, and I absolutely agree with that. You have to keep it natural, but also be conscious of the fact that who's watching. If it's your students and they look up to you, then yeah, you need to be mindful of who's the audience and what you're actually putting up. So I wanted to go back to the previous question, and Vivek, let's go back to you, and you can probably take this one. Do you think it's easier for men versus women, or do you think that you also have the same level of pressure?
Yeah, I think it's easier for men versus women. There's no doubt about that. I mean, it doesn't take much for a man to suddenly look better than he was looking 5 minutes ago. But I don't think the impact is as much as a lady has. I mean, a lady walks into a room, a man walks into a room. I think these are two different impacts. And so the ladies might take more time and effort and pains to hone their style or their look or their appearance or their impact. But definitely it's worth it. There's no doubt about that.
I actually envy men, because it's like they can wear like a white shirt and gray trousers, and they can wear this look to work. They can attend a wedding function the same day directly from work. They can go to a casual dinner with the same outfit. They can go to somebody's morning with the same outfit. But as a woman, you cannot be wearing the same outfit from work to a wedding, to a morning function, to a religious function, because you're not expected to. You're expected to be dressed for the occasion. Don't you think, Suparna? There's a lot of pressure on us.
Yeah, but yes, pressure there is. But I was going to ask you then, isn't that where style versus fashion would come in? So what if I really were to land up for a wedding in, as you said, white shirt and jeans? I mean, what do you think it would do? The only thing that would stop me from doing so would be fear of being judged. Am I right? The fear of being told by somebody, oh, aise aa gayi. Isn't that right, Kanika? Aren't we all victims of what we call the LKK syndrome? Log kya kahenge?
Yeah, a little bit. But I think the point I was trying to make was also that like a man will never be questioned that he didn't get ready,
Yeah. So those are certain societal norms I think that we are all victims of. And in that case, there is that much more pressure because women are perceived and expected to be and behave in a certain manner. I'd rather not talk much about that. Otherwise, then I would just go on for the next half.
Ritu, any comments on that one?
Ritu's got a lag, I think.
Again, okay.
You go to the next one.
Yeah. So, we've talked about our fashion and our style and how we perceive it. And when before the session, I was also contemplating, some icons around us. So I read this thing about that our own prime minister, he puts a lot of effort into choosing the color of his jacket or the way form. I think it actually became famous as the Modi kurta, which was like this half sleeve thing. And he picks up the color exactly for every outfit. And I was like, somebody at his age and who's a political figure is putting that much of effort into choosing what he wears. But at the same time, you have somebody like a Mark Zuckerberg who wears the same T-shirt, I mean, the same colored shirt every day. And he has his own reasoning behind it. So there are these two extremes, both very extremely popular in their own respective fields. One pays attention to how he looks. The other says, I do not want to put any effort into how I look. So it's sort of like, it's contradictory, but an important thing for all of us to think about. And I think it goes back to you, Suparna, that, it's beyond what you dress.
Yeah, also, if I may say so, I think both of them are putting efforts. It's just that in one, we see it more obviously, or rather we believe. I'm sure Zuckerberg has had something very, very concrete in his mind when he decided to say in the audience or say to the whole world, oh, I don't care what I wear. Frankly, that itself was a style statement in it, that is his branding. That's the way he's branded himself. And Modi ji, of course, I'm sure has an entire team working for the kind of image that has to be portrayed. But people like Steve Jobs, people like Mark Zuckerberg, if you have noted, they have always related, that sense of style.
That's the branding.
Yeah. So they've kind of related it to their work norms and work ethics. So Steve Jobs wrote about not wasting time searching in your wardrobe for clothes and focusing on work. I think that was personal branding. That is why I feel that sometimes personal branding happens without either the audience or the person himself knowing that it has already happened.
Yeah. Ritu, you were saying something? You wanted to add some comments to that?
Ritu?
I think we also, in fact, we're having a power cut problem since Ritu and I are in the same sector, so I can just vouch for that. So I guess connectivity issues are huge.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely a power problem.
Yeah, I agree with Suparna that Mark Zuckerberg and Steve Jobs, that's their way of doing their personal branding. Say for example, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think there's a lag.
Yeah, it has to do with the...
I think the lag is over now. She's speaking. Ritu, go on.
I think it's still a technical challenge. I think I do personally feel that, and this whole conversation is actually making me feel that we're becoming the experts of personal branding when we talk about how we present ourselves.
Kanika, if I may just interrupt, I'm afraid I'm going to comment on my co-panelists, but I have to share this with you. So, for example, Mr. Atre, for all that he says that he effortless and not, Vinayji, you would be surprised to know. So there is a philosophy of Swami Yogananda that he often shares with people. And he has probably been doing it just as a matter of sharing, some good thoughts and all. I've realized over a period of time that has become a part of his branding without him knowing it. And I'll give you a small example. We were sitting I was sitting in a group. It was like a social get together, and somebody just asked me that, have you ever read about Yogananda? It just came across as like, so I just casually mentioned. I said, yes, somebody once gave me a book, and in the hope that it would help me through a tough phase. And the first question that I got was it Mr. Vivek Atre? So yes, so you know what?
Small town Chandigarh.
Small town
Chandigarh only. So you know what? It's been on my mind since Thursday when I got to know of this topic, and because over the years, this is about what I think, Mr. Atre, this must be about 7 years ago. And it was, Kanika, I don't mind sharing, it was a tough phase. And I remember having gone to him for some advice, and he just picked up the book from the table and he said, you know what, Suparna, read this. It might help you. And though I have often shared with him that I admit that I haven't yet read the entire book, but I have seen over the years, you don't realize it. So just connecting it to what you said about Zuckerberg and, let's say Steve Jobs, I think somehow, I don't know, I know I'm going to sound like I'm like a stubborn kid going on repeating the same thing, but Kanika, I really believe that in the most powerful personalities, the most powerful branding has in fact happened because they were just who they were. So, and it's not just one example, Vivekji, there must be, God knows, dozens of people who end up talking about, ye tumko pakka Mr. Atre ne bataya hoga. So, it's really true.
Yeah.
Become
Yeah.
a part
Yeah,
of
so I
his.
guess it's basically, as I said, that everyone has to just do what they do. I would do it another time. I would do it a million times if I could. But that becomes you just generally build goodwill, and I think ultimately more important than style is goodwill. And goodwill is something which remains with you even after you're gone, or even after. I mean, like, we are popping off this session one by one, and two of us are left. So even when we are gone, I mean, Kanika's back now. So even after one is left, that goodwill is what remains. So more important than the style or the brand or the image is the, what they say, the khushbu of what you are, and that is something which is goodwill. And if you've been compassionate and caring, I think that is what ultimately counts in life. And that's what I try to spread with others. It's tough to be compassionate at a time like this. In fact, I got a message saying that this topic of your discussion is not appropriate for this particular time when people are going through pain. I said, if you look at the HOBNOB list of panelists and the topics they are covering, it covers a wide expanse. And they have covered things from leadership in stressful and tough times, on to things like policing with sensitivity and care. And then there are things like driving your business out of the COVID pandemic. So there are lots of things which one can talk about. And it is goodwill which ultimately stays on. And that is what is probably more important than branding and style.
Yeah. Yeah. I couldn't agree more. So I think in conclusion, we all agree that, style is important. Social media projection of how you project yourself is important. How you dress is important because that's how people see you. If you're dressed well, if you're carrying yourself confidently, people think that you're competent, you're professional, you treat yourself well. They also treat you better when you're treating yourself better. But having said all of that, like Suparna said, and like how you said, Vivekji, that at the end of the day, it's about, you cannot fake it, right? So at the end of the day, you will be yourself. And incidentally, just this morning, I was listening to some talk which talks about that, how this millennial generation is so obsessed with social media. And thanks to all the filters, we are able to project that image that, we're by the pool having champagne and that's just what our life is. But in reality, when you're stressed, that's not what the truth is, right? That's just like a butterfly effect, as they call it. And people will not remember you for those pictures. People will remember you how you treated them. People will remember you when you were compassionate, when you needed them, and how you made them feel in that moment. And all of this is a part of your style. How you relate to people, how you talk to people, it's all a part of your style. And it's not just, how you look and how you dress. But yeah, and I agree, this is a very pertinent topic, and I think it's very pertinent for all times. It might seem like, it's a little wishy-washy and it's not so serious, but I think it's very important, because at the end of the day, it's the connections that are important, and how we connect is, it's everything is sort of interwoven together. So this has been a wonderful discussion. Any closing remarks from my panelists? Please, I welcome them.
Suparna?
Yeah, I'd say to whoever is listening, please just be brave enough to be comfortable with who you really are, and stop worrying about what social media is thinking.
And I would also reiterate what I said, just be yourself and generate goodwill through your mind, your heart, your soul, and the rest will take care of itself.
What beautiful words. This has been great. Thank you so much for your time, and I had a wonderful time being here. I think Rituji has dropped out. Thank you so much.
Thank you,
for giving me
Kanika.
the time.
Thank you. Lovely session.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, everybody. That was our penultimate session for the day. We now have one more, after which we have the exclusive Vibrant Networking Forum members only, hobnobbing, speed networking with speakers of this event and fellow members of Vibrant. Gentle reminder again, if you haven't already registered on the links sent to you, please do so before 5 p.m. today. Our last session for HOBNOB 2021 is called Equity and the Art of Patience. We have on this panel Mr. Tahir Badshah, Kunal Nandwani in conversation with Abhishek Luthra. Tahir Badshah is the President and CIO Equities at Invesco Asset Management India. He heads the equities business at Invesco Mutual Fund, which is inclusive of domestic and offshore assets. He has also served as a senior fund manager, head of equities at Motilal Oswal Asset Management. Tahir was also the fund manager at Kotak Mahindra Investment Advisors and Prudential ICICI Asset Management. He was the co-fund manager, equities, and senior analyst at Alliance Capital Asset Management and has also worked as a senior analyst at Kotak Securities Limited. Our second panelist, Mr. Kunal Nandwani, is a startup entrepreneur with technology, financial markets, blockchain, electronic trading, social impact, and angel investing experience. He's a YPO member and authors of books titled Squaring the Blockchain Circle and Sociopreneur, Building Conscious, Social, Sustainable. Our moderator for this session is Abhishek Luthra, a certified alternative investment manager at AIWMI, Mumbai. He has worked at Kotak Mahindra, Old Mutual Life Insurance Company Limited, and has a rich experience in the marketing of liability products like pension plans and life insurance. He has also served as an associate vice president at Axis Bank Limited, where he dealt with multiple branches across clusters. He's also the senior portfolio manager with one prestigious financial institution of this country. He's a motivational speaker and loves to do poetry and drama writing. He is a lifetime member of the Chandigarh Literary Society and also an active Rotarian. Mr. Luthra, over to you.
Yeah, hi. Good evening, everyone, and thanks for giving this opportunity to join Vibrant and to address this session. Thank you. A special thanks to Mr. Atre. So we are here now, and I would like to address Mr. Nandwani. Hello, Mr. Nandwani. Welcome back. I was listening to you in the morning.
Hi. Hello.
So we have this session now.
Yeah. Yes. Go ahead, please. Go ahead. Sorry.
We have this session now, and we'll be just waiting for Mr. Tahir Badshah to join in. We'll be discussing on equity and the art of patience. So I hope it will be a very good value addition to all the listeners.
Hi,
Mr. Badshah. Hello.
Hi, can you hear me? Hi, am I audible?
Yeah.
Hi, Abhishek. Good afternoon.
Yeah. A very warm welcome. Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon. A very warm welcome to this prestigious event, HOBNOB, from the Vibrant Forum.
Hi.
I would like to
Thanks very much for
thank
having
you
me.
for taking time out of your busy schedule and making this
Pleasure is
possible on
mine.
Sunday.
Good afternoon, Kunalji. Hi, Tahir. Hi. Yes.
So I would like to steer the conversation towards the topic of the day and the most hot topic nowadays in the markets. As far as equity is concerned, people are now really feeling that way that this should be the priority to invest in the markets nowadays, the kind of rally we have seen in the last year. So over to you, Tahir sir. What would you like to guide us after this pandemic, the whole 2020 we have seen the volatility in the market, and after the sharp decline and a very sharp recovery, people used to say that it's some V-shaped sort of recovery, or the U-shaped sort of recovery, or W-shaped, whatever it is. So what is your view where we are actually amid this crisis, and how we are going to take this?
I would only begin by saying that, Abhishek, yes, the scenario of the last 12 or 13 odd months, which has been facing all of us as individuals and as investors as well, is particularly unique. I don't think we have the current set of investors or people around us have been witness to this kind of a scenario regarding a pandemic, a global pandemic. Uh, the last that had happened, as we all know, was a century ago, and therefore, obviously, there are not many witnesses to this kind of an event and its impact on markets and how one should treat this. So there is a uniqueness to the event that is surrounding us from an economic standpoint and a market standpoint. But I still think that if one were to probably look at it from an investing standpoint, I mean, I know the reality on the ground is quite depressing, and we have particularly in India, we are in the last couple of weeks we've been going through a lot of turmoil. But having said that, from an investing standpoint, and this is what we used to kind of reflect even sometime in the same period last year, that there are certain timeless principles of investing which beyond a particular point remain unaffected by some of these kind of events as well. I mean, even though this is a once in a century kind of event, but timeless principles about buying good quality businesses for a longer period of time, especially during the times when there is a phenomenal amount of uncertainty, is something which, from an investing standpoint, always works out. So I think it came out to be true even in middle of 2020 when at the bottom of the market, maybe there were investors who were probably panicked, but whoever was in a position to actually cut across the confusion at that point in time, the pandemonium at that point in time, and probably disregard emotions at one level, which were running really, really very high, and emotions of the kind which were actually affecting us, our psychology, our families, our health systems, and so on. And yet, I mean, if some of those principles of buying at times of crisis, buying when there is blood on the streets, as they say, has turned out to be once again so much more profitable. So I think many of those timeless principles are still in vogue. It is nice to see in the last 1 year that many of these principles of investing have actually stood their test of time, and led to outcomes which can be significantly different from otherwise. So I think that's the key learning that don't disregard some of these timeless principles. And I think if those are the kind of opportunities which one as an investor is confronted again, one should make the most of it.
Right. Thank you. So do you think that this, as you said, that if one can take the opportunity head on, they should. Do you think that this is the time and fear of COVID and all the things and the impact of COVID on the markets, in fact, on the economy, is all behind us now, and one should take this as an opportunity for a long-term view, or we should still wait and for the second wave or the third wave, whatever they call it as, should be over, and then we should start?
Well, I think the problems are the problem related, especially to the pandemic, is not something which one can easily say is gone away. Or it might take still a little bit of time, probably a couple of months or 2 or 3 months, for us to bring the second wave under control. And this is a point of worry for the markets as of now. And it's an important point of worry for the markets. Probably it is the most important point of worry for the Indian markets, at least at this stage. But worry is part of the market. I mean, you will be worrying about the markets with regard to some factor or the other at some point in time. One will never, as an investor, have a scenario where it's a completely Goldilocks situation and there is no worry or there is no concern. in the markets. One as an investor has to live with worries and concerns and anxieties as part and parcel of the investing game. The very fact that equity markets are fraught with risk is well known, but it is this risk that actually leads to the kind of returns which are probably available from the equity markets. So versus, let's say, some of the other markets. So I think that is something which is one has to, as an investor, reconcile with. Having said that, yes, like I said, this problem is probably going to haunt us for a while. Situation on the ground, obviously, we know is not as good. Moreover, I think the markets have done a fair bit also as well in the last year, as we know. So it's not that kind of deep value market that we probably got, let's say around the same time last year. We are in a market which is reasonably fair. I wouldn't probably also want to call it a very overpriced market, given the where we are in terms of probably our growth path over the next at least a few years, and the fact that cost of capital and interest rates are where they are. I wouldn't therefore want to call this market as an extremely pricey market, but it is not the kind of cheap market that we probably had sometime last year. So I think one as an investor probably should use an opportunity of any type as an investing opportunity, provided you make your investment horizon long enough, and you have your investment objectives and your investment goals well defined for yourself. So I wouldn't therefore say that this is not a market this is a market which is not an investable market. It is an investable market, but it all is a function of what are you looking for. If you're looking for the kind of magnitude of gains which came to investors who were big enough to invest last year sometime at this time, I don't think you will probably get the same returns over the next 12 months. But can you get reasonable returns from here as well? I think that game is still on.
Right. That's great. So I would like to ask one question to Mr. Nandwani. Like we do talk about the investors, and Mr. Tahir Basha is a very marquee fund manager in the market, and everyone knows him. So on fundamental grounds, I would like to pose more questions to him. But one question to you, Mr. Nandwani, is that people used to follow some discipline, and people used to follow the asset allocation also. And like in morning, you were saying in your session that innovation doesn't brings in you money, and how you take onto that innovation and build your business on that ground. So that brings in the substantial amount of gains into your business or the money. So what is one thing you would like to tell our listeners and the investors, especially particularly in the equities, that behind following this asset allocation point and the other disciplines, how the software and the innovation and the technology is helping out investors nowadays?
Sure. So I think firstly, before I address that, can I try to comment briefly on the comments on the topics that Tahir covered earlier? I have some possibly relevant points to make, and then I'll quickly get onto this question. Sure, if that's okay, Abhishek. Yeah. So firstly, I think a normal retail investor, assuming that's part of our listeners, and then some HNI investors, many of them do not follow the market on a daily basis, right? So they're not watching CNBC every day. They're not reading fund research houses reports every day on every single company. For them, stock markets, borderline, arguably, are delusional. Indian economy is down more than 10% till now compared with about a year ago. We are facing a second lockdown, second wave, etc. But still, the stock markets are almost at twice the value they were about a year ago, give or take, right? I think the thing that probably I can attempt to answer this at how has this happened. I think beyond a point, like I was saying, there are some timeless principles, but the principle here is not the PE ratio or 15x multiple of X company's profit or something. The principle here has been supply and demand. If you have more cash flushed in the system, whether it's coming through the US government printing notes or quantitative easing in Britain or the money supply from RBI in India, wherever it comes from, at the end, if you have more supply in the system and lesser opportunities, the value of the underlying asset goes up, and that is possibly what has happened in the Indian equities market. And a few other, coupled with a few other factors, one of them is that, of course, the lending rates have gone down. So if the FD rates go below 7-8%, let's say now they are possibly for short term, near term, they are under 5%. The typical investors who were putting money in FDs, and now they're saying, if I'm getting 5% minus the tax that is deducted, I can make better returns in stock markets, and they all flock into it. Hence, we have seen that Indian retail growth in the last 1 year, retail participation growth, number of retail investors coming to Indian markets has grown in the last 1 year. That growth has not been seen in a decade. In the last 10 years, we did not add as many retail investors as we did in the last 1 year. That's fueled by some of these factors. More time at hands of people sitting at home, not going out, not doing much. They need some sort of dopamine release in the brain. Lower returns in alternate assets like FDs and all alternate investable classes, I guess. And then lastly, fueled with the flush of excess cash in the system. And this has led to growth in many asset classes, not just equities. And for an investor, I mean, of course, I'm not a fund manager looking at one specific thing, but managing my own portfolio and some other people I interact with, you look at, there have been a lot of honeypotting in some specific asset classes which seemed they could grow, but without fundamentals as well. Without using the effort, they have grown. You think about Bitcoin, you think about many other assets that have, think about a GameStop share equity in US, Indian HNIs with 250,000 plus can invest within that much money into the US stocks as well. But, I think what I would say is that if you don't understand the game, don't do it. Don't play it. So
Absolutely.
Just like Bitcoin is, you will be the last one standing. Possibly you may get in the bubble, you may ride the wave, but you will not know when to get off. That is one thing I would say that people must keep in mind, whether it's Bitcoin, whether it's GameStop share, or whether it's some other small shares, SME shares in India, which have seen a rally after the big ones have had enough of the rally, and then they've lost out eventually. So some of these patterns and shifts we are seeing. Coming to the question you posed me, technology certainly helps. I think if we have to think, how do we get access to Tahir Badshah? Unless we are in this forum, we don't have access to him, right? He's managing big fund, big portfolio for, in behalf of many firms. You are part of a firm that's managing portfolios. All the technology guys, the fintech guys today think about is, what is it that you are doing that they could do using technology? Eventually, there are some input signals going into your 80 billion neurons. You are making some conscious investing decisions. And many fund managers also act in a similar way if you try to patternize it. If you find the patterns, you may be able to figure it out. So I think technology has eventually become available to the user, which only fund managers initially used to have access to. For example, the research reports have been simplified and dumbed down for the retail investors to just look at what they need to look at. With the retail investing platforms like Grow, like Zerodha, like many others that have grown over the last few years, and with tons of analytics, simple charting, technical indicators, short-term, long-term signals, everything is now available to a retail investor on a mobile app. So if they choose, they can manage their portfolio better. And many of them over time, fortunately or unfortunately, have lost interest in the largest Indian investing asset class, which was the mutual funds. Many of them we are seeing a pattern that some of them are saying, why should I give money to invest in a mutual fund when the returns there are so suboptimal, and I think I can manage my own portfolio better. So that's what people have started taking charge of their own investing, their own portfolio. That's happened due to a variety of reasons. They have more time, they have more assets to invest, money has become serious. The returns in markets have been great. So that has lured them into the market. of course, it doesn't always stay the same. It will go down at some point. Some investors will lose interest and money, and they will realize that it was a beginner's luck that they got at times. It's not necessarily their skill. That's what fund managers with years and decades of experience know for sure. Not all times in the markets would stay the same. So these are some of the things that I think technology have enabled people to do. On a mobile app today, I can buy a Tesla share, a Coinbase share, a Bitcoin, gold, and all Indian assets. I have apps like that. So today those apps exist. Fortunately, I can get those exposures. So that's what I think technology has enabled us. All the information which was only otherwise available on a Bloomberg terminal or a research report by a top analyst, which was only going to people like Tahir and other fund managers. Now it's somehow becoming accessible to many more people. And some of them are taking charge of their own portfolios now. So these are some of my thoughts and comments on the topic.
Very rightly said, Mr. Nandwani. And the point you brought in about the liquidity, and a lot of funds have come to India from the foreign banks, also after the liquidity release last year. So I would like to ask one question to Tahir sir regarding what role and how you can enlighten us about the role of RBI in managing liquidity. And like Mr. Nandwani said, that every HNI or the ultra HNI investor in the last year or in last 2 quarters particularly have started thinking that they have become the fund manager and they are managing their own portfolios, because things were really going in one direction and people have earned a lot, or they have made some like 50, 60, 70% kind of return. So what is your take, sir, on the kind of liquidity and the way RBI is being managing that? And how do you see that scenario would be from 1 year from now?
So the way things are, clearly RBI is, like most other central banks around the world, has been very, very supportive from a monetary standpoint. RBI had actually become supportive, monetarily supportive, even a little before the pandemic as well. Throughout most of 2019, we actually had some liquidity constraints in the market, and we were running certain issues with regard to liquidity post the ILFS crisis, even well into 2019. But it was even only in the second half of 2019 that the RBI started to kind of open up, become a lot more growth supportive, more importantly, ensuring enough liquidity is there in the markets to allow for markets and economies and the economy to function normally. So I think the stage had already been set. Of course, the whole scenario was accelerated during the course of the pandemic in 2020, and rightfully so. I think not just the RBI but central banks around the world have acted very wisely, in my view, for the kind of crisis that we were facing, in order to make sure that there is a focus on lives and there is a focus on livelihood as well. Ensuring cash flows of businesses and ensuring liquidity in the market was an integral part of that process of saving the economy and saving the markets at large. The liquidity at one level, of course, as Kunal has already pointed out, has been a very important element in the functioning of the markets and the further kind of gains and the movement of the markets over the course of the last 1 year. But my sense is that all of it should not be construed as something which is done with the intention of only lifting asset prices. The idea of even the Fed and the extension of the balance sheet during the course of 2020, and maybe to some extent even the RBI and the government of India, was to provide liquidity which would eventually find its way into the economy and support businesses and their ability to revive and stabilize their cash flows. So I think that part of the story is probably what will likely unfold in 2021 and beyond. It has already started to unfold in some of the other developed countries, particularly in the US and maybe even other parts, where they have been able to kind of bring the pandemic situation under better control. And I think the same awaits India as well. We all know that while we are going through this near-term challenge, this problem eventually will abate. If not now, maybe 6 months later. If not 6 months later, sometime in 2022. but this is something which, going by the experience of many other countries, going by the fact that we today are armed with a vaccine compared to um, nothing last year, does convey to us that somewhere the problem will be controlled. And as soon as that abates, I'm quite sure that quite a lot of this liquidity will find its way into the real economy. And if you have policies at the same time which are growth supportive, then I think some of the de-link, or the disconnect that investors probably see with regard to the underlying economy and with regard to the performance of the markets will become a lot more, apparent. I think today, yes, there is a disconnect, and it is sometimes for a not so involved investor a little difficult to reconcile to how the markets are holding up this well in a scenario which is in front of all of us. But we have to remember that markets are forward-looking. I think it's the collective wisdom of the market. The collective wisdom of last year was a lot more of a panic, simply because of the fact that we had not seen this problem earlier. It was completely unknown to us. And then there was no, immediately in the first instance, there was not much of either central bank support or government support. It took a little while to come through. Fast forward to this year, we have this animal today is not a completely unknown animal. It's not a completely unknown devil. We have some idea around it. It's not as big a surprise as what it was last year. So the larger the surprise, the bigger will be the response of the market one way or the other, because ultimately it is a collective psychology of the market which is at work. So I think perhaps that is one of the reasons why the market in the second phase and the second wave of the pandemic has not reacted the same way as in the first instance last year. And like as I said, simultaneously we've been supported by a few other things, which is of course the liquidity support, the vaccine support, and probably the policy support, especially as far as India is concerned, which perhaps holds out a lot more hope for investors at this stage than probably it did last year.
Right. So, Kunal already said that many people have opened the new demat accounts, and that was my follow-up question to this one. That how do you take this? We have already discussed about liquidity and scenario from 1 year from now you're looking at. But do you really feel that the kind of number of accounts people have opened, the demat accounts, the new accounts, or people have started investing in the equities? It will continue in this way, and after that, I'll go to Kunal for an opinion on that.
I'm pretty sure it will not continue at the same pace as what it has been in the last 12 months. It can't. I mean, it's been mind blowing, and it is. We all know that it's been driven by a couple of factors. One is, of course, the attractiveness of the market, as the markets became more and more attractive. The fact that it was, easy money in a way. Markets went up one way more or less directionally for a reasonably long length of time. It was also the fact that it was work from home. People were looking at alternative opportunities to kind of somehow make ends meet, especially those who were not very gainfully employed during that point in time. So the whole host of these factors were at play. I don't think all of these will sustain in the next year or 2 years. We will normalize, but and there will be a churn. There will be a churn of some of these accounts which have come in the last year, which will probably not hold up, because there will be a set of investors who would not be able to hold up to the volatilities of the market. Many of these investors are inexperienced. They've not gone through market cycles, and it is therefore fair to assume that many of these, a good number of it, if not all, will drop out. But the other positive part is also that there is an awakening. This whole inclusiveness, financial inclusiveness of Indian investors or Indian public at large, the equity cult, so-called equity cult, is probably starting to build up in India. The fact, of course, it is looking as an asset class which can deliver returns which are a lot more comforting than many other asset classes provide at this stage. I think some part of it is clearly a lot more durable, and it will stay around. Will accounts, demat accounts, and investing, individuals continue to grow at the same rate? I'm not quite certain. They will kind of trend revert, mean revert. But I think it is still very the pandemic probably and the profile over the last 12, 18 months has probably changed a few things, and some of these will be long lasting. And to that extent, I wouldn't even be surprised that steadily we will keep growing, compounding as more and more number of investors actually come into play. We also know that in India, the base of investors is still very, very low. So compared to at least some of emerging markets as well, leave alone the developed markets. So I think as a trend, over a period of time, it will continue to build. Probably the pandemic has only accelerated that process.
Well said. Well said. So, what is your opinion on this, Mr. Nandwani? And I have a very particular question for you as well, as you are into making of the softwares, and I have gone through your site also. I saw some algo trading and high-speed trading, high-frequency trading, we call it as. So, you're doing some work there also. So, do you really feel that people will continue with these demat accounts and people will keep investing the way they have been in the last 2 quarters? And is this algo trading thing and high frequency trading is really helpful in the country like India, where things go subjective sometimes a lot due to policies and politics also? So, what is your opinion on that?
Sure. I'll answer the first question first. So I think one, FD rates are likely to stay low. That has been the most preferred sort of safe investment people, passive investors had been doing knowingly or unknowingly. Given the fall in expected continued fall in FD rates, which may happen at a slow pace, and that there is still as I said, there is a big enough Indian market that could easily come into retail equity markets. So that, there is, I think the trend will continue, but obviously not at the same pace. We will not add, I don't know if we added 20, 30 million demat accounts in the last year or so. I'm not sure we'll add that many, but every year we'll have some addition. So it's a likely growth market for sure. That's one. And that will be fueled, that will be helping the market. And, we will have at times people spending more time doing it, managing their own portfolios or trading or investing or doing more passively over time, but they are likely to be here and likely to stay. Participation may taper off. There will be some downturns or some market minor crashes here and there where the investors may get scared off as well. We will lose some investors again for a long time, like we did in 2008, like we did in year 2000. Those kind of things will continue, but I think net the trend and the pattern is towards the upward swing. I completely agree with Tahir as he's saying. The pace, the rate of the pace will not be the same, but the pace will be there and the addition will continue. And in the long term, if you see 10 years later from now, we could easily be from 5-6 million demat account, 50-60 million demat accounts to running up to 400 million demat accounts. So there is still a 10 times more growth expected in the next 10 years. I think that can easily happen. Obviously, assuming the world is still able to survive through some of these pandemics and other things. That's one. Secondly, on one of the things at my firm, one of my companies builds is some trading technologies, which includes algorithms, high frequency trading, market making, etc., which make the markets go very efficient and liquid. Think about it. I do not know how many people have tried to see how the markets functioned 20, 30 years ago, or if you have seen in some old movies, you would be shouting on the trading floor to get a trade done or an investment done. You would send an order in the morning with a broker, and you will know the next day what price you got it at. Now today you send on your app, when you send an order, it gets done in less than a second. It's not by magic. It is by technology at play behind. All the buy side, sell side firms, brokers, tons of technology players are there to provide liquidity to the whole market and provide efficient liquidity. Whenever there are arbitrage opportunities, they get taken out and the markets become efficient again. This is possible only by technology. We build one of the fastest algo softwares in the country, used by all big institutions of India, sell side especially, or the trading firms especially. Now buy side firms are taking it, especially in India and outside India and in all countries. The algorithm is able to trade more than 1,000 times a second. You cannot click more than one time a second. If you have to manually trade, you can put in only one trade a second, right? One or two if you are too quick, if your keyboard is really good. 2 times a second. How will you ever compete with an algorithm that is trading 1,000, 4,000, 10,000 times a second? These are the kind of technologies we build. They work within the regulatory compliance framework. There is enough risk management out there, guidelines by the regulators like SEBI in India and many other regulators we work with in and outside India. So they are fully compliant. It's not that use of technology makes anything inappropriate at all. So think about it today forget financial markets, forget trading. Think about your normal life. If you have to go from a point A to point B, Google Maps will decide your route. Make My Trip will decide which flight you take. Make My Trip will decide which hotel you're going to stay at. And now even more so, maybe Shadi.com or Tinder will decide who you marry. Everything is being driven by algorithm. There are not just people behind making those decisions. It's being done by algorithms making those matches. Everything is being done by algorithm. Why not in financial markets? Why not in a process of trading more efficiently? We use technology. So that is there. It's been happening for all the sell side firms, brokers, trading firms have adopted it. Buy side firms are looking at adopting them now. They had been less digital, so to say, in this relative comparison so far. And now even these technologies, firms like us are trying to make sure they are available to the retail investors too. Why don't they have access to the same algorithms? They could be simplified. The algorithms could be very simple. And think about it. What is an algorithm? Let's say Reliance, I'm not sure where it's trading. Say it's trading at 2,000 rupees. I want to buy it at 1,800 rupees. I do not know the 1,800 price will reach in a minute, in a day, or in a year. I have no idea. But if I just want to put it and give it to an algorithm, it's just automating an execution intent. That's it. Why can't an algorithm run it rather than me looking at the screen 9:30 a.m. to 3:30 p.m. every day? Why can't an algorithm do it for me? That's a kind of an algo. That's the simplest algo I'm talking about. It could be much more complex. And generally, it is more complex. So these are the kind of things we provide as technologies. They are fairly safe. They are just like any other technology you use behind Google Maps or Uber or Make My Trips or Shadi.com. They are just algorithms. And they are here to say the adoption. I'll give you another perspective. In 2009 or 10, all the institutional trading in India, which is a massive portion of Indian trading, used to happen manually. There were traders trading. There were hundreds of traders on every stockbroker. In the last 10 years, all of those have moved to an algorithm now, one algorithm or another. There are hundreds of algorithms out there, thousands of them. Now, all of that has moved to algo trading because it's just more efficient. It just makes more sense. This would happen even in retail, even for buy side, even for every other firm eventually. It's a matter of who are the early adopters, who can get the most value, derive the most value initially. But use of technology is here to stay, just like in rest of our lives. And it's the right thing to do. Of course, manage the risks carefully. Do not get, do not do anything wrong and do not do anything which is against the principles of your investing. But rest, everything will be driven by algorithms eventually.
Right. Thanks for the inputs on this, Mr. Nanwani. Yeah. One thing I would like to add on to this, like people are now trading on these platforms and using these the latest softwares or the algorithms. But one thing for sure, and my next question is related to that. If one wants a fruit like mango, one have to wait for years and keep watering the plants. So I think where we discuss about making a long-term portfolio, a long-term asset, or your retirement corpus, or the things like that, where we put in all the hard-earned money of years. So things become very subjective, and these tools are just for the trading or just to get you thrilled. So what do you say, Tayesh, regarding the future of wealth management from 10 years from now, and the way people are managing their corpuses, or the way they want to accumulate the money for their retirement or for any other purpose? And I would like to have a follow-up question to that. And after this, we see that wealth management has come too far. What do you see, and what is your one good suggestion to the millennials or the new startup businesses pertaining to equity? They can use equity as a tool to grow their businesses as well.
Well, to your first question, I would say that the importance of being able to understand a business and trying to uh, get your hands around what is the longevity of that business is still something which is going to be uh, the most dominating factor in the whole investing arena, whether it is with startups or whether it is with public markets or whether it is with private equity markets. To be able to understand the business and value of business is something which is at the core of investing. And uh, uh, the daily exchange of value from one person to another uh, may probably may be taken over by technological forces or algorithms or artificial intelligence or automation, other tools of automation. But the essence of investing or to how to price a value or put a value to a business is something which is well, I think it's a long way off from being determined through technological means. Tech will be an aid; it will be a tool in doing that. But we will have to apply our own principles with regard to being able to assess the longevity of the business, be able to assess cash flows, to be able to judge the competitive advantages of these businesses over a period of time. So wealth management at one level will become, of course, it will become larger. It will have many dimensions to it. It will probably bring different avenues of investing. So I think the private equity market, for example, if it is considered as part of wealth, overall wealth management is already become a very integral part as far as India is concerned. Unicorns, for example, are a big thing, not just globally, but now even in India. And that's something which will be an integral part of wealth management. And advisors and managers will have to be equipped to be able to provide solutions of that nature as well. It will extend beyond just investing in public markets. There are these existing asset classes which are already there, whether it is real estate or whether it is fixed income or commodities. But the whole of new business investment is something which will become a lot more relevant going forward. So, do advisors, do investors have the skill sets to be able to judge that? I think that's something which will be an upcoming skill and will be a very important element of managing wealth, and it will be a demand by the investors at large, especially large investors who want to deploy significant surpluses. They'll be looking at unicorns, they'll be looking at new startups as investment vehicles. In fact, a lot more money has flown into the private equity markets and venture capital in the last 10 years versus that which has flown into the public markets. In India, I read in one of the reports which said that we've got close to 100 unicorns, which are actually today can be valued at more than $1 billion. Now, this is significant considering the fact that in India, as of now, there are only 330 odd companies which are $1 billion plus in market cap. So, for a historical, existing universe of 330 listed entities which today enjoy a market cap of more than $1 billion, we've got already 100 unicorns which today, on the basis of their own merit, cash flow, positioning, market share, growth, etc., can already be valued at $1 billion, is something which is quite a statistic. I mean, it's only telling you that the game has just started as far as and a lot of it has been because of private equity support. There are unicorn transactions which are now going to the extent of even a $50 billion market cap valuation. So unicorns or startups have generally been associated with early stage funding, not at the time when they become of a reasonable size or when they've kind of gained material value. But that's probably not the case anymore. The evidence of the last few years, 4-5 years, is that unicorn valuations are coming at even the mid-cycle stages of some of these unicorns, and perhaps may extend itself because it's becoming a very important source of capital, thanks to returns which are being sought by international pension funds and the likes, and all partly as a function of also humongous amount of liquidity which has been made available by central banks around the world over the last 10 years, which is now trying to find its way into some meaningful investments. So I think all that is what we will brace up for. Eventually, these unicorns will come into the public market fold. We have seen a lot of the IPOs which have happened in the last, well, maybe 2 years, particularly in the last 1 year, which have been of companies which are of a different order. They bring a different dimension, different flavor of investing, a different business, but they are also, by and large, partly exits by private equities. And therefore, so at some stage, it will get handed over to the public markets. And from there onwards, the principles of public market investing will start applying. But I think, yeah, we are set for a good amount of excitement in the investing world, I would say, on an aggregate in the coming years.
Right. Perfectly fine. So, like we were discussing, one side is the trading side of the markets and people who are traders who want some thrill in equities. And another side is the investing side of the market. Only the long-term investors are there. So I think it's a very broad topic, and 45 minutes is not the enough time to discuss all about this. Though people think that managing finance is a very simple thing, and there is no rocket science in that. But being in this domain for last 13, 14 years, I would like to make them sure that this is not the very simple thing they have. It's one of the most complex things to manage, how you manage your money, and is money really working for you? We are day in, day out working for money, whether it be a very well-known fund manager or people on ground or whatever the people are. Everyone is working for money day in, day out. But is the money really working for us is the question, and that's the way people find to the wealth management. One last question, and I would like to wind up this session, that keeping the perpetual nature of equity in mind, so what do you think the general mistakes people do? And for the benefit of all, what is your message to that? And what mistakes one should avoid? And one precious piece of advice from your desk for the investors and the listeners today.
Well, investing is not about buying and selling stocks. It is about buying and selling businesses. Okay, and you have to therefore work with a mindset which is of a businessman. Okay, not as much of an investor. And I think you have to understand that these are long-term compounding machines. If there is among many asset classes, if you think of it, equities probably is the only asset class, or corporates in a way are the only asset class which actually are growing organisms. They grow over a period of time. They grow at different rates, but they grow. Fixed assets, whether it is gold or whether it is silver, whether it is real estate, does not grow. I mean, it grows in value probably, but it doesn't grow in its size or in its complexity. I mean, 100-gram gold bar will remain 100-gram gold bar forever, right? 1,000 square feet house will remain 1,000 square feet house forever. Its value might change, but the thing is that businesses grow. They are one of the few such assets which actually grow over a period of time, and therefore, do not, as an investor, interrupt your growth path. I mean, and that is why the whole idea of long-term compounding, being patient, spending time in the market rather than timing the market, because that, if you do that, you will make sure that you are part of that process of growth of that particular enterprise. If you break, if you come out of it, sell it out, once again buy, you can do that at times. But if you do that very frequently, essentially you're not investing. You're essentially, like as you said, you're probably trading, or you're trying to end up with some speculative gains, which is not bad. But that, if that is your skill set, proceed with that skill set. Do not confuse that with investing. Okay, so I think that is the essence, that you have to think of these things as long-term compounding machines. And if the longer you are with them, and especially with the right vehicles, right businesses, the maths on compounding everybody knows. So we've learned it in high school, and therefore I don't really need to get into that. But many of us forget. It's unfortunate that we forget what we learned in high school. So, but these things are something which is this is something which is very, very important. Otherwise, I mean, lastly to your question about piece of advice, I think there's no one piece of advice. I think from me, it is essentially a combination of things which will be important, especially if you're serious about investing. You have to treat investing as a passion. Okay, even if it is you're at a limited level, you're doing it as an investing activity, your main activity, your main profession might be different, but you have to bring passion to your investing because it's your money, which is what you're putting to work. So you have to be, whether you're trusting a fund manager or you're trusting yourself or your friends, but you have to put in your effort as well. It can't be that you heard something and you constructed a portfolio on your own. You have to devote time to the money that you have invested. I think the second thing is about discipline. You have to read. There's no option. You have to, have to continuously learn, read more about history, not as much about future. I think you will have a lot more to gain out of reading from history than trying to, predict the markets or trying to predict future events. And I think there is a sense of, last but not the least, is approach everything with a mindset of patience and a certain level of discipline. And you have to have lot of your money at times, a lot of your investment successes will come not as much out of your expertise in identifying companies, but not as much from your head, but from your stomach. The ability to hold on to your gut at the height of the pandemic in March 2020 or April 2020 is something which will make a lot of difference to your returns over the next 5 years than otherwise. Than your stock picking skills or your ability to identify new businesses. So I think psychology plays an important element. You have to be psychologically strong. So as I said, there are a host of these things, but these are some of those, once again, those timeless principles which, in my view, in my experience, have always worked. And they are called, they are time tested, and they worked. They work absolutely fine. So that's it from my side, actually.
Thank you. Thank you for adding the valuable thoughts to the session today. And I would like to thank Mr. Nandwani as well and for this session and taking time out for us. You elaborated quite a bit on high frequency trading, algorithms, and many things. So as I said, there are two parts to this investing thing. People do think that that is investing too, but there are other stories to it. So it's time is not enough for this discussion, and perhaps we can have extension to this discussion some other time with both of you. Thank you for joining us today.
Pleasure is mine. Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Nandwani. Thank
you. Thanks.
Thank you, gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, with that, we come to the end of our sessions for HOBNOB 2021. We really hope that you had a good time, that it was a weekend well spent with lots of takeaways, lots to learn, and things to build on. On behalf of Vibrant Networking Forum, I'd like to say thank you to all our panelists, all our moderators for taking the time out over a weekend and being here. I would also like to say thank you to all of you for logging in, for listening in, for leaving your comments, for showing us that you're here. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, with that, we wrap up the session part of HOBNOB 2021. The exciting speed networking bit is coming up right now. All members of Vibrant Networking Forum, you would have received a link on your cell phones. Request you to please start logging in right now. We begin speed networking, hobnobbing with the best at 5 p.m. See you there.